A light sea breeze blew across the harbor of Port Lith, driving the ships of fishermen and merchants to the pier. The port was a place where many searchers from all over the world arrived. The boyish traders immediately began to court new clients who arrived with full wallets. At the market, they sold fresh fish that had just been caught in the sea for those who were hungry. Walker caught up with his comrade at the dock and asked Raymond if he was glad they had made it there. After a long journey and rocking at sea, their entire group of searchers was glad to land. This is where their adventure began, perhaps the very one that would become the basis for future legends. At this time, many seekers write their stories of exploits and accomplishments. It was an era of adventure, when gates and portals to other worlds opened all over the world. These worlds were filled with terrifying and dangerous monsters that no one had ever seen before. Countless seekers have died within these gates, never to gain glory. But the reward for success was so high that it encouraged people to take risks again, to test new worlds and their own strength. A white-haired guy named Walker was the leader of their group, and by all accounts, he suggested that they first find bait for the next expedition. You never know what to expect at the gate, so it's hard to come up with a strategy. Many have lost their lives because of this, and have started hiring slaves to act as decoys. They must distract the monsters while the main group flees the battlefield, added the girl from the group. The slave trader was very kind to new clients, who were always willing to spend more than experienced seekers, and led them through the ranks of slaves. He lured the guests with promises that the slaves would fully cover the costs of purchase and maintenance, and recommended a couple. The two slaves were fresh, as the slave trader had recently received them, and Walker, who had led the negotiations, agreed. The merchant wished them luck, and a small group of 4 seekers and 2 slaves headed towards the gate. Before entering the gate, each team places a mark on the tree trunk. There was not one on the gate they came to yet. Walker took out his knife and left the first notch on the trunk, hoping it would be the last. Turning around, he asked them if they were ready, and the team cheerfully responded forward. On the other side, they were met by a wild forest. The portal was one way. There was no way to return through it. As soon as Raymond emerged from the portal, he said he experienced a strange feeling. The world they invaded was extraordinarily beautiful, but the clearings were filled with enormous mushrooms that were not found in their homeland. They had never been in such a strange and unusual place. It had a completely different feeling than in their native dimension, and they slowly looked around. Walker told them not to panic and to keep going. The portals were opening away from the monsters, so it was safe here for now. He led the slaves along. The first thing they had to do was determine the location of the return gate for their safety. But they didn't even notice how the monster attacked them, and opening its huge mouth, attacked the girl. He easily swallowed half of her body. Blood spurted out, and the squad panicked and jumped to the side from this unexpected attack. But the monster's brother had already come out from behind them, and was also emitting a hungry growl. A moment later, they realized that there was not 1 or 2 of them, but a whole horde of hungry, chomping, toothy mouths. Walker took out his staff and drew it like a bow and called forth a fiery arrow. The arrow burned through the monster that had grabbed Charlotte, and the monster lowered the girl. Walker screamed that something was wrong and ordered them to chain the slaves to the tree and get out of that place. The slave asked to be taken with him, but the fat man pointed a knife at him while Raymond was wrapping the chain around a tree, condemning them to certain death. The group abandoned the slaves, despite their pitiful cries, and, picking up the wounded Charlotte, began to run away. The first slave was immediately wounded. The animals tore him to pieces, because they had only 1 spear between the 2 of them for protection. Death had already crept up on the second slave from behind, and he was left completely alone. The slaves gave their lives so that the group of searchers could escape. Walker said, breathing heavily, that the mission needed to be postponed, and that the first thing to do was to find a way out and get out of this place. He called to Raymond, but he was in a deep stupor and did not respond to his call. After all, they were newbies. Then the fat man grabbed him by the chest and shook him like a kitten to bring him to his senses. Even though the adventure had failed completely, they could prepare better and try again. It was too early to give up, the fat man said. He was sure that they would get out and survive together, but the predatory shadow of death had already slid over him. The shaggy monster turned the fat man into a pancake with a blow of its paw, making a terrible chomping sound. Walker screamed, but it was too late. Their comrade died faster than he realized his death. Raymond fell on his butt and began to tremble like a hare, his arms and legs not obeying him. Walker loaded a fire arrow. In their squad, he was the only one who could do anything to the monsters. But the hairy freak spat at him with a long, sticky tongue. He wrapped his arms around the magician's neck, squeezing it with the grip of a boa constrictor, and dragged it straight into the mouth. Raymond bit his lip in horror, his heart ready to burst from the mad tap dance. But all the coward could do was turn around and run, leaving everything behind. His legs failed him. As if Raymond was paralyzed, he could hardly crawl, and the sharp fangs were already close. The monster grabbed him by the leg and began to tear him into pieces, Raymond screamed. He forgot about the pain when he saw the surviving slave standing on the tree in front of him. What a relief that he is alive! The dying seeker whined piteously, asking for help to be given quickly. He was left alone, all his friends were dead. Ray asked for forgiveness, justified it by the fact that he had always been against it, and begged to save him. But the slave who held the spear remained silent. He held himself calmly, as if he did not care what was happening. Raymond angrily yelled at him to stop sitting around and help, calling him trash. Then the slave grinned and jumped to the ground, completely unafraid of the terrible monsters that swarmed the forest. It was especially ironic to hear calls for help from the one who had abandoned him to his death for the sake of his own salvation. The slave replied that no matter how much he wanted to help him, it was too late. Most of Raymond had already ended up in the monster's stomach. He saw his frightened face in a pool of blood, and only then did he realize the inevitability of his imminent death. Finally, he shouted, "Is it true that a stupid slave can survive here alone? His turn will come." The slave waited patiently for the monster's jaws to close for the last time, sending the unlucky seeker to the next world. But this was not enough to satisfy the monster's hunger, and it jumped on the slave. But at that very second, the slave moved forward and pierced the monster with a spear. He was able to survive alone in this place. It was all because this place wasn't the one he died in, he said into the void. That day, the sky was filled with smoke from fires, and flocks of dragons flew through the air. The squad found their comrade on the edge of the cliff and called out to him. The horde of flyers was approaching them, smelling the prey. The final battle was approaching. But even the monsters stayed away from the creation of the abyss, which looked more like a flying island. Horntail, the giant three-headed dragon, the king of dragons, was approaching them. The centaur's nest was destroyed, and there was no one left to rely on. Neither the knights, nor the seekers, nor the 6 heroes on whom people had placed their hopes. They were all dead, said the white-haired beauty who approached him. They were left with only him, the last adventurer, and Paul turned around. The monster's enormous shadow covered them, turning day into night, and a terrible roar, louder than thunder, marked the beginning of their final adventure. By nightfall, the entire forest was engulfed in flames, and the fire licked the mountains. Paul was barely breathing. From wounds and exhaustion, he felt the heat of the fire approaching him. All his comrades were dead. He was the last one left who was still breathing. The dragon's head lay nearby, its monstrous mouth gaping open. Could this really be the end? Paul thought, and looked up at the sky. In the light of the bright moon, he saw a dragon that had 2 more heads, the result of all their efforts. Although they wounded him, they were only able to cut off 1 head, spending all their strength on it. And all this just to see how this head regenerates at a breakneck speed. All efforts were in vain, Paul realized. The monster opened its mouth and went on a new approach to scrape the pathetic people off the ground, like removing mold. Paul lost hope and waited for death. The end of the world and his adventures turned out tragic. Cursing his fate, he hit the ground with his fist and cast aside all unnecessary thoughts. Paul refused to believe that everything would end this way. The first to die from the dragon's claws was his friend and comrade Philip, followed by one-eyed Jaden. The last one to fall to save him was Ellis, who pushed Paul aside. She gave her life without hesitation, with a smile on her face, because she believed he could cope. Paul screamed loudly and desperately. He refused to accept such a reality. This story couldn't end so easily. Paul reached out his hand to the dragon, and he called upon all the power that remained to him, the most powerful magic he was capable of. The wind swirled in the fiery streams. The whirlwind of flame gathered in one point. He had to kill the monster, even if it was the last thing he could do. But the spell cracked, the magic began to crumble, and the recoil rolled through his body in a wave of pain. The dragon saw that one of the little people was still able to move and belched out a column of fire. What a pitiful sight, Paul thought before his death. An icy stream of water tore him away from the memories and visions of his past life. The slave trader told him to wake up already. A slave must not forget his place, he said, so that Tool would stop pretending to be ill. Paul stood up and looked around. The Dragon King had disappeared, and he found himself in a place from his distant past. Slave cages. The musty smell of sweat, despair, and fear. The greedy eyes of slave traders. It was a slave market. Although they had long been banned, Paul thought, and was surprised. He remembered the face of the impudent merchant. He had always been amazed at his vitality. This bald bastard bought Paul when he had already been a slave for 6 years. And since it was definitely him, Paul returned to his past. He realized that the merchant's fist that was flying at him was real. Paul returned to the day when it all began. One might think that it was a dream, but the feelings of pain, hunger, exhaustion were real. Even though it didn't make any sense, he had no other explanation, and his customers were already following him. They looked at the live goods, which were sold at a good price, and bought it, and the poor fellow next to it. There was nothing to think about here. Paul was given a second chance. He picked up from the ground the staff of the fire arrow that the white-haired seeker used. The weapon had a decent ability and suited him well now, but that wasn't enough, he thought. The seekers had other things too. They planned to get rich here, so they didn't skimp on things. Many hid valuables in their boots, and Paul took them from the dead man. There was a ring that had the ability of telekinesis. Paul heard a rustling in the bushes and turned around. Even more hungry fluffies were attracted by the smell of the feast and crept up to him. They rushed towards Paul from all sides, racing each other, because there were many hungry mouths, but only one prey. With skillful movements of his spear, Paul dispersed the most zealous ones who were closest. Then the cunning animals attacked him, with long tongues like a chameleon. The monster grabbed the spear with its tongue and wrapped its sticky tongue around it, depriving Paul of his weapon. The spear broke in his hands with a crack, and monsters were already approaching from behind. Then Paul pulled out his staff and hit the monster with a fire arrow. He moved to the side so that the others wouldn't grab him. At the same time, he decided to try out the ring he had found and waved his hand. The fiery arrow he fired turned around and pierced all the monsters that stood nearby with a storm of flame. Conventional magic was only usable in tight spaces, but with telekinesis, he controlled the arrow flexibly, harnessing the full power of the flame. The monsters stood hesitantly, looking at their dead comrades. The fire and the smell of burnt flesh filled them with fear. Paul wouldn't have been able to hold off the monster for long anyway, but it didn't matter. He pointed his staff in their direction again, but he was forced to quickly dodge because the staff did not produce a fire arrow. It wasn't broken, so it's likely he had a delay between spells. There was no choice, and Paul began to fight back with it like a heavy stick. His movements were fast and skillful, so he was able to push back bear-sized monsters. After beating one monster, he kicked it away from himself, and then I felt that the magic was moving in the staff again. The recharge was complete. When the annoying little teethers pounced on him again, forgetting about the instinct of self-preservation that overcame hunger, Paul was ready. He fired straight ahead, not paying attention to those who were closer. And again, he pulled off his trick of controlling the fire arrow, which burned right through the monsters. The arrow left huge holes in their bodies, as if they were made of butter. The battle ended quickly. Charred carcasses lay motionless around. Charlotte said in a choked voice that he was no ordinary slave. The wounded girl was still alive. Paul was surprised that she was breathing. It could be called luck. Charlotte asked him who he was to use such amazing magic. She recognized the staff in his hands and asked where he got it from, although it was quite obvious. There was a blue mark on Paul's wrist. He had received his first mana circle. The girl was indignant at how an ordinary slave decoy could awaken such powers. And then another terrible thought came to her, that the anomaly with the monsters happened because of this slave. Life was mocking them. Paul looked at the survivor without any pity. These people did not want to put themselves at risk. They were willing to sacrifice others as if they were a thing. In the end, the seekers paid for their own mistakes so that it could be called justice. Paul approached her and asked if she had finished speaking. He told her that it didn't matter whether they survived or not. He would still kill them all. After all, they use people as bait to save their own skins, Paul said, and there was anger in his voice. And such people deserve only contempt. Paul called upon a fiery arrow and ended her torment. When he returned, rumors spread quickly. Such stories did not happen often, so everyone stared at him in surprise. The slave bait returned from the rift alone. Without his team, the die was cast, thought Paul. He had to hurry. But everything should be done in order. He came to the guild building. The first thing he had to do was get rid of the humiliating status of slavery. The guild was a place where seekers dealt with administrative matters. The secretary reported to Abisu that the slave returned from the mission alive. Moreover, according to eyewitnesses, he returned unharmed. But Ebis did not understand what was wrong with that. Slaves did not always die. And then the secretary reported that the entire team had perished, and the slave had returned from the rift alone. But what was more surprising was that he had not run away, but had returned with a report. Those who were branded as slaves because of their debt could not avoid paying it in their slave status. And since the slave did not run away immediately, he understood perfectly well how difficult it was to hide from their eyes. Death was the only freedom for such people. This was how the Gapur Trading Guild conducted its affairs. But even these events were a trifle for Ebis, and the servant objected that there was something in this matter that the chief should have known. According to reports, an ordinary slave decoy had awakened his first circle, and this news surprised Ebis. The news sounded really surprising. The bad thing was that, having been a slave, this craftsman was negatively disposed towards their guild. The assistant added that the slave wanted to change his contract and its terms. He wanted to register himself as an adventurer. Ebis opened his mouth in surprise again. The chief was outraged at who this slave thought he was, but the servant warned him that their master Larkin had asked him to take care of this personally. Ebis immediately hit the table, unable to contain his astonishment. For what reason was the head of their guild interested in a lousy slave? Later, when Ebis was left alone, he stood by the window and thought. In the name of the emperor, slavery was abolished, but it was only a formality. People have always been slaves of gold. Those who could not repay the loan were obliged to work it off. Thus, slavery was once again legalized. And when Paul's father, who was the only breadwinner, died, he became a slave. With his last money, Paul bought black moss on credit from the Gapur Guild to cure his father. The guild demanded 1,000,000 mesos in payment, which was far above the market price, and Paul was brought to trial. Naturally, without a lawyer, who cost money, he quickly lost his case and was forced to do work for the guild. Of course, the judge who sentenced him knew what kind of work he would be doing for the guild, and received his percentage of it. For 6 years, the thugs from the guild took advantage of the underage boy. Now it's time for revenge, thought Paul. He was sitting at the table in front of Ebis. This was Larkin's faithful servant, the executive head, Paul remembered, and thought that this was quite good for him. Ebis had already heard everything about Paul wanting to change his contract, and decided to get down to business straight away. He agreed to register him as a low-ranking seeker. It was quite easy, Paul thought, and was grateful for it. But he demanded to be given a higher rank immediately. He felt that he could play the game by his own rules. Ebis was surprised, since even the Association of Seekers did not recognize the slave. Paul objected that, over the past 3 years, he had entered the gate hundreds of times as bait. Paul added that the strength of a seeker is not in the ability to hunt monsters, but in the ability to survive. The main goal of the journey is to return alive. It was true, thought Ebis. The information of a survivor was more valuable than personal combat merits. That was true, and Ebis admitted that Paul's survival skills were impressive, but it only worked in the lower-level gates. Only there they used slaves. Ebis told him that it was foolish to take them for fools who would offer a contract to a self-confident slave who would soon die. But in fact, the guild leader's intuition told him that this guy could live up to the expectations placed on him. There is a gate with a limit of 5 people, and on its trunk there are 12 marks, and not a single group has returned, said Ebis. He demanded that Paul prove that he was worthy of such a contract, and if he succeeds, then his wish will be fulfilled, said Ebis, and grinned devilishly. The group was assembled. Paul arrived last, and they greeted him quite warmly. The guy with green eyes was named Cheb. He was the squad's shield. Ebis told them about Paul and his past as a slave. Cheb assured him that he and his team didn't care, and they smiled encouragingly. Paul answered them indifferently, glad to meet them, and they asked him about his abilities because they had heard that he was a fire mage. Not all magic was available to mages. They controlled the element to which they were predisposed from birth. Therefore, items that did not combine with their native element were useless for magicians. Chev returned to the main topic. He said that their goal was not to hunt monsters in this mission, but to return the goods that the other groups left behind. At this point, their work will be completed. The guild will pay generously for each returned item. The white-haired man was indignant that the price of the guild was still robbery. The seekers who fell at the gates were all of the first circle of power and had expensive equipment. But tired of arguing, they went through the gate. The place looked creepy. The purple haze obscured the view, and the team decided to set up camp at the starting point. The group spotted a thick, tall tree and decided to occupy its top. The blond man told Paul that he could rest for now, since they were masters of their craft and would build the camp themselves. Quite quickly, they installed and secured a plank flooring at a height inaccessible to the monsters and decided to inspect the area. The trio Tom, Max, and the girl Roa will go in the same group, Cheb decided, and he and Paul in the other. In case of anything, it was necessary to send a distress signal, he warned. and immediately retreat to the camp. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way, and Cheb decided that they had set up camp too close to the exit. Tomorrow, they would go deeper into the forest. He chatted non-stop the whole way and asked Paul how he was enjoying his first assignment as a seeker. Paul briefly replied that he was nervous, and Cheb said he understood. He was also worried, although he had been in the gates many times and gained experience, and he admitted that he was far from the bravest person. But he continues to move forward. Because he was surrounded by people who were important to him, he was glad to see his comrades, and was touched to hear Pulya's story. It was hard to imagine how much suffering he endured as a slave. The bait offered Paul to join their squad if he wanted. When Paul didn't respond, Cheb turned around and saw him looking at the molten rock and told him not to take his offer too seriously. In the evening, they sat around the fire having dinner. The first group also found nothing. The day passed calmly, although disappointing. Cheb interrupted their argument, saying that there was no point in talking about work while eating. He was worried about Paul, who ate silently and washed down his food with water from a flask. They divided up the shifts so that Paul was last, and Cheb went to wake him up. But the blonde man said that it was a stupid question. They knew that Paul was fast asleep, and the searchers grinned maliciously. They slipped him an elephantine dose of sleeping pills and threw caution to the wind. It was lucky that the former slave remained alive. The poisoners were interested in his staff. The blonde one was the first to approach Paul, taking out a dagger and swinging it. It was time to get down to business, but when he pierced the blanket, he felt that the knife hit something hard. Paul left a decoy in his place. Then the entire team of scammers was amazed. This had never happened before in their practice. Cheb shouted for them to find the villain, but at that moment, a fire arrow destroyed half the camp with its explosion. The fire quickly spread and engulfed their entire roost, causing the searchers to panic even more. Cheb told the others to save food and valuables. They still didn't really understand what had happened, when one of them pointed his finger somewhere to the side and called the commander. The eye of a large monster, which stood like a wall in the middle of the forest, was already staring at them. Cheb realized that the former slave they wanted to kill was using them as bait to lure out the main monster. They had to quickly flee from the burning perch, where they were like food on the table for the monster. The bulging-eyed monster devoured the tree like a sprig of parsley. Paul thought that Cheb was a terrible actor, and they shouldn't have been so kind if they wanted to deceive him. The gate had killed 12 teams, and Cheb had taken a former slave with him. Not someone with experience, so it was all pretty obvious. The slime monster was the boss of this zone, as Paul correctly guessed. Cheb ran as fast as he could. The monster that attacked them was the worst type possible. If he remembered correctly, this monster was called a slug. His body was filled with acid, so he was the worst enemy for those who fought in close combat like them. But that wasn't all. The monsters could spit acid drops. They barely dodged his volley. The monster was quite fast, despite its size, so it was impossible to escape from it. The acid arrow turned the ground where it hit into a molten liquid, from which came a stench and heat from rapid chemical reactions. The seeker was so unfairly indignant, his voice trembling. Cheb shouted at them not to panic, and the monster attacked again, quickly crawling towards them. They decided to first break away to the radius of the acid shot, then take a battle formation and destroy the core that is in the head area. He voiced the plan. He added that the reloading time was about a minute, and the blonde man chuckled. Max rushed forward, not wanting to wait, although they shouted at him to stop. But he already believed in himself. Max closed in on the monster in a few leaps and slid straight towards its head. Cheb shouted in vain after him that they needed to wait and attack together. On the battlefield, any mistake means death, and Max realized this too late. A drop of acidic mucus cut him in half. The monster turned its gaze to the next target and fired a volley in less than a minute. And again, he fired several shots at the Seekers. Obviously, the information that Cheb had was false. The Seekers became the nutrient broth for the slug. The bones took the longest to dissolve. The revived mushroom devoured everything: flesh, clothes, armor, and weapons. The group was finished. Paul saw that he was watching the battle from the side. Cheb had guessed correctly. The base recharge time was exactly that, but the mushroom ate so many seekers and items that it became stronger. Uncontrolled growth and the ability to spit acid without recharging made it clear why the previous teams died. In this state, the monster can survive in a mid-level gate, making it impossible for First Circle adventurers to deal with it. Items cannot be returned from such gates. The mission was a failure from the very beginning. But then Paul would lose his contract. He had to prove his suitability for the middle rank. A slug, crawling through the forest in search of food, was struck by a fire arrow, and its flimsy business was simply turned inside out. Acid spilled everywhere, but the monster quickly regained its integrity. Paul aimed straight at the core, but the mushroom had incredible magic resistance. It would take at least 4 more shots to penetrate its thickness, or maybe even 5. Not that it was a problem, he thought, taking hold of the sword to which he had tied the rope. Paul decided to get proof of his strength and grinned. The monster didn't know where exactly it was and fired an acid pellet in the direction the arrow came from. Paul barely managed to jump from the tree to avoid a direct hit. The monster fired again, sparing no acid, and drops flew past, burning holes in the treetops. Peter telekinetically aimed his knife like a harpoon at a distant tree, needing to place 5 shots right on target. Simple magicians could only dream of such precision, but he was no simple magician, but the greatest master of telekinesis. With the help of a rope and a harpoon, he changed direction and could freely shoot while moving, without fear of being shot at in return. The flame burned its way through the homogeneous biomass of the slug. The first one went, and there were 4 more left. Paul immediately changed direction, throwing the harpoon. It was covered by thick trees that were not so easy to dissolve. Another shot shattered the slug's mass and caused it to slow down. But even despite the damage, he continued to pour drops of acid on Paul. The shoot-move combination made him invulnerable to the monster's pinpoint attacks. He simply couldn't hit them. Another fiery spear scattered gelatinous shreds across the forest. Paul noticed that the mushroom was dodging his shots, and for its size, it was quite agile. But all this was useless, because he could direct the arrow itself, from a safe distance for himself, and hit the target right on target. The last shot scattered the jelly and exposed the core. The monster did not have time to close it. Its surviving eye bulged, and it saw the enemy jump from above. "This is the end," said Paul, and prepared to shoot. But the monster suddenly quickly hid the core and released a large hand to catch the seeker. The attack was well calculated. The hand cut off the path back, and the bait core quickly disappeared inside. But for someone who possessed telekinesis, this was not a problem. Paul simply changed the attachment point of his harpoon, and he easily dodged the blow, hiding in the dense forest. When he found himself on the ground, he immediately loaded a new arrow. The monster covered himself in fear from a direct blow. He saw everything with his own eye. But the arrow changed its trajectory from straight to curved and playfully hit an open spot. With a loud bang, the monster's head lost its shape. The arrow reached the core, and it exploded as well, the impact forcing Paul to quickly retreat. The sea of slime and acid that the monster carried within itself poured out like water from a vat. To speed things up, Paul used his improvised harpoon. He instantly rose to the top of a tall trunk as an acidic sea spilled out beneath him. The forest was instantly destroyed, and the trunks became islands of this new sea. After a few hours, it had soaked into the ground, and Paul was able to descend safely. He reached out his hand to the core that remained in the place of the slain monster, and it obediently jumped into his hand. Paul acted like a well-trained Jedi master. The red core emitted enormous power, and then his hands began to glow brighter. And then Paul crushed it. The core disappeared, and a red wave of power spread through the forest. When he returned, the first thing he did was go to Ebisu for a personal report. The leader studied him for a long time and said nothing. Apparently, the guy was more than just a chatterbox, he finally said. But he came back alone again, and without the items they were talking about. Paul said that the team he went with consisted of newbies who also wanted to kill and rob him. They encountered a terrible monster, and it killed them while trying to escape. Paul told their inglorious story. He added that it was a golden slime mold, and Ibis immediately guessed why there were no objects. They had been eaten away by acid. It was a heavy loss for the guild, as many of the items had been loaned to the Seekers, and it was foolish to lend anything to the condemned. But the fact that Paul returned was an even bigger headache for Ebis. Each gate is subject to rules, has a limit on the number of people entering at one time. New ones could not enter until those inside die. The second restriction concerned the color of the gates and the level of the Seekers themselves. Weaklings would not be allowed into the red gates, but strong Seekers would not enter the purple ones either. The main difficulty was that as soon as the last survivor left the gate, it closed, and no one could ever enter it again. The gate and the reward were gone, but the slime monster was too strong for beginners, Ibis thought. That explained a lot. But whatever the reason, the guy failed, said the chief. But Paul asked not to rush to conclusions. He showed his wrist where the second circle of power was shining, and declared that he had absorbed the slime mold. Ibis was shocked. 2 circles of mana from the one who was recently a slave. and who absorbed the core of a monster and did not die. Paul believed that this proved his abilities and demanded that he be registered as a low-ranking seeker. But Ebis immediately offered a middle rank, which surprised the guy himself. And he added that if he agreed to work exclusively for him, he would receive a middle-high rank. Without thinking, Paul put a cross next to his name on the contract. The third highest average rank was high for someone who had only 2 mana circles. The Seeker's ranks were divided into 3 levels: Novice, Junior, and Distinguished. Strength varied greatly depending on the number of mana circles. Ebis noted the boy's abilities. Not everyone can raise a mana circle by absorbing a monster's core, and besides, the guy clearly had a self-preservation instinct. He was clearly different from the other newcomers and was growing very quickly. Ebis smelled profit and decided to hire Paul. Paul noted that everything was going better than he expected because Ebis desperately needed him. The guy knew that he would be useful very soon because the first conquest of the Red Gate with a limit of 100 people would take place. An event will soon occur in which all trade guilds and seeker factions, as well as Gapur, will be interested. This was not a bad thing because Paul was also in a hurry, and it wouldn't hurt him to speed up the implementation of his plan, he thought, and put his pen on the table. That's why, immediately after signing the contract, I asked Abisa for a favor. And without any embarrassment, the impudent boy asked to lend him some money. What a bastard, thought Ebis, and a shadow passed across his face. Some claim that the appearance of the gate gave birth to the Age of Adventure. In reality, it is a trap of a dark magician. In fact, they were slowly but surely draining the world of its potential. And then, the day of the apocalypse came, and many monsters came out of the gate. This will happen in 3 years, and humanity will lose this fight. Ebis thought about his own and looked out the window. As a capable young mage left the guild building, his bag pleasantly weighed down by an impressive stack of papers. Paul had a long journey ahead of him, and this money should have been enough to carry out his plan and get through the Red Gate. The Gapur Guild hired only the strong, and they took Paul because they needed the Red Gates. He had to be able to manage the money skillfully. The items were too expensive. But since that was the case, the question arose of what to spend the money on. He came to the labor market, which was, in fact, a slave market, and was immediately approached by traders. They offered slaves of every taste and color, shape, purpose, like goods in a hardware store. But Paul came here to find a specific person and asked to be taken to him. The merchant then took him to the rows of convicted criminals who were placed there for correctional purposes. The merchant manager quickly found the right cage and pointed to the slave in it. Looking at the fierce prisoner, he asked if Paul was sure of his decision, but he had no doubts. This was exactly what he was looking for, he said, looking at the prisoner in chains with burning eyes. The death of one man accelerated the destruction of the world in his past life. Her name was Erin. She was the hero of the halberd, and she was killed. And the criminal turned out to be her only student, Debo, the hero of the murder. This incident became the beginning of the end. The slave looked at Paul with disdain. They had not seen each other, and he told him to disappear, spitting on the stone floor. The manager immediately apologized for the fact that they had not yet properly raised this slave. But Paul knew that Debo would earn fame in a couple of years. But for now, he was a slave, and he still spoke insolently to the seeker who could buy him. The word impudent was not enough here. A savage and even a barbarian, the manager warned again. Within a couple of years, Debo would become the most influential person after Paul, and due to the common fate of the slaves, they were often compared to each other. Paul simply asked the price when Debo came out to him, but the impudent man cheekily asked if he had enough money, and he said that it was worth 1,000,000 masses and grinned, pleased with himself. Their main similarity during this period was that they both desperately needed money, Paul thought. The younger sister is sick with a black-blooded cliché, an incurable disease of fantasy heroes who had to invent a difficult fate. Debo continued to be cheeky and said again that if there was no money, he should leave. But Paul quickly pulled out a pack of 1,000,000 mass notes. The hooligan couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen so much money in one place. Seeing the glint in the bully's eyes, he warned that the contract was for a year, and they would split the profits 7-3 in favor of Paul, and all the items would go to him. The manager was surprised that the criminal was hired as a member of the team, and not just a walking weapon. Paul handed him the contract to look at, but the barbarian took it away with a shout, lest he later take his words back. Without thinking, the barbarian bit his finger and left a blood seal on the piece of paper. It was obvious that Debo was in a hurry to take care of his sister. The contract was signed, and Paul said that they would go straight to the gate. Debo did not object. He warned the bully that he would have to prove his worth, and he confidently declared that he was the most agile Paul had ever seen. They walked through the forest to the next gate. After a short preparation, Debo asked why they gave him a halberd, since he worked better with a longsword. Paul cut off the objections and said that he must use only halberds, or they could terminate the contract. For training, they chose a red gate with 1 mark and a limit of 8 people. Debo looked around and asked, what about the other team members? He was sure that Paul had enough money to hire them. The bully was also worried about having a healer with them and wondered why Paul was looking at him like that. The seeker assured him that they had enough members in the squad for this gate, and Debo breathed a sigh of relief. Paul pointed his finger at himself and then at the bully, and said that was enough. There was an awkward silence as Debo digested the information he had received. And before he could get it, Paul kicked him in the ass, right into the gate. Debo screamed in fear, but it was too late. After you fell into the portal, there was no way back. They were thrown out, somewhere in the middle of a deserted gorge, among the rocks. The bully shouted at him and called him crazy, because this task required at least 8 people. This was not at all serious, the slave thought. First, he was forced to take a weapon to which he was not accustomed. Now this, he scolded Paul. But his angry speech was interrupted by a column of dust that was rushing straight towards them. Stumps of felled trees raced across the desert. They ran to take revenge on people for felling trees, and they really did not like axes. Debo realized that the monsters were attracted by his scream. They were known to be resistant to bladed weapons, and there were a lot of them here. Paul stepped forward and told the bully to step aside. The fire arrow burned through the first stump faster than Debo could object. Then Paul dealt with all the small fry. The dry wood was very fire-resistant. It was like a game. All the pieces of wood were destroyed so easily. Paul was upset that his partner started screaming as soon as he left the portal, and he asked him not to make such mistakes in the future because it called into question his usefulness. And Debo stared at him in amazement. The woman who knelt reported that the merchant guild had taken their bait and was coming up with a plan, and their people were already there. She asked for approval from her master, who, like all true graduates of the School of Villains, was drinking wine while looking out the window. He turned around and said yes, but said nothing more. And then he proposed a toast to his master and promised to free this world. Debo collected the mana stones that had fallen from the monsters. There were 27 of them. The bag felt pleasantly heavy and meant an increase in income, proportional to his respect for Paul. He said indifferently to move on. Compared to what awaited them in the future, these were trifles. Before this, Debo thought his employer was crazy, but he was amazing. He used fire and telekinesis in an unprecedented way. And the bully already smelled the scent of profit if he followed this seeker, because he would receive 1/3 of the proceeds, and this would more than cover the cost of treatment. He was in the clouds when Paul stopped, in front of another group of monsters, no more than 10. That was a suitable number. Perplexed, Debo asked what they were talking about. He still hadn't gotten used to his new comrade's antics. Paul looked at him with a face that told him what a fool he was. Debo had to go into battle. He threw a pebble to distract the stumps and jumped on top of one of them. Even though he didn't want to do it, he still accepted Paul's challenge to kill all the monsters single-handedly with the new weapon. Paul watched his efforts from the side. It took time for Debo to master the halberd, but he was sure that the bully would soon understand that this was the best weapon for him. He doesn't even need to think about how much potential he has, because Debo was the only one whom the heroine of the halberd took as a student. While Debo was brushing off some stumps, another one crept up to him and spread its paws to grab him. But at some point, the guy adapted to the new weapon and realized that a long polearm was better suited for large targets than a sword. The halberd has a greater striking distance. The long arm creates a greater moment of force with a smaller swing. If you watch the swing and do it smoothly without losing your balance, thought Debo, destroying another monster. He was able to chop up the stumps in continuous attacks, one after another, without losing his tempo, and so he quickly became a master woodcutter. Paul noted that Debo quickly understood the essence, even before the circle awakened. When the ground shook beneath their feet, the bully thought it was an earthquake. A huge root pierced the rock opposite, causing a hail of falling debris. Debo barely avoided the blow as the appendage was aimed specifically at him. The shadow of a huge monster covered him. He could not understand how they did not notice the approach of such a large creature. The stump that had brought down an entire rock to get to them smiled welcomingly. He struck again and would have certainly killed Debo if Paul had not saved him at the last moment. He threw it aside and prepared a fire charge. Being big is not always good, Paul whispered. Debo smirked. Fire magic should be extremely effective against wood. That was his intuitive guess, but in reality, the monster simply beat off the fire with one of the many branches. The monster's reflexes were better developed than it might seem, Paul realized, and loaded the arrow again. Using telekinesis, he spun it around the monster so that the beast would not know where the blow would come from. Paul found a blind spot on the back where the monster had no eyes, and without a neck, it couldn't turn its head quickly. But despite this, the monster still repelled his charge, as if it could see with its back. When even the magic didn't work, Debo started running, indignant that they didn't do it earlier. But it wasn't magic, Paul realized. Otherwise, the monster wouldn't have blocked it. The branches were just in the way. The tree stump struck a root near them, sending them flying into the air. He almost lashed them with the branch like a whip, but Paul used kinesis and lifted the rock they were climbing on to dodge the blow. They started surfing down the slope, Debo praising the boss for his resourcefulness. He thanked them for saving him because he already thought that the end had come for them. Paul told him to deal with the stumps while he dealt with the Whomping Willow. And while they were standing there, a dozen monsters managed to sneak up on them. Before Debo could even object, Paul had already rushed towards the boss of this level. The staff in his hand burned with fire, as if it too accepted the challenge. He shot an arrow, and at first it seemed useless, because the stump easily blocked it with a multitude of branches. But the second arrow hit him right in the eye when the monster withdrew its branches. The stump moved its branches faster than one might think. Even telekinesis couldn't deal it a hidden blow. However, since Paul had obtained 2 circles of power, he could use 2 spells at the same time. He hid one arrow behind another and was finally able to break through the protection of the branches to inflict damage. Debo was amazed that such a monster could be defeated by one person. The stump could not repel a double attack. But while the bully was distracted by this, he didn't notice how he missed several younger stumps in Paul's direction. He let go of a couple because there were too many of them and gave a warning cry. Paul had no problem burning away the small wood, which was not too dense compared to the main stump. He looked at the guy with disdain and said that he couldn't even figure out this little thing. Meanwhile, the angry monster attacked Paul again, who was forced to be distracted by the small change. He didn't have a moment of peace. He was jumping on the stones that rose into the air from the impact, and he almost got hit by a whip, but Debo saved him, throwing him back and chopping off the root with a halberd. The bully took Paul's words as a challenge and said that he had just saved his life, so now they were even. Paul chuckled and said that Debo had earned his keep. Now they were both determined to put an end to the monster. They were no longer bothered by small fry, and they rushed towards the monster together. Debo could distract him from close range, and Paul could hit from a distance. The magician released 2 arrows at once and launched them into the tree. His target was not the monster itself, but its branches, vulnerable at the trunk. Additionally, when the stump moved to block the magic, it opened itself up to Debo's halberd attacks, causing him to enter lumberjack mode. The monster decided to take revenge on Debo immediately and attacked him from both sides with roots. Paul shouted that he would take care of the right branch, and Debo took care of the left one. And that's how they divided up the roles. After this, Debo continued to slide near the monster at great speed. He cut down small branches that prevented him from climbing higher, and with which the stump protected itself from the fire. But there were so many branches that one of them finally caught up with the bully and gently stroked his back. Overcome with tenderness, Debo broke loose and flew into the monster's mouth. He was lucky that Paul managed to lift the stone into the air and carry Debo out of the attack radius. But the monster suddenly threw another shoot, and the stone shattered. How annoying, thought Paul, and again lifted the stone with telekinesis. He held several stones at once, and Debo was able to land on one of them. The rattling stump did not calm down, and lashed out with its branches again to get the impudent seeker. But now Debo had a foothold in the air, and he could dodge blows and move, jumping from rock to rock. Paul showed miracles of control, and managed not only to juggle stones, but also to distract the monster with a fire arrow. And when the stump lost sight of Debo, he was able to attack the annoying monster straight in the head. The axe struck straight into the eye, and the stump immediately slammed its eyelids shut, healing Debo's halberd. The monster swayed, and the bully had a hard time hanging around with it. To avoid becoming a convenient target, Debo dropped his halberd and landed. But now he was defenseless. But he was not going to retreat, and again jumped on the monster from the high cliff. Paul figured out his maneuver and pulled out an axe with the help of telekinesis, throwing it towards Debo. He caught it in midair and was ready to attack again. "It's time for dessert," Debo said in an angry voice. He struck the monster again in the vulnerable part, in the eyes, blinding him completely. The monster navigated only by sound, and upon hearing his landing, it tried to devour the guy. But a fiery volley of 2 arrows was already flying past him. They hit straight into the gaping mouth, spinning and merging into one blow. A precise shot pierced the core of the rattling stump, and the release of energy caused it to burst into flames. Paul praised Debo. He did a good job of playing the bait. Daibo was also pleased with their teamwork. He looked at the huge fire and was glad that it was all over. It was late. The girl wanted to have dinner and go to bed quickly, but she was worried and waited. She read her evening prayers before eating, hoping for the best. When I heard the sound of footsteps outside the door, I looked out to see who was there. For a second, she froze in surprise, recognizing in the late guest her wounded and dirty from head-to-toe brother. The girl was so happy to see him that she could hardly hold back her tears. She hugged him tightly and was glad that he came home. Another house greeted its inhabitant with the smell of decay and death. Everything was like in the past life. Death had already settled here long ago. The illness finished off the father, and death interrupted his suffering. There was no time for a funeral. The fire would take everything. Paul left without looking back. The farewell was quick. There was no time for grief either. Ebis sat in his office and read various scrolls. The time had come for the gates of 100 men, but he did not know whom to choose for this campaign, and all responsibility for the campaign lay with Larkana. He couldn't be wrong. The gate had attracted the attention of all 10 top guilds, and inside were epic-level items, and possibly even legendary ones. But the task was not easy. 3 sisters were entering the gate, who were so strong even for their second circle of power. Compared to them, the other second circle seekers were children. Gapur was the weakest guild, at the top of the list. When his doors opened, he indignantly asked who had entered without knocking, but he quickly stood up from his seat, recognizing his master, and bowed to him. Ibis gave him his place at the table, and Larkin asked him what was up with the list, but he wasn't ready. Larkin said he was stalling for time, and asked what about their new friend, but the cautious Ibis wasn't sure about that either. Paul's previous group had died. Larkin then suggested that they check him and all the candidates again and give them a little push. "There will be a lot of witnesses this time," Larkin said and grinned. A few days later, they arrived at the Red Gates. Debo was cheerful and happy, and he noted that many people had gathered at the portal. A seeker approached them and asked if they were the 15. The seeker in the red bandana looked at them with disdain and muttered that they were both 2 former slaves. It was immediately obvious that they were not welcome here. A hodgepodge of seekers had gathered at the gates, and they looked at each other more as enemies than allies. The stronger the team, the more confident they are that slaves are just a hindrance on difficult missions. Everyone had 1 or 2 circles. These people didn't need slaves to survive. Unlike Cheb's team, Paul thought. Ibis came personally. He told them that this was a hike, a test. They would pass it and demonstrate their abilities. They would get a chance. "This is a chance to enter the gate of 100 people, Ebis solemnly proclaimed. The brute who had just met Debo and Paul was very surprised by this opportunity. Paul was keeping a close eye on what Ibis wanted to do in this way. The gate they entered was red and had a limit of 40 people. Red Bandage suggested that it would be enough to simply take out the boss of this level with the whole crowd. The teams naturally split up to find the monster and agreed to give a signal if they encountered it in the forest. Debo and Paul were left alone. No one wanted to deal with them. The seeker in the hat was named Dolan. He was the leader of his group, and he told them not to waste time. He came across a simple monster that pretended to be a stone. It was a waste of time, the self-confident magician declared. He struck his target with an electric charge, and a bright arc of light exploded the monster. Dolan told his men to take the stone and move on. He thought he was done with that. Imagine his surprise when the toothy one survived this lightning strike. This meant that the monster had good resistance and magical attacks did not work on it. The magician retreated. But then they realized that they were surrounded by many small monsters like this one. The entire team was pretty exhausted from chopping down the forest crabs, as their main damage dealer was completely useless. The monsters were stronger than they thought, and the adventurers wanted a leader to tell them what to do. There were too many of them for their group, and their strength would quickly run out, the magician said. Even though the risk was high, the overconfident fool suggested breaking the alliance and killing the boss alone. "This is how most teams think," explained Paul Debo. He had no doubt that this would be the case, since he himself was breathing heavily after clearing out the small monsters, and asked if Paul wanted to help. There were only 3 of them, Paul replied, and Debo was worried that they didn't have time to sit there while the others were doing their thing. Debo was sure that they needed to start hunting the boss, but Paul said the opposite, that they needed to kill the little ones first. While others will be looking for the boss and avoiding the small fry, they will be busy with the mobs, Paul said. destroying the boss is not the only indicator of success. Besides, attacking the boss with unpredictable allies was risky, and there was danger coming from that gate, Paul said. Dolan's group was deep in the forest when a girl from his team called out to him. They were the first to find the escape gate. Even though it wasn't their goal, it was good to have an escape route, and he ordered a mark to be left on the tree. But then one of his men laughed loudly, and Dolan told him to be quiet, afraid that it would attract the attention of the monsters. But the comrade did not listen and giggled loudly and disgustingly. Then the magician grabbed him by the shoulder to calm him down. But it didn't help. The man was covered in sweat and tears, and the crazy grin never left his face. It became clear that he was not in control of himself. The others also began to cough, and the clearing where they were was covered by a strange haze that made their throats itch. The magician realized it was poison and rushed to the exit to get out. He could find new comrades. But then a toadstool appeared behind him and smiled welcomingly. Smoke came out of her hat, which was poisonous mushroom spores. It instantly paralyzed the magician and made him mad. Later, Debo followed Paul. They came to a gorge at the bottom of which a river flowed, but they never entered into battle. When they saw the red flare, someone let them know they had met the boss. Debo was surprised that everyone was given the order to gather when the main monster was found, rather than trying to take it personally. Paul immediately saw that one team had not returned. The rest were staring at them. Everyone was assembled, and the seeker in the red bandage began his explanation. One seeker noted that Dolan's command was still not there, and the bandage objected to her that there was no point in waiting for him either, because their group was discovered by the boss, the seeker said. And he added that the boss had just dealt with Dolan and his team, and the monster was a clown toadstool. The girl was horrified. Her team didn't have enough strength for such a fight. A whisper went through the ranks of the seekers. They already considered the whole thing hopeless. Debo asked Paul if the boss was really that dangerous. Paul thought, with their current level, the toadstool monster is quite dangerous for them. Because of the poison and the spores it released, engaging in close combat was pointless, leaving ranged combat, but the mushroom was agile and durable. What's worse, said the bandage, the monster is standing at the exit, and the only way to get to it is to go around the monster. Debo hit himself in the chest and said that it was no problem, because it was just one arrow from his leader. But Paul immediately told him to slam the bread slicer shut. This angered the guy, but he still listened to him, and Paul told the others that they needed a good plan or everyone would die. A fire arrow won't even be able to scratch a toadstool, he stunned Daibo. Even ordinary monsters have tough skin here, so there's no point in even thinking about the boss, the magician said. Paviska sighed and called Paul's words nonsense, but what else could one expect from slaves? His comrade asked what decision they would make, and then Paul raised his hand and got everyone's attention. He said that he wanted 50,000 from each of them. There were 30 of them here, 1.5 million in total. And then they will act as bait to distract the toadstool from leaving. There was a silence, and Debo realized that his boss was not joking, and he completely lost his mind. The bandage angrily told him not to interfere, even though the slave's thinking had not yet evaporated. The bait would not work here. The useless bait could quickly die and chase after the seekers, and then everything would be fine. The slaves would only get in the way of the high-level gates. And who is he to push such ideas, since the guy next to him hasn't even awakened his powers? Asked the seeker in the bandage. Debo got angry again, this time because he was being underestimated. The bandaged scoundrel was always asking for trouble. Then Paul calmly asked what he was proposing. But since they were gathered here, that meant there was no plan, he quickly realized. He added that their team has one person with 2 circles and one with the first. Debo himself was surprised and looked at his wrist, where a blue circle was burning. He himself did not notice how he had awakened it while fighting the monsters. Moreover, the seeker with the bandage's team only had a couple of people with the second circle of power. One of the seekers shouted at Paul to wait so that he wouldn't change his mind. She accepted his offer and promised to pay if he became bait, although she didn't have any money on her at the moment. Paul agreed to accept the payment upon release. If they couldn't escape, they would simply sacrifice themselves. But he immediately added that his main condition was the consent of absolutely every seeker. He gave them time to think. Although the solution was already obvious, the low-level seekers had no other ideas. Meanwhile, the monster was finishing its morning meal, gnawing on the remains of the less fortunate seekers. He saw an arrow flying towards her, but it was too late. The toadstool didn't have time to dodge the unexpected attack, and caught a volley in the toothy mouth. The mushroom immediately released miasma, and Paul told Debo to run as soon as he saw them. They had masks on their faces. The monster quickly calculated the direction of the blow and rushed towards them with amazing speed. Debo was horrified by this reaction and asked Paul why the monster was so fast. When the mushroom left its post at the gate, the seekers rushed to it before the bait was killed. One of them pressed the button and the gate was activated. A blue saving portal appeared and everyone rushed towards it. Suddenly, Debo's path was blocked by Small Fry that jumped out at him from the bushes. But the guy became stronger. His axe caught fire, and he swung it with all his might. With one powerful slash, he destroyed all the small monsters that stood in their way. But the evil toadstool was already breathing down his neck and had its predatory mouth open. Debo could have become a snack, but Paul saved him by shooting fire at the monster, and the toadstool rolled back. He fired again while the target was immobilized by the first shot. But this time the mushroom dodged it gracefully and deftly, sliding to the side. But Paul wasn't so easy to deal with. He used telekinesis and returned the fire arrow back when the monster jumped. The arrow circled around the monster, distracting it from the bait and from the people at the exit. Fearing a blow, the monster crawled on all fours, but still quickly caught up with them. Debo shouted that they were being caught up, and he already felt the monster's teeth on himself. But they managed to run to the steep cliff and jumped straight there. Toadstool waved her hand and almost caught Debo. They were lucky that the monster didn't jump into the water. Debo chuckled, glad they were gone, and wished the monster well. Paul loaded the arrow again in mid-flight and shot at the toadstool to prevent it from following them. The shot threw the mushroom back, and the explosions dispersed its toxic fog. They miraculously avoided crashing into the bottom of a mountain stream that was carrying them quite quickly. Debo was spitting water, they almost drowned in the river, and both were wet from head to toe. What they had done was sheer madness, and Debo asked Paul what they were doing. "This is the main monster," Paul told him, "and to kill it, you need to prepare," he stated without a shadow of doubt in his voice. As they wrung out their clothes, Debo had the nagging feeling that his employer was crazy. He asked if he understood correctly that they were going to hunt the boss of this level, and the mage replied that it was true, which again discouraged the guy. Debo didn't understand. They were no longer bait. They needed to somehow escape from here. Paul's arrows were useless. It was unclear how he was going to defeat the toadstool, but Paul calmly stated that the situation was different now. All the competitors had left. They had received money for it. It was wonderful. He offered Debo a break from his contract if he was unhappy. But he quickly recovered, because that's not what he meant. He really did need the money. It was money. Then the bully asked the employer how they would deal with the monster, since their attacks weren't working on it, and getting into close combat would be suicide. Was there even a way to win? And Paul confidently stated that there was a way. Ebus was surprised that the group left the gate, and quite quickly, for a 40-person level. He asked Jaber, the Seeker's girl, what was going on with the hunt, and she immediately said that the hunt had been a complete failure. Dolan's team was dead, and Paul and his partner were still inside, and everyone was only able to escape because they became bait. They would never have been able to defeat the boss on their own, Gibert added, and Ebis fell silent. He looked at them with disdain. They just ran away. He asked. The girl complained that the boss was a toadstool, known for its cruelty. Then Ebis told his men who were on duty at the exit to leave. Gibert was worried that Paul and Debo were still inside, and asked them to wait. The gate was active, which meant they were still alive. But Ebis said that it wouldn't last long, because inside, according to them, there was a clown toadstool. He suggested that they wait if they wanted. Ebis was angry. The Seekers turned out to be useless fools, and the situation was not encouraging. A person with the second circle of power would never be able to kill a toadstool. The outcome was predetermined, and those who could only run away were of no interest to him. He wanted someone who could do the impossible, he thought, while the toadstool lurked in the forest. Paul took careful aim and took up a position far up the hill, near a steep cliff. He was the one who could do the impossible, and he was going to prove it. The arrow, into which he had put a lot of power, fired a volley, flying with acceleration. Compared to other bosses, the toadstool was distinguished by its speed and durability, and it also released poison, meaning the fight had to be conducted at a distance. With the current level of the fire arrow, it was problematic, but if you use telekinesis, you can spin the arrow at high speed, so the penetrating power and accuracy of the arrow increase, and it turns into a meteorite projectile. This shooting star charge makes it possible to do the impossible. The shot hit the toadstool right in the chest. It burned through her body and several trunks behind it. Paul wanted to hit both the head and the core on the first try, but he missed a little. After all, the shooting distance was extremely long. The monster saw the mountain from which he had shot and rushed to the cliff where the second star had lit up. The monster had already dodged this meteorite as he had seen it. With the arrow's flight speed at this rate, Paul sacrificed its maneuverability. It would no longer be possible to direct the charge toward the enemy, and on top of that, the skill would need to be recharged. He wanted to finish off the boss before the toadstool could recover, so he fired again. But he missed. The blow didn't even touch the mushroom, and Debo was already waiting for the monster behind the tree. Once he reached the desired area, the seeker pulled the rope, his face covered with a mask to protect him from the poisonous spores. The rope stretched between the trees caused the monster to stumble. He flew forward and fell into the swamp. In this place under the rock, the river had flooded, and the ground became swampy and soft. This was Paul's plan, which he decided to play on the terrain, which was quite resourceful. While the monster froze in place, not knowing what to do, Debo hit it with his long axe. The blow landed right on the head, and the monster's purple blood sprayed in all directions. Confident in his abilities, Debo beckoned the monster with his finger, inviting it to a bloody tango. The blow caused significant damage. The monster froze, and Debo waited for its further reactions. Paul wondered if they had done everything they needed to and watched the battle from a high cliff. In the swamp, the monster lost its speed, and the mud clogged the pores on its head, through which it released miasma. Now it was possible to compete with the toadstool in close combat without fearing for one's mental state. To further extend the leverage of the blow, Debo tied his axe to the end of the rope and swung. He released the axe at the target and grabbed the rope so he could still get it back. But the toadstool intercepted his weapon with its huge paw. Then Debo repeated the maneuver. With a return strike, he kept a safe distance for a counterattack and whipped the monster. The toadstool couldn't withstand the pressure of the small blows and moved towards him. But it didn't go as fast as the monster had expected. His feet got stuck deep in the swamp. This was another reason why it was worth luring him to this place, and Paul launched the meteorite at him again. The monster covered itself with its paws from the blow, but it was a precise hit, and its force was so great that the shot burned its way further. But it wasn't over yet. The core was deep in the head, and Paul shouted at Debo to hit the body. Debo used his axe again and threw it at the monster to weaken its defense. The axe flew straight at the head of the crazy and ugly toadstool, and then the monster grabbed him by the shaft and pulled him towards himself. Debo, from a fisherman, turned into a fish himself and flew into the swamp. Paul immediately used telekinesis to help his comrade. He dropped a heavy log, which they had also prepared in advance, on the monster. The tree pinned the toadstool to the water, and he had to deal with it. But Debo was already sitting on this trunk, having approached the monster unnoticed. Taking the axe, he pushed off from the wide cap of the mushroom and jumped onto the hard bank of the swamp. Then he began to circle around the monster, jumping on the logs and stones that lay in the swamp. To make it even more difficult for the monster to track Debo, Paul raised a curtain of mud. He splashed swamp mud into the monster's eyes, and it covered itself with its hands. The monster growled furiously and launched its paw into the water, hoping to grab Debo. But there was no one there anymore. Waiting until the toadstool turned away, Debo hit him in the neck. The axe severed the mushroom's head with a clean blow, the fire of its power helping to burn through the tough skin. Even without its head, the monster continued to stand on its own 2 feet. The guy gave a thumbs up. He was breathing heavily after all the running, and was glad that it was all over. And when the bully already thought that the fight was over, the shadow of a toadstool moved behind his back. A blow from a paw, which he did not have time to fully dodge, knocked him into the water. The axe flew away, and the monster screamed shrilly with the stump of its neck. The lack of a head did not bother it. Paul didn't understand what was going on, since they had cut off the monster's head, and he loaded the arrow. But the monster wanted to live, so he dodged. He also began to use snags and stones to jump on them. Then, to catch him, Fuale lifted a piece of wood into the air with the monster on it. Telekinesis did not work directly on living objects. The monster jumped below. Even without a head, it retained its sanity and coordination, meaning it did not have functional organs like humans. The monster grabbed the edge of the cliff with its claws and began to climb up it towards Paul. He had one last arrow left in reserve, after which there would be no time to reload, and shooting anywhere was also pointless. The situation was difficult, but then a wounded Debo appeared from the water. He was terribly angry at the tenacious creature, and he threw his axe at her with an explosive flash, having just created a new skill. The axe spun so fast that it severed the monster's lower body. But even this was not enough, and the monster crawled upward again. Debo shouted at Paul to be careful, and the magician spun his projectile. The shot flew past the monster's carcass, which was demonstrating miracles of agility on the cliffside. But this glancing blow exposed the core of the monster that was in his body. It was a real head. Paul thanked him for the tip. It turned out he had fired a flare as a decoy. Debo was also surprised that the shot turned out to be a bluff. A shooting star struck the toadstool's body and threw it off the cliff. The shot pierced the monster's body and tore its insides to shreds. His body exploded, releasing a huge cloud of poisonous mist. Until the very end, he was an annoying needle under his fingernail. Debo was indignant. To prevent his partner from being engulfed in a wave of miasma, Paul retrieved him using telekinesis and a rope. He pulled him out to his mountain, where the poisonous fog was not a threat to them. Daibo thought that he would die and sighed with relief. "Is that all for sure now?" the bully asked uncertainly, and Paul assured him that it was the end. He said that the core should be taken as soon as the smoke cleared, but at that moment, a shadow flashed. The monster was alive, surrounded by fog, and even in this state, it could kill them. Inside his holy body, an intact core sparkled. Debo laughed, not so much from the intoxicating smoke, but from the mockery of fate. Larkin listened to Ebis's report and laughed. Now he understood why he had returned. He laughed as if he had heard a funny joke and called Ebis mischievous. Ebis suggested handing over the matter to the Knights of the White Swan when there was a knock at the door. Ebis turned around and shouted for them not to be disturbed, but the intruder replied that he would come in anyway. The executive head wanted to be indignant, but stopped when he saw the intruder's face. Paul reported that he had returned, looking battered but healthy and whole. Larkin chuckled. It was interesting, he said, because he had been waiting for such a seeker for a long time. He asked Ebis how it happened that Paul returned from the dead. The guild boss was pleased to meet them in person and noted that Paul lived up to the rumors of his survival. These were exactly the kind they needed now, he added, and the seeker bowed in gratitude. Larkin was pleased with his polite answer and decided to ask another question. He was worried about whether he could show the same level of survival in the 100-man gate while actually proposing. Paul answered briefly that it would be difficult, but his voice sounded confident. Larkin frowned. Such an answer sounded monosyllabic and even rude towards him. Ebis was indignant and scolded Paul for such a speech, because he was recognized as a seeker, not so that he could choose his own tasks. He must not forget his duty, Ebis reminded. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, Larkin noted. He liked the guy's answer. He didn't like going around in circles. That's why I asked the guy directly what his conditions were for this task. Debo splashed oatmeal tea when he heard this story. Paul got them 5 million masses each for the next task. Debo was shocked by such a sum. Unfortunately for Paul, he splashed all his surprise in his face, and the wizard sat there wet. Debo asked if they were being too impudent, since the guild could refuse. This was their first time taking on a difficult task. But Paul replied, wiping his face, that it was not their problem. Let the guild decide for itself. Debo was surprised that Paul was acting so calmly, because if they failed, they would be blacklisted. A seeker with an eye patch who had been with them at the gate approached them and began to grumble that they looked relaxed while the others were depressed. Debo was indignant that they were being thanked so much for saving him. He immediately disliked this boor and suggested that they sort everything out outside the tavern, but the seekers bowed low and asked for forgiveness, which immediately cooled the ardor of the lively guy. The seeker with the blindfold admitted that he had judged them unfairly and doubted their abilities. He was ashamed of being such an adventurer. They paid Debo the promised amount and added a small tip of their own as a token of gratitude. But proud Paul said that they didn't need it. They agreed to work for the agreed amount. He simply did the job he signed up for, and no thanks are needed. He didn't want the seekers to misunderstand him. Daibo was indignant that he had been happy in vain, and grumbled that now he would have to count the coins in his wallet. The pirate's name was Ibiru, Paul remembered, and the seeker asked what about him. Could he do the job he was paid for? Paul surprised the bandaged seeker with his question. Ebis disagreed with Larkin's decision. Such sums were paid to seekers with 3 or more rings of power. He thought it was a bad precedent, but the boss said the guy could easily demand twice as much. He handed Ebisu some piece of paper and told him to read it. This time, their guild was sending only 2 people into the rift, Larkin said, and Ebis wondered what 2 could do. But when I read to the end, I was shocked. Larkin said that he bought this information for more money, and if it weren't for this, they could have had big problems. Dark Lord Jin read Ebis's name, and his heart trembled. Larkin poked him with a pen and reminded him that the war had already begun. The gates for 100 people were huge, and at their foot, the seekers set up an entire camp. Here they warmed food by the fire and chatted, preparing for the hike. Someone heard Debo and Paul's voices and turned around. The bully didn't expect their price to be accepted. Paul told him not to be in the clouds, but to get ready for the fight. And Debo replied that he was now an experienced seeker. Those who arrived at the camp were immediately examined and found to be wearing the Trade Guild sign. The mood was tense. In such units, allies were to be feared no less than enemies. A seeker named Genos approached them and introduced himself, recognizing their guild. Paul also introduced himself and said that he was of middle rank, which surprised Genos, who thought that only those with 1 or 2 circles could enter here. He didn't understand how such a young and seemingly inexperienced guy could already have a middle rank. But then someone called out to them and demanded that they clear the way. It was a girl knight with long blonde hair and a beautiful figure. Genos left the newcomers at the camp, annoyed that the girl was with them and he had just wasted his time. Then the guild presented him with counter conditions, and Paul asked Ebis why he had to fulfill them. He grunted in response so that the boy would do what he was told and not ask questions. The Gapor Guild has agreed to work together with the Order of Knights. They follow the teachings of the Empress and are the strongest attachment. Those who are called the Symbol of Power are interested in this gate. Since the quotas were already taken by other guilds, Ebis decided to join the Knights. With them, they would have a better chance. The Knights may have had other motives for the campaign, but they made Gapor a good offer. Paul said he understood everything. They just needed to work together. But Ebis warned that it wouldn't be easy. He added that he suspected that something was wrong with the Knights. The blonde beauty's name was Kira. She was in charge of the newcomers to their order, and she warned them not to think she was their equal just because they exchanged a few words. Kira didn't want any extra problems and told him to listen to her orders silently and carry them out. Debo immediately took everything with hostility. She realized that only the 2 of them could be expected from the Trade Guild, and Paul nodded. Kira sighed, which meant that Gapor had finally given up. Alongside them were more trained and numerous squads of seekers, such as Crocus, or the Meridia Guild Squad, full of experienced and stern veterans. Elite warriors from the best guilds had gathered here, and the atmosphere changed dramatically when they arrived. 3 red-haired girls, called the Sisters, from the Gold Trading Guild, stood out in particular. Kira called the girls arrogant, although she herself was not far from them. Another warrior stepped forward and addressed everyone. His name was Long. Their squad was chosen to guard the raid. They would cover the squad during the retreat. He knew that everyone already knew the assignment, but he decided to go over the details again, especially for the audience. All the items they find in the gates belong not to the Seekers, but to their guilds, but the magic stones remain with the Hunters. And if anyone decides to commit a deception, Long's squad will deal with them, he said, and pointed to the stern guys behind him, the 2nd rank of strength. Debo noticed that all the members of the barrier squad had 5 circles on their wrists. It was not a good idea to mess around with them. After the short briefing was over, everyone could go inside. Kira told them to follow her. Her squad was to be the leader. The girl was determined and declared that victory would be theirs. Debo grumbled and wondered if they would really have to work with someone like her. Paul was waiting for this opportunity and worked for it. Even in his past life, he had not been in this rift. And this is where it all begins. He told Debo to go, and he went to the red gate first. The rift spilled them out into the grain field in a powerful red flash. There was only one road, so the warriors of the campaign were spread out along it. The grain field was so high that tall searchers could easily hide in it. Kira interrupted him, saying that they had not come here to admire nature, and hurried them on. And they walked forward through the wheat field like in one movie about fighters in the arena. And Debo asked how long they would have this attitude now. But when he turned around, he saw Paul crawling on the ground like a bloodhound. He asked the boss what he was doing and what kind of game it was, and Paul continued to listen imperturbably. He heard them clearly. Others also noticed and raised a cry. Ribbon pigs ran towards them. There were a great many of them, and they moved very quickly, immediately disrupting the order of the searchers stretched out along the path. Kira shouted for everyone to split up and not stand there like a pillar. Not everyone had passed through the portal yet. It's not a written rule not to attract enemies to the entrance, she shouted. People began to bustle about, and everyone defended themselves as best they could, but their actions lacked coherence. The stream of pigs cut through their column. After all, the searchers were not a single army, but a combined detachment of many groups. The pigs were vicious and overwhelmed by their numbers. If you were too distracted by them, you could end up surrounded. So people started running away. Kira tried to lead the monsters to an area where there were more obstacles and wanted to kill them there. However, she was informed that the couple from the Gapor Guild that was with them had disappeared. Now that they were separated, Debo breathed a sigh of relief and asked how Paul knew they would be attacked by ribbon pigs. "It's all simple," Paul answered. There are always herds of monsters roaming the open countryside, he said from his own experience. The average length of a boar is 2 meters. It is a truly aggressive fighting boar. They move in herds of hundreds and even thousands of individuals. Even though it was a difficult opponent, they could be killed. Other guilds think the same, but at first they will avoid battle to save their strength. And since no one knows what they will encounter, it won't end with just boars. Before his reincarnation, no one returned from this raid, and the expedition was a complete failure. Debo asked his employer what he was thinking about, and he didn't even notice how he hit the tripwire. At the last second, Paul managed to pull it back so that the mechanism that launched the stakes wouldn't hit the bungler. Debo was stunned that he almost fell into a real hunting trap. Normal monsters don't set such things. But who could put it there? He was nervous, and Paul also became gloomy. Somewhere in the forest, someone did the same trick and cut the rope, throwing a suspended sharp log at the man. The trap would have killed a less experienced warrior, but the bald one was able to dodge it and chop the log. For him, it was a child's level. His comrades reported that they had finished clearing the area. The masked seeker told the bald man not to relax and to watch his rear. Even though these were small traps, they could kill or seriously injure on the spot. The monsters copied the hunting methods of people and clearly had brains. These were traces of the Hobbs activity, and it was more difficult to deal with them as they were equal in strength to the Red Gate boss. Now it was clear what to expect. Everyone would have already died if they had not had a seeker of his level, said the masked man, and ordered them to follow him. He heard some noise and told everyone to make sure they hadn't forgotten anything, but he fell silent when he saw how the bald head separated from the body and bounced about its business like a soccer ball. And then, something killed everyone with them with lightning speed, depriving them of their heads in the same way. He himself didn't even have time to move before the enemy killed him from stealth mode. The last thing he heard as his head flew down was the killer mocking them. Someone was sitting on a rock by the trail and said that although he didn't know who came up with the idea of using pigs to distract people, the trick worked well. He looked tired and had smudged mascara under his eyes. "There is nothing to be done. There is little time," said the magician, and stood up from the stone, holding his staff in his hand. The trio of red-haired sisters looked at him silently and did not move. They couldn't move, because that was the magic of the cross-eyed sorcerer. The paralysis spell would last for another half hour, he explained. One of the sisters, overcoming the magic, forced out a question about why this was being done, which surprised the sorcerer. The girl looked dangerous, so the sorcerer decided to get rid of her first and struck her in the stomach with his staff. The sisters watched in horror as their relative died and did not stop trying to do anything. The sorcerer scratched his chin. It was not easy to answer the murdered victim's question, and he wondered why he was doing this. Then he again pointed the fiery staff at the silent sisters, who could only tremble with fear. "All for the black magician," said the sorcerer, and his staff burst into flames. The fire arrow killed both sisters in one fell swoop. "There is no end to them," said the sorcerer, and sighed, as if he was already tired of killing. He just wanted to fool around when the real villain, with wine at the window, called him. He told William that they had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, building up their strength, and now it was time to act. The sorcerer William, who knelt down, said that he would fulfill everything. His master told him to take the feather that the man had given him and warned him that failure was unacceptable. After this, William could not slack off and had to work hard. There was no other way out but to take the matter seriously, and the sorcerer went along the path in search of other unfortunates. The Hobb camp was well fortified and surrounded by a palisade, and also had gates and high towers. In fact, it was an entire settlement, with constant guards and workers and scouts scurrying back and forth. A couple of brave seekers approached the camp itself without being noticed. Who are these? A silent question could be read on Debo's face, as he saw such organized monsters for the first time. He was worried that all the greenskins were bosses, but in reality they had one leader. All the hobbies were strong, of a strong build, and they found a use for the tools of the Seekers and took them for themselves. And some monsters were also able to use skills like the Seekers, which completely terrified Daibo. When he got tired of being indignant, Paul said that they would deal with him, although the bully was indignant that he would not attack them both. A couple of hobbies, a working guard, were moving through the forest. When Debo ambushed the strongest one and chopped him with an axe, the agile warrior Hobb dodged. Since Debo didn't want to go hunting together, Paul sent him to fight alone. The joke turned out great. The monster counterattacked. Even its bare fist the size of a man's head was enough to kill. But Debo's skill with long polearms and agility had greatly increased, and he easily dodged. He used the shaft as a jumping pole and, resting it on the ground, jumped. Hob didn't give him a break and hit him again, forcing Debo to move. Only his cat-like flexibility and heightened sense of combat saved him. The monster growled and its red eyes flashed, but its movements were precise. But Debo had his close combat technique on his side, and seizing the moment, he struck the Hob's jaw with the hilt. And then he quickly moved the attack downwards and slashed the tip into the stomach, causing the Hob to fall to the ground. Then Debo jumped up to finish off the greenskin, but his blow went into the ground because the Hob deftly got into a stance. He did not run away, even in such a disadvantageous position. Moreover, he pressed with his whole body and pushed Debo into the tree, and he lost his balance. The guy gritted his teeth. Now a fighting spirit was flaring up in him. With these hobbies, everything wasn't so simple, he muttered. Hob landed several hooks and knocked down a thick tree trunk, but Debo managed to duck. And then, moving towards the Hob, he cut off his hand. However, the green-skinned man grabbed him by the face with his remaining paw and squeezed tightly. Hob placed Debo on the ground, pushing him into the soft soil to look for moles. If it weren't for his strong neck, his spine would have been broken. The bully grabbed the Hob's paw with his legs and took him into a lock. Debo's efforts broke his arm at the elbow, and the Hobie growled in pain. He broke free from the Seeker's grip, and the latter was able to break the distance, which was advantageous for him. Now he could attack with full force with his long, charged axe, and the Hob did not run away, even in the face of death. Later, Paul joined in and helped Debo deal with the hobbies. The guy had done well, and should now have felt more confident with his new opponent, but he said his doubts had deepened. He was even more worried that he might encounter a crowd of such monsters. But he fell silent when they came out into a clearing where there was a real massacre. Among the dead, they identified the Empress's knights, led by Kira, one of whom still showed signs of life. He was holding the wound on his side and sitting under a tree. The guy looked bad. Paul asked him what had happened and suggested that the squad had encountered the Hobs. But the wounded knight said with difficulty that everything was not like that at all. It was a betrayal for the purpose of hunting, he told, while Ebby sat in his safe office, away from everything, and thought. There are seekers who attack their own kind, taking advantage of the fact that no laws apply within the gates and there are no witnesses. An ideal place for a crime. Ibis believed that this would not happen on this mission, since the enemy within was strong, and if you took the items of others, you would become suspicious. Debo couldn't believe what he heard, but Paul agreed with this explanation. After all, Kira herself was not among the killed and wounded, he noted. The knight hit the ground with his fist and said that it was his fault that he did not notice how Lady Kira betrayed them, although he did not understand why she did it. Paul said it was hard to believe. Kira was a knight of the Order. She did not receive any benefit from killing her own. The knight began to cry and said that now he understood the order that Kira gave. She called herself a follower of the Dark Magician, and when they broke away from the others, she attacked, obeying his will. Debo was shocked by these words, but Paul was in no hurry to react. 8 centuries ago, a superior mage had many followers and threatened the world. 6 heroes rebelled against him and entered the battle. The heroes were able to attack the mage's minions, and chaos ensued among their ranks, leading to their downfall. All the inhabitants of Maple knew about this. It was terrifying to hear about the followers of the Dark Magician from the legends. Paul said that this time there would be no chance to hunt monsters, and that they needed to find Kira first. He told the knight that he would go with them, and that he better be ready to fight when they found her. The knight confidently stated that this was exactly what he wanted, despite his wounds. Knight Kira ran as fast as she could through the forest, completely alone. When a strange man dressed as a magician and holding a staff blocked her path, he said that he had been waiting for her. He knew her name, and he was not alone in this place. There were other seekers standing nearby with smiles on their faces. He guessed that it was she who had distracted the ribbon pigs, and thanks to this, it was easier for them to deal with the other seekers. Now they were moving on to completing the plan, and he asked if she liked the gift they had prepared. Kira drew her blade. Debo suggested going slower since Paul had gone ahead, but the knight said he was fine. Debo added that they would soon track down Kira, and the knight said that this was good news and took out a knife. Kira encountered a dagger master. The killer was quite agile and fast, and it was not easy for her. William was impressed that she had already fought off several assassins, as expected from the commander of the knights. But how long can she escape their blades and avoid death? Kira used her Rising Sun skill. An aura of light surrounded her and her sword ignited. But while she was standing in a stance, One of the killers took advantage of this and attacked her from above. However, Kira still parried his blows, and the golden sword counterattacked. The killer shouted "Stop!" when he saw his fast-flying death. Kira's sword exploded with force, and the assassin was torn apart. Kira stepped aside and assumed a defensive stance again. The girl was breathing heavily and threatened to kill them if they did not tell her about their plans. William hissed loudly and told the assassins to stop messing around and finish off the knight's girl. Obeying his will, they launched a simultaneous attack while Kira recharged her skills. But then someone jumped out in front of her and cut off the head of her most zealous opponent. Kira was surprised to see this nondescript guy who had just saved her. Debo tried to make it in time and covered the girl with his body. Now their roles had slightly changed. As he walked through the forest, the wounded knight kept talking to him, and then he grabbed Debo by the throat and stabbed him with a dagger, telling him to say hello to Kira when he met him. But at that very moment, the murderer and traitor lost the hand in which he held the knife. He fell to the ground, wincing in pain, and Debo was completely stunned. The killer kept screaming about his hand when Paul stood over him with an indifferent look. Debo asked his employer hesitantly what was the matter. Paul said that killers never exceed his expectations. He looked at him reproachfully because he was given a chance to leave alive, and he did this. The killer's face was distorted with horror, pain, and fear. He already understood that the same fate awaited him as his victims. Paul said that this is why he doesn't trust people. His staff caught fire, and the verdict was not long in coming. The wizard William moved closer to get a better look at the youth who had disturbed them. He didn't like the uninvited guests and grimaced with anger. A girl from the Dark Mage's acolytes told the sorcerer that the guy in front of them was from the Gapur Guild, and William said that he understood. Cowardly Pete couldn't even kill himself, and this was after he was given a second chance. Although he missed Lady Kira, compassion was in vain. "That's bad luck," said the sorcerer, and looked at the knight's girlfriend. They both looked strong, which meant that only the elite should be allowed in. Kira shouted warningly at Debo to be careful, but the boy understood everything. "They're not normal," he replied, although that's not what Kira meant. William ordered that they be finished off and sent his dogs to attack. Debo asked Kira if she could handle at least one. He decided to take on the rest, but the girl told him not to underestimate her. At that moment, the assassin slid past with a ferocious blow, and Debo had to dodge, but he immediately counterattacked. After the battle with the Hobbs, his senses were heightened to the limit. Now the Dark Mage's minion was dodging. "Nothing special," Debo snorted self-confidently and swung the axe again. He heard the spell being activated and barely moved his head away from the fiery arrow. The Dark Mage's minion had a crossbow in her hands, which changed the balance of power on the battlefield. While she was shooting at him, Debo got distracted and stopped watching the rear, and they had already snuck up on him. Even though he tried to dodge, he was still wounded in the back. The killer was annoyed that the wound was light and did not hit the bones. Pleased with himself, he shouted to Debo not to be afraid. Death would come soon anyway. The enemy performed an unimaginable somersault and attacked from above with a fiery sword. Kira saw Debo freeze without moving and was distracted to shout at him to wake up. But Debo had planned it all this way. When his opponent relaxed, he let him get closer, and then, dodging the blow, found himself behind him. The trick worked, and the villain's fate was sealed. He split in two like a log. Another of the Dark Mage's minions rushed at Debo with a spear to avenge his fallen ally. The boy deftly dodged the stinging blows, as if he could predict their movement. After another jab at him, Debo delivered a powerful blow and sent his opponent flying. And then the enemy realized that Debo was much stronger than he seemed. It was a disappointment, Debo told them, as another assassin flew at his opponent from behind. Kira dealt with her opponent very well and buried his nose in the ground like a shameful newcomer. Kira snorted contemptuously. "And this is what they call the elite?" she asked. The murderers became enraged by this double humiliation and began to curse foully. But then the sorcerer stepped in. He said that he could not watch this any longer and loaded a fire arrow. Time was running out for them. Debo recognized the spell that his employer usually used, but this arrow flew many times faster. Time seemed to slow down for Debo, but he could not move. There was a powerful explosion that made everyone's ears ring. The sorcerer chuckled. Even though Debo recognized the spell, it didn't matter, because William's spell was different. He was about to move on to clearing the gates, but a new player appeared on the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that no one was hurt by the explosion. Paul used telekinesis on something far away in the thicket of grass and told the sorcerer that his guests were running there. Ahead of them, a small boar was running, chasing some kind of stick wrapped in a rag. The other pigs were simply running after the first one. And all this brotherhood went straight to the murderers, led by a cunning bait. A stream of pigs made its way through the thicket, sweeping away everything in its path. The pigs grunted and squealed horribly, their gaping mouths full of teeth, but they all began to fall into a heap of meat in front of the sorcerer. They had to work hard to cope with the unexpected attack, but taking advantage of this, their main target escaped. The sorcerer turned to one of his minions, who immediately apologized. He too was breathing heavily after stabbing several boars with his sword. William told them that there was no time to rest, so they must immediately set out in pursuit. They couldn't let ordinary seekers leave the gate, otherwise there would be trouble, thought William. The magician he met was strange. The sorcerer told them to simply restrain the magician if they came across him. He wanted to deal with him himself. But when the henchmen began to object that the enemy did not look weak, the proud sorcerer growled that there was no one stronger than him in these gates. Debo was glad that they left and exposed their enemies, but Paul reminded him of the traps and said that the killers would not die so easily. Of course, the bully understood this, but he was surprised that the magician did not kill them immediately. After all, he could have taken advantage of the moment and struck them down. But Paul stunned him by saying that his enemies were stronger than him, and the magician thought about the fiery arrow that he had barely reflected. Debo could have really died if Paul had hesitated even for a moment. At the last second, he hit his enemy's arrow. It was a precise and well-calculated shot. He thought he had succeeded. But then, in the cloud of the explosion, I saw how the enemy's arrow continued to move. His fire only changed the trajectory of the enemy's magic, but did not harm it in any way. Debo still thought it was a joke and laughed nervously, even though he knew his employer never joked. The bully was outraged that they simply ran away, and Paul unlaced his bracer. The circles on his wrist became as wide as possible. Debo didn't understand what it meant. If the circles have become wider, it means that your abilities have also become better. Paul was at the peak of the second circle. In theory, they should be equal to the sorcerer. This means that the enemy has very strong magic. He definitely has 2 rings, but he somehow strengthened his magic. Their enemy is the most powerful seeker in this gate, Paul concluded, and stunned his companions. Debo suggested setting the hobs on the enemies, but the greenskins were not simple boars. They could see through such a plan and put it to use, Debo shouted. Does he understand what situation they are in if he says this? Kira interrupted their argument and said that the main thing was that the Dark Magician's minions had managed to infiltrate the ranks of the knights, and the fate of the world depended on it. Kira insisted that they needed to leave now and forget about conquering the gates, her voice and hands trembling as she did so. But duty came first. Paul sharply replied that it didn't matter, which angered the knight's girl. She was indignant, as one would expect from a former slave who was eager to get the reward from the raid. Paul countered by asking her what she would do after she told him what had happened, and whether she would be able to cope with it all. The Dark Magician's followers hid for several generations. If you trumpet to the whole world that they have returned, they will only dig deeper into the ground, and they will continue to poison their world from within, said Paul. And Kira, unable to bear it, grabbed him by the collar. She screamed at him in rage. What was he suggesting? If he opened his mouth, he must have a plan. They were being pursued right now, and they needed to run before it was too late. Paul grabbed her hand and said that she just needed to show the enemies who the real hunter was. 3 killers were on their trail, sparing no effort to catch their target. Ultimately, they were now fighting for their lives, when suddenly their pursuers themselves fell into an ambush. Debo grinned and asked if they missed them. His axe nearly cut off the head of the first runner, but his partner quickly covered him and attacked with Debo's spear. But then Kira cut the rope, and the heavy log that the hobs had hung up hit the pursuer. Kira snorted contemptuously and came out of her hiding place. They managed to easily get rid of one of the 3. Debo swung his axe and asked his opponent if he had time to stare around. But when he struck, the enemy was able to dodge and immediately counterattack, aiming the dagger at the throat. But the guy reacted and pulled his head away, the dagger whistling past. And the killer himself ran into a counter knee blow. It was a brilliant contact. Debo let go of his axe and began to beat the enemy with his bare fists. Periodically adding kicks, the opponent quickly fell apart. A powerful serve landed right in the face, which resembled a cutlet in color. Nearby, another assassin was aiming a crossbow at them, but was unable to fire because Debo was too close to his opponent. While she was thinking about what was happening and what to do, Kira attacked the hapless shooter. At the last second, the enemy dodged a stabbing blow to the head, but Kira's attack did not end there. Her blade struck again and again, forcing her opponent to retreat. At the end, she couldn't keep up, and Kira hit her with the hilt of her sword. The killer was forced to shield herself with her crossbow, effectively leaving her weaponless. Kira growled to make her opponent focus on the battle, as she was already getting irritated by the whole situation. William walked slowly, and from the sounds he could hear that the battle had already begun. Paul blocked his path, and the sorcerer asked if they had come out in such a way that the magician accidentally knew about them. But Paul didn't answer. There was no point. He was focused on the duel. The sorcerer and the mage both took out their staffs and filled them with mana. A mad grin blossomed on William's face. He was confident in his power. Paul responded with his own fiery arrow, the experience of a great magician on his side. The sorcerer's shot reached him first, and Paul dodged the blast. He used telekinesis and launched his arrow in a curved trajectory while still moving. The sorcerer growled superbly, with the face of a madman. This battle was to his liking. Paul's shot exploded, momentarily blocking his vision. That was the drawback of this magic. In battles with small targets, out of the corner of his eye, Paul caught movement. Something was flying in his direction. He barely returned and saw a cobblestone that almost smashed his head. "That's all I can do," William shouted to him, coming up behind the magician. The sorcerer swung his staff and fired almost point blank. Everything around was covered in smoke, and the flames of the explosion devoured the dry grass and leaves underfoot. But Paul survived. He stood completely unharmed, facing the enemy. William asked him how he nullified this attack. He didn't expect that. Paul certainly wouldn't have had the strength to block something like that, but he still managed to do it somehow. Paul looked at the lunatic who was expecting everything to be told to him honestly right during the fight. William grumbled in disappointment. He realized that he had been dealt with a taciturn opponent. "But they still shouldn't chat," said the sorcerer, and fired the charge. The fire arrow slid off Paul's staff like a shooting star, and he spun it with the power of kinesis. The sorcerer recognized this movement, but was very surprised. He had never seen such an application of magic. His shot was completely destroyed when the flames from the two charges collided, causing a powerful explosion. Paul's abilities were enhanced by telekinesis, the sorcerer realized. He was facing a true genius. William chuckled again. He hated those more than anyone else, he grumbled enviously. He suggested enjoying this fight a little longer and fired a lightning bolt. This time, Paul blocked the blow with the stone shield he raised in front of him. But the sorcerer's magic was so sharp that it pierced even the stone barrier. Madman William was sure that Paul was hiding his best skill and pursued him with the passion of a predatory wolf. And it was not for nothing that he thought so. While the sorcerer was distracted, Paul fired an arrow in a curve into the enemy's blind spot, but he was able to dodge. And when the arrow flew past, he sharply returned it so that it would tickle the sorcerer's nerves again. This magic did not allow him to stand still and deprived him of the ability to quickly aim and shoot. William was constantly busy dodging. At the cost of enormous effort, he finally shot Paul and shouted that the games were over. The super-fast charge rushed towards Paul, but he did not waste his energy on unnecessary movements. A fallen star was already spinning in his staff to meet this blow. A flash of flame scorched his face, and the shockwave nearly tore him to shreds. William snuck up behind him, and now Paul used both spells, which was what he had been waiting for. His ring glowed green, and he puffed out a poisonous mist towards the mage. Everything within the radius of their battlefield was covered in this green haze. It was a powerful technique, but when using it, William was defenseless. But by determining the enemy's techniques and reload speed, he was able to calculate Paul's attacks and interrupt them. Now the magician could not move for 30 minutes, said the sorcerer. His fire arrow was also recharging, so he took out his dagger to finish off his opponent and did not hide his bloodlust. With the face of a bloodthirsty maniac, William said that he was looking forward to the expression that would appear on the magician's face. It could have been a tremor or a pitiful cry, but it looked like someone was about to receive a funeral notice. While the maniac was drooling, Paul swung his weapon. His blow crushed the ugly face into pieces, while the sorcerer was not expecting anything. The fist counted all the scoundrel's teeth, corrected the symmetry of his face, and removed the bruises under his eyes. The stunned sorcerer flew away from such a greeting. In the tavern, a seeker with a red headband asked Debo how Paul did it. The boss wasn't there, and he was grilling Debo to tell him how Paul dealt with the madcap's poison. Debo laughed. Even if someone heard about this method, they would hardly be able to repeat it. Paul called it subspace. This magic sucked in the air and locked it with kinesis. They almost died from the poison, but Paul saved them. There was nothing special about it, laughed Debo. and the seeker with the bandage muttered that it wasn't fair. The whole point was that Debo's employer was too powerful. The sorcerer received an additional uppercut to the jaw and threw his head back far. Then Paul crushed his internal organs with a series of blows to the body. William flew into a tree. In close combat, the self-confident magician was no better than a village scoundrel. Paul pulled the staff towards himself with kinesis, like a true defender of the light side of the Force. The sorcerer screamed desperately. He was humiliated and disgraced as never before in his life. But Paul's fiery arrow burned through the tree behind his back and took off the sorcerer's hand. Writhing in pain and shock on the ground, the sorcerer again used his main trump card, the Ring of Poison. The green mist splashed straight at Paul. If it hadn't been an ordinary magician in his place, he would have fallen under its influence. But Paul gathered the fog into one ball, subspaces, and cleared the air. The sorcerer behaved as if he had gone mad. But in reality, Paul understood that he was aiming at him. The sorcerer's poison did not work, and he wanted his staff back. The magician held the sorcerer's staff at gunpoint and waited for his next attack. But the blow was unexpected. The sorcerer managed to hide and go behind his back. Some powerful magic blossomed behind his back, and his wrist glowed with power. Even the wounded and beaten sorcerer promised to kill him. The fiery explosion left a deep furrow in the ground, and Paul lay at the end of it. He lost his vigilance for just a moment and was caught in a wave of fire. He never expected that the sorcerer had a fireball hidden in his pocket. He would never have made such a mistake before. Debo heard a powerful explosion in the place where Paul was fighting. He had already defeated his opponent in a fair fight one-on-one. But if Paul lost, it would be all over for them. Meanwhile, Kira dealt with the assassin who was wielding a spear. His head rolled towards the body of the crossbow-wielding assassin, Kira demonstrating amazing knightly skills. She shouted at the bully to stop being naughty and to finish off his opponent, because Paul's enemy was too strong and he could not handle him alone. Debo shouted to her that he was going to do it anyway when his enemy caught the arrow with his eyelid, although the trick didn't quite work. The greenskins, hearing the noise of the battle, quickly approached them and decided to attack at the moment when the people had already weakened each other. Debo snorted. Kira told him to get it together and finish this quickly, but the bully warned her that they were not that simple. Besides, there was someone strange among them. The Hobbs were carrying heavy stretchers, on which, as if on a throne, sat a fat Hob, holding a staff in its paws. The sorcerer stood in the middle of a sea of fire, wondering whether he had killed Paul or not. He was spitting blood from his wounds and exhaustion, and his eyes were red from burst blood vessels. The sorcerer had expended a lot of mana, and now he was feeling nauseous, a common side effect. Black lightning bolts of mana deficiency ran across his skin. He had to admit that his enemy was strong to have brought the sorcerer to such a state. William said he should have asked the genius's name before killing him. When he heard Paul identify himself, the sorcerer shuddered and could not believe it. Paul told him to remember it well, because this is the last name the sorcerer will hear. William grinned. He still considered the guy's words a bluff, bravado, because he couldn't compare to him. But Paul said he didn't care. He couldn't catch up with him with only 2 laps, and he was clutching the monster's core in his hands. Seeing the mana stone, the sorcerer laughed. He understood Paul's idea to get another circle of mana after absorbing the stone. He laughed maliciously, calling the guy an ignorant newbie, because it takes a lot of training to get it. Experience and enlightenment. All right, Paul agreed with him, and successfully absorbed the mana stone. At that moment, the madman's brain refused to accept reality, and he froze with a stupid face. Paul already had more than enough of both, and a thin line of power lit up his wrist. But the sorcerer did not calm down. He believed that all this was a trick to intimidate him, and he rushed towards the magician. He fired 2 fire arrows at Paul at once, despite his mana being depleted. And although the magician was also exhausted, he responded with 1 arrow. His arrow reflected the sorcerer's magic, and then he used a fireball. But Paul spun his magic, giving it the power of a falling star. The fiery tornado unleashed all the sorcerer's power and brought death. He screamed, but it was too late to do anything. A flash of light burned a hole in him. The flames did not stop there and carved a new, straight path through the forest. Paul was breathing heavily. He barely gained the upper hand. His opponent had many dangerous tricks, and only a miracle saved the magician. At the site of the explosion, a deep rut remained, as if a giant had drawn it with his finger. The heat of the flames was still rising from the ground, and Paul had already forgotten the name of the sorcerer whom he had just turned to ashes. But the Seekers had no time to relax. The greenskins were pursuing them in their entire herd. Kira carried the wounded Debo on her back and hid in the shadow of a tree. But their cover was unreliable. Everything didn't go according to plan, and at any moment, it could have ended badly. Zadira merrily swung his axe and drove away the monsters. He began to kill hobbies much faster and killed more than 15 souls. But Kira had some trouble with the ferocious monsters, who didn't use any fencing techniques. Debo fought in the same freestyle as these barbarians, so he saw right through them. And to one unpredictability and daring, he responded with his own. His movements looked crazy, but every jump was fatal, and the training with Paul that took place at the beginning of the mission also helped. But his winning streak was suddenly broken when he was hit by a fireball. The flames from the explosion were so dense that they almost hit the hob next door. It was a fireball spell that the hob on the throne cast. Kira couldn't even imagine that the monster in the rift was capable of controlling the Seeker's items and using magic. All plans went to waste. They could only hide and wait for Paul to return. She hoped he was still alive when they themselves were discovered by the hobs. Kira barely escaped the blow, and she still had to carry Debo, who was unconscious. There were many hobs. Each one was strong, and they quickly overtook them. One of the greenskins blocked Kira's path and swung to strike. Then the girl performed an unexpected circus act. She threw the wounded man into the sky and hit the hob in return. After this performance, she successfully caught Debo to off-screen applause. Kira would have dealt with the monsters if they had attacked one by one. That's what she thought, but her path was blocked by a wall of fire, which immediately cut off part of the forest. The greenskin leader laughed a croaking laugh. He was the main threat with his long range and devastating attacks. Kira was running like a hare again, and a massive charge was already flying at her back. The flames burned her back and everything below, giving her acceleration, but it was not enough. There was a powerful explosion, and when the smoke cleared, Debo stood in the monster's path. He covered Kira with his body, and it was surprising that he could still stand on his feet. What's even crazier is that Debo went into battle himself after taking the attack. The Hob chieftain growled at his subjects, and they too went into battle. Debo ran to meet him. The only way to hide from the leader's magic was to be near his subordinates. He cut down several hobs at once with lightning speed, and didn't even notice them. But he was immediately attacked from behind by an ability-enhanced axe. Debo dodged, and his axe cut through the stomach of a large hob warrior. The greenskin leader was so afraid of the Seeker that he charged with fire, ignoring his own. Kira, who was watching the fight, couldn't believe what was happening. Such a comeback could only happen in a theater. Debo simply jumped up using the trees as support, avoided the blast radius, and attacked the leader from the sky. His eyes burned like coals, and the axe rushed towards the monster with all its inexorability. Debo almost got the leader, but he managed to summon another fire blast that was impossible to dodge. Debo lost his outer clothing, was badly burned, and collapsed into Kira's arms. However, the leader was also wounded. He almost lost his head and was shaking from mana exhaustion. Raising his staff above himself, he summoned another fireball. Kira told Debo to step back and wanted to take on all the monsters herself. The Hob leader fired a fireball at the desperate Seekers. But at the moment when Kira said goodbye to life, the fireball was dispersed by Paul's falling star. But his magic didn't stop there. It flew further straight towards the leader. The fiery spear pierced everyone in its path, destroying the throne of the tribe's leader. Kira froze with her mouth open, and her face was illuminated by the light of magic. Paul was glad that he was not late, his clothes were burnt, and he himself could barely move, but he still hurried to help them. The warrior with 4 circles sat at the gate. 4 days had already passed, and no one had appeared from the place where 100 Seekers had gone. At first he was happy about the easy money, but he started to get bored when he heard some noise at the exit. Right before his eyes, the gates were collapsing, meaning someone had closed them. The wooden trunk rim dried out and crumbled, as if it had suddenly become rotten. When the warrior ran up to the others, they told him to call the bishop. Only a few people came out of the rift, and then it began to close. There were only 3 of them, and they were terribly battered. One could say they were dying. When Paul came to, he asked the red-bearded warrior who was on duty at his bedside where he was. But he immediately stated that it would be better for the guy to answer honestly. Of all the searchers who entered, only the 3 of them survived. He wanted to know what had happened, and Paul began to put on a comedy act, feigning extreme surprise. He said that everyone else was dead, while the doctor was healing him with magic. The bearded guard warned that it was better to tell everything as it was, or he would follow. Paul said it was a demon, and with a look of horror on his face, he asked for a pen and paper to draw it. He made a sketch, and when the guard looked at it, he shouted to the whole tent that it didn't make any sense. 100 people from various trade guilds fell, causing heated debate in the command tent. A bearded man exclaimed in alarm that his relative was in the group. The guards showed them Paul's artwork, which turned out to be a pretty good depiction of the leader of the hobbits, the boss who killed everyone. For those gathered in the tent, this was a weighty argument. The Hobbs knew how to use weapons. There were many of them, and they acted like an army. But then the arrogant mustachioed man spoke up and declared that the three sisters would never have died from something like that. Cockroach Whiskers explained that all of this only makes sense if they were betrayed and attacked unexpectedly from behind. He said that everything was obvious. 3 people who belonged to the same group survived. But then Ebbis intervened, declaring that he couldn't listen to their nonsense any longer. His guys survived because they were the best, and betrayal was just an excuse. The man with the cockroach mustache was outraged that his people were considered inferior. They immediately began to argue with Ebbis about who was cooler, despite the fact that neither of them was in the rift. The arrogant cockroach demanded that Ebbis prove his statements, and Ebbis confidently stated that his team did not take any items from the rift. They have no motive. Paul thanked his guard for his help and bowed to him. His partner asked if the searchers could just leave like that, but he replied that they had decided everything. On the way from the camp at the gate, Paul saw a snail crawling in the forest, which also happened to be a piano. Kira exclaimed in surprise that the snail had actually followed them. The cute creature was staring at its binoculars and smiling. When they were already leaving the burning forest, Kira asked Paul why he was hesitating. They dealt with the Dark Mage's minions and destroyed the hobbies in their camp. Now they could throw away all the items and properly cripple themselves. Paul listened to her attentively. He had items he didn't want to part with. Kill the boss and drop the item. That's what he would have done. But the thing the sorcerer brought, a phoenix feather, was too valuable. Simply holding it on you increased your fire damage by 1/3, and unlike other items, it stacked. Now Paul understood why the searchers were being killed one after another. He had to take the feather with him at all costs. Kira reminded them that if they brought out anything they hadn't previously registered, they would definitely be suspected of killing the players. She told them not to be greedy and to stick to the plan, especially since they had already found an exit point in the destroyed camp. But then Paul saw a piano in the bushes and smiled, surprising the girl, who had never encountered such a thing before. The pet snail didn't have any skills. It just followed its owner around and collected various junk, and its shell was quite capacious. In his past life, he found this creature in the gate, and he was very lucky to find it here. Thanks to the slug, Paul smuggled a valuable artifact through border control. Kira asked enviously how he found out about this snail, and Paul said it was just luck. She asked him what next. They did as he said, and the magician asked her not to rush. Their enemies have infiltrated even the Order of Knights, meaning the survivors must be careful, or the conspirators will go under. Paul said that they should have been back by now, and they just needed to wait. The girl fell to her knee and read the report to her master. All the minions fell at the clutches of the monsters. 3 of the Gapors survived. At the meeting, the suspects were the survivors, not the followers of the Dark Magician. But even then, everything died down, and now they could continue their plot. At that moment, an ominous bolt of lightning struck, effectively highlighting the villain, who appreciated theatrical gestures. The villain said that at least one of the 3 must have seen the sorcerer William, but this was not in Paul's reports, which meant they were hiding it. Perhaps Paul knew that it wasn't just players, but that man's henchmen who were behind the attack, and there was a chance that he would tell about it. This meant that they were in danger, the servant exclaimed, and said that all connections had to be cut and the ends hidden in the water. And the villain grinned villainously and said that this was an invitation that he accepted. But he needed another stage, he declared as thunder rumbled. And there will be a lot of spectators on this stage. On the gates he spoke of, there were many marks from past teams. It was hell, chaos, in which ugly monsters of unknown biological origin attacked them. He lived in complete poverty and could only watch his younger sister suffer, and he couldn't even be there when the family died. This place had always been hell. The girl with an axe on her shoulder was surprised that anyone else had survived. But the ill-mannered beast chained to the wall looked at her angrily and sent her on a journey on foot. That was his first meeting with Iran, but then they smashed monsters together. Debo killed them one by one, shouting that he was back in first place. Someone objected to him that he had fallen a little short, and another member of the team added that the bully was showing off too much. Erin smiled contentedly and said that they were done for the day. It was a good job. She stood alone on an unimaginable mountain of monster corpses. In 1 year with this woman, Debo changed dramatically. She was cold and at the same time caring, and he watched her from the side. So he became her student and worked hard to gain her recognition, although he was very embarrassed about it. They wandered into a deep cave where the bowels of the earth flowed like rivers. The girl asked Eren to help her find her brother. No one else wanted to go so deep into the caves, but the cold warrior declared that she had come to the wrong place, since Aran did not accept personal orders. Even though the girl called herself a guide, she only had the third circle. She would be a hindrance down below, and besides, her brother could already be dead. But Debo intervened in the conversation and said that they had to help the girl, because this was her last hope. He confidently stated that he wanted to help and promised to be responsible for the girl's safety. Eren listened to him and reconsidered her decision. They went deeper into the cave. Searching body after body, they were looking for their brother, but it was unclear how the searchers died here. Their wounds were not from monsters. A week had passed since the man's death, they estimated, when a shadow loomed over the group. Something very large fell on them from above and almost crushed them. Debo didn't understand what was happening, but he managed to save the guide's girl. But at that moment, some huge monster attacked them and pulled out its paw. Debo shouted at the girl to stay put, and he went forward. But then Eren intervened, and with a powerful blow, knocked away the huge monster's paw. She shouted to Debo that they would attack from the left so that he would cover her. Zadira rushed into battle, shouting cheerfully that he wanted to deal with the monster as soon as possible. The rest also rushed to attack the unknown enemy. In a crowd, they jumped onto the multi-armed stone statue. Some of them covered themselves with a protective dome. The girl guide watched the group with concern, but could do nothing to help them. Usually, more people die in rescue missions than those who need to be saved. Debo was breathing heavily. They had come across a pesky monster, just like they had been told. His friend asked where Shinon was. He couldn't find her anywhere. Debo found her brooch at the entrance to some cave and couldn't believe she had gone there. Aran told him not to let his guard down. She felt the energy even stronger that was inside. There could have been someone even stronger inside, but that's not certain. Debo said that since he was responsible for her safety, then he should go after the girl. But his friend stopped him. But Eren said that she would go after him, because whatever it was a threat to their world of Maple. And since her task was to stop evil, they agreed to go together. Rivers of molten rock flowed below. It was stuffy and hot. The girl found a brother at the foot of a tree. There were tears on her cheeks, because her brother had been dead for a long time. Debo was completely stunned. His dreams of heroism were not true. He shouted to the girl that he would take her away now. She smiled wryly, saying that he had followed her after all, as she thought, because he was kind. But the girl could not turn back. She said that the demon tree was the evil Zakam, and it was controlling the monster outside. The real battle is yet to come, said the crazy girl, and Debo did not understand what she was saying. Eren stopped him. She didn't think that the one they were helping had another face, and promised Shinon to cut down the tree. Aran told her to leave because she could be hit with a gun if she finished with other things. Eren realized that Shinon wanted to use her brother as a sacrifice. The girl took the red mana stone from his pocket. She stated that it all started when they first walked in here. The demon tree could control others, and it wasn't just statues, the girl said. And at that moment, Daibo was stabbed in the back. Eren turned around belatedly, a shadow of worry crossing her face. The warrior herself was attacked from behind by her own ally. A purple magical tornado struck the ground, and stone fragments sprayed in all directions. Debo turned to the one who had pierced him and stupidly asked what she was doing now. They killed her friends, the distraught friend said, her eyes burning with fire. The girl guide laughed and said that words were useless, because for the converted, they are now the object of revenge. She declared that the time had come for the finale, and streams of magma rose up. Another senseless statue emerged from the lake of flowing stone. The guide girl's hair turned white. Her eyes were also clouded with madness, and she said that all this was for the sake of the dark magician. Debo was wondering what to do when his friends were possessed by a demonic tree. Eren screamed at him with all her might not to be a child and to kill her quickly. It was no longer Miria in front of him, and Debo replied that he knew it. Eren used an adrenaline rush and accelerated sharply. Her blow cut through the statue and the stalactites that hung above the cave. There was no point in bringing everyone here. Debo blamed himself, looking at his fallen comrades. He rushed to the Black Magician's minion to finish this matter. His friend and comrade stood in his way, and he chopped her down with an axe. Debo asked her for forgiveness when he noticed the shield flying towards him. He wanted to dodge, but Miriam's hand reached out to him. Debo had to cut her in half to avoid the flying disc. Before she died, she thanked him and asked him to take care of Eren. Meanwhile, their warrior leader pushed off the floor and flew up to the ceiling. She made a monstrous cut on the demonic tree, but the cabbage stalk was protected by a stupid stone statue. Aran had to somersault in the air again and swung her arm to strike. Behind her, the statue smashed the wall with its hand when it missed. Debo attacked the idol from the other flank, and Arden shouted at him to tear it apart. With a scream, Eren swung her power attack again with great energy. Together, they began to crush the annoying monster with multiple blows. The monster counterattacked, but even though he was wounded, Debo was able to stop its blow. A shadow was quickly approaching him from the left as he held the monster's hand. The dark magician's minion moved towards him with a knife, intending to sacrifice his life too. But Eren quickly dealt with her with a lightning strike. All that remained was the statue that needed to be destroyed. But evil did not allow itself to be defeated so easily. Darkness attacked Debo's mind. His eyes turned wild, and he screamed loudly for her to kill him faster before he killed her. The guy was saying goodbye to life and thought that this ending would be better. He should pay for his mistake. And then he saw his sister's dead face in front of him. Debo didn't understand how she ended up here, in this terrible place, and who brought her here. Since he didn't do it, it means it was Aran. He looked at his teacher possess. Aran muttered so that he wouldn't worry. She would quickly finish everything. Debo growled at her madly. How dare she drag his sister into this? At that moment, a statue struck nearby, its hand tearing apart the paved floor of the cave. Then Debo attacked Eren with his axe, so she barely dodged it. Eren trained him well, because after hitting her with an axe, he immediately attacked her with a knee to the face. The master took the blow in her block, but the force was so great that she still flew off. Debo was too fast, their deadly strikes filling the room. But the master was not going to give up so easily and made a vertical incision. But it hit the stone statue that was now covering Debo. Taking advantage of the fact that he lost sight of her, she quickly moved behind him. The possessed madman turned around sharply when he heard her footsteps, but Eren's blow struck ice and crushed one paw of the stone statue. She then jumped towards the monster's head, although he tried to cover himself with his remaining hands. "It's time to put an end to this," Eren shouted, and swung for the final blow. The final blow fell upon the statue with a bear's roar, but her path was blocked by a possessed Debo, who landed on the boss's head. He jumped straight at her, and very quickly, the dark force playing on Eren's feelings. This was her only chance to destroy the monster, and she couldn't stop. Her power and fury broke through the statue and reached the dark wood. Debo writhed on the ground in pain. He came to his senses and stopped being possessed. Eren was glad that he came to his senses. She was lying with her back against the stone, and his axe was sticking out of her body. Eren was more worried that she might leave without saying goodbye. But Debo still couldn't accept reality. She told him that 8 centuries ago, they had already been defeated by the Dark Magician. She would not be able to stop him because it was his task. He has great talent, unlike her, at his age, the master said, and Debo lamented that he would never become so strong. She whispered that she was leaving Maple's world in his hands, and smiled. Daylight entered the gap she had left when she cut down the tree, and it became quiet. He was her only student, Eren added, her eyes closing and she fell asleep. So the great master left forever, and Debo had to tell her friends and the heroes about it. Without her, this place was hell for him. First, he couldn't find his goal, and then he couldn't protect it and atone for his sins. He couldn't even fulfill the request of someone dear to him. A fireball of cyclopean proportions was rushing towards him. The flames devoured everything around, a sea of fire. There was no chance of escape from it. Debo woke up after a long and tedious flashback from an unknown timeline. It was a real nightmare for him. His sister saw him open his eyes and said she was worried because he had been unconscious for a long time due to his wounds. She asked him about the nightmare, but the guy didn't remember anything when there was a knock on the door. The sister said that it was for him, and Debo went out to look without even getting dressed. Outside, his employer was waiting for him. Paul said that he would have to deal with their plan earlier, and the bully whined that he had the day off. Although Ebbis didn't raise the issue at the meeting of the heads, he still questioned Paul about what happened in the rift and how the Hobbs were able to kill everyone. Ebbis reminded him that the guy would only receive the reward for the dungeon after he told everything. He was giving it for the most important things. Paul replied indifferently that he had made a mistake last time and first paid off his debt by placing a stack of bonds on the table. It was $2 million, which completely paid off his debt, Ebis was tense. With what they were paying the guy, he would not have saved up so much. Ebis understood what Paul wanted to do. Since he was a free seeker, it was time to sign a new contract. Ebis asked Paul what prize he would like to receive and promised to come as close as possible to it. And he named the amount of 50 million. It was a staggering figure, and Ebis called it absurd. No one would pay a mid-ranking seeker that kind of money. Paul stood up resolutely and said that he would finish with that. Debo asked how everything went. He was waiting outside and was worried. His employer liked all sorts of antics. Paul told everything as it was, and that Ebis refused after hearing the amount. Naturally, Debo thought his boss was crazy, but Paul said he wasn't. Debo snorted, which Paul always does first and then reports, and asked what kind of place they had come to. It was a slum. Paul grew up here and spent a lot of effort to get out of there. This place used to be nice, but that is a thing of the past. Now it is a haven for bandits. The worst place on Victoria Island. Debo agreed with him. In front of their eyes, someone kicked some guy and he flew towards them. The big guy fell at their feet and slid a little further. He was being pursued by several people at once, and each of them had a knife in their hand. The man on the ground said he thought everything would go well. Debo suggested going around the fight. This area was exactly as he remembered it. But then the man being beaten shouted at them that they had arrived late and asked them to protect him. He tearfully asked for help and made a pitiful face, clinging to Debo like a tick. The thug with a knife in his hand said that this scum stole the item from him and sold it. They will let him go if they are paid 3 million. From behind Debo's broad back, the victim began to shout that no one had seen him steal anything and that it was all slander. The big guy with the missing teeth shouted back that he was clearly in a hurry to die. But Paul threw 3 wads of money in his face, as if they were mere small change. He paid and told the drunks to get out, which caused Debo to become perplexed. He told Ralph to follow him, and the victim was very surprised that he was known. He did not understand where he had ended up. They came to hire him, but they had no money because they had given everything to the bandits. Ralph snorted that since they didn't work for anyone and had no money, why would he join them? And Debo demanded the 3 million back. The smug, insolent fellow declared that he didn't ask for payment for himself. They did it themselves without even asking him. Since they had come all the way to the slums, they should know about his skills and pay accordingly. He promised them a discount. Debo swore when someone interrupted their conversation. The woman introduced herself as Beiji from the Kania Trade Union and was looking for Paul. He grinned and said that it was him. Ralph was surprised. He had heard something about this union. Then this girl started talking sweetly and cunningly about how they appreciated his efforts at the gates for 100 people. And even though it was suddenly in a back alley, she said that she wanted to recruit his squad. Of course, they would have to pass a test, but then she promised a bonus. Badge promised 3 million immediately and 50 for joining. Paul accepted the order. Debo was also pleased with such luck. He used this money to pay for Ralph's services, and he was happy since he was even willing to sell his mother for a coin. The contract was for a year, and Paul promised him another 7 million after the raid. Debo was taken aback by such sums. He didn't understand how one could spend 10 million on some scum. But then things got even worse. Knight Kira stood in front of them, a little embarrassed by Debo's direct and rude gaze. Kira was waiting for them in the tavern, and Debo was outraged that this girl was here. The girl told him to shut up. She came to pay off her debt. It was pouring rain as they approached the Orange Gate. A perfect day to go on a mission, Debo grumbled. This time, the cleanup squad consisted of only 50 people. Ralph looked at everyone and grumbled that there were too many useless people here, which meant they would get less money. Beiji stepped forward and introduced herself, even though everyone knew her, and said that they were going to the Orange Gate, which was also obvious. There were 3 notches in the gate from previous teams that had been less fortunate, and Paul realized that they had already started to use this place. The time may be different, but he had already cleared these gates in the past, which meant his plan remained the same. All squads will need to signal if they find the second gate. There could be gates in the dungeons to another dungeon. The dream within the dream of the first level is shorter. Kira explained that since this was a 2-level gate, both would need to be cleared, and the inner level might be different from the outer one. Ralph said he didn't think Debo was that green and was worried about success. And then he turned to Paul. The impudent bandit stated that even though they had signed a contract with him, it did not mean that they had established the leader of the squad. The commander must be chosen according to skills. Paul chuckled when he heard this, and called Ralph a greedy person, and agreed to decide this at the gate. The leader will be the one who makes the biggest contribution. Ralph was pleased, because as soon as he becomes a commander, the real fun is about to begin, Ralph thought, grinning greedily. Debo wanted to deal with the gate as quickly as possible to get the promised reward, and now it was their turn to enter. Ralph continued to mock the boy, who thought he was there for a walk. Debo got angry and suggested that they sort things out like men. But Ralph objected that the result would be obvious, and he didn't want to do something that wasn't profitable. But as soon as Debo entered the gate, he saw a massacre on the other side. The Seekers fought the monsters, shouting something about maintaining formation, which no one ever uses. The monsters that attacked them were called Devil's Eyes and looked like toothy little balls. One of them pounced on Debo and pinned him to the ground, intending to bite his head off. Debo braced his hands against his jaws, and the monster's tongue was already tasting him. But Ralph arrived in time and kicked the nasty monster, saving Debo from a difficult situation. Ralph told them to remain calm. Kira was alarmed that the exit led straight into the jaws of the monsters. The monsters smiled cheerfully and ran to greet the new guests. But Paul incinerated the particularly zealous ones in the blink of an eye with his mobile arrow. In his last cleansing, they did not attack at the entrance. Kira used her ability to cover the sword with a golden aura and also attacked. But the monster showed miracles of agility and was able to dodge her rather quick attack. She made a few more quick swings, but the monsters dodged again. Kira couldn't predict their movements and missed the sharp lunge of the monster's tail. As soon as she lost her balance and fell, the clinging monsters rushed at her from all sides. But then someone hit the monster so hard that it flew into pieces. Debo was pressed again. The toothy one grabbed his halberd and wouldn't let go. But then Ralph hit the monster in the head so hard that it looked like the corpse of a flattened frog. After that, he kicked another monster so hard that it was simply torn to pieces. Debo was surprised by his strength. Ralph was more than capable. He counted the monsters he had killed and told them they didn't have to thank him. 3 circles of power burning on his wrist. Kira was also stunned. The power of the third circle was different from what they possessed. Another monster rushed at them, its mouth open and even rows of teeth. Ralph's smooth body was smashed again like a ripe watermelon, purple shards flying everywhere. The monster's movements were flexible and spontaneous, but nothing more. Ralph surpassed them in speed. He was much more effective than the 2 rookies, Debo and Kira. Only the magician boy remained. Paul had a fire arrow and telekinesis. He could even attract the attention of the guild, and he dealt with small mobs faster than Ralph. But Ralph didn't know how Paul would fight the bosses, and didn't notice how the toothy one approached him from behind. He still hit him on reflex, but the flexible-bodied weirdo dodged it. But Ralph didn't care. He attacked with an uppercut to the monster's head. His gloved fist was once again stained with purple blood. And he kept thinking about the money Paul could get in the future. He had already seen how he would be rolling in money after becoming the commander of this detachment. Kira looked at the madman and was surprised that Ralph was having fun during a tough fight. He shouted that it couldn't be better and swung again at another frog. But completely unexpectedly, he received a kick in the kidneys and flew off. Paul was the one who kicked him, and Ralph was completely taken aback by such a vile attack. He asked the boy when he landed what kind of sneaky attack this was and whether he really wanted to fight. Paul replied that Ralph didn't need to thank him, and he exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" as more monsters were rushing towards him. But at that very moment, they were struck by a scattering of blue arrows that tore the monsters apart and would have killed Ralph too if he had been standing there. The clearing was as clear as day for him, as were the people who were fighting the monsters in it. The archer sat high in a tree, and when the bowstring was pulled, 6 arrows lit up on it at once. Paul saw a flash behind him and realized where the fire was coming from. He moved forward to take cover from the monsters, who immediately rushed at him, not caring about the shelling. The arrows pierced the ugly frogs and tore them into pieces. But Paul was not hurt. He was surprised that the shooter was able to reload so quickly. Having estimated the direction, he fired a fire arrow at the sniper. There was a powerful explosion in the distance, rising above the treetops. Ralph admired Paul's idea to hide behind the monsters, regroup, and counterattack, and he acknowledged his skill. Debo noticed something and shouted at Paul to be careful. The arrows were now flying from a completely different direction, straight at Paul, who did not expect a return shot after his own. There was an explosion as all the arrows flew towards the same point this time. Paul was slightly wounded. He didn't understand what was going on because last time he was hit, and on top of that, the attack on him was from the opposite direction. Kira shouted to him that it was dangerous here and that they needed to leave, which was quite obvious. The monsters weren't afraid of the shelling and were getting underfoot. And the unknown shooter aimed at the survivors and did not spare the shots. But there was nowhere to run. Their squad was literally covered by a rain of arrows. They froze in place, not knowing what to do or where to retreat. The other seekers ran in all directions from such a massive attack, but it was too late. With such a density of fire, someone would definitely be hit. The arrows wounded people who had not thought to hide behind a tree. Kira wasn't going to die so easily and swung her sword. Her sunstroke reflected the falling arrows, and at the same time, she protected the seeker who was nearby. He shouted to her not to stay too long and to run into the forest if she wanted to live. But she complained that she would have done this long ago if she could. Hordes of monsters were waiting for them in the forest. The girl covered her face from the heat as Paul's fire spear burned their way to shelter. Now the road was clear, he told them, leaving a deep line on the ground. Ralph said he would go first. He was the best suited for the role. They ran forward. Kira turned around and shouted to the others not to hesitate. Even as the group retreated, they were again hit by rain and arrows. Several poor souls didn't make it to cover, and Debo shouted to Paul that at this rate, they would all die here. Paul fired a volley while running, simply looking over his shoulder in the direction the shooter was firing from. The explosion created a smokescreen that was supposed to hide their retreat for some time. Paul shouted at Debo to listen carefully to his command. The shooter was amazed that he was immediately discovered. His master had good reason to be worried about Paul. Now he was tracking only him, but Paul moved too fast for an ordinary magician and was difficult to hit. The shooter counted the group of survivors, and there were 6, one missing. It was the guy with the axe. But at that moment, he heard the hissing of fire approaching him from behind. Using his bracer, which he took from the sorcerer, Paul could now create fireballs. Now he saw exactly how he hit the shooter. He had Debo's axe in his hands. They swapped clothes and weapons to deceive the killer. Debo saw the explosion and stopped, realizing that their prank had been a success. He carelessly removed his hood, thinking that it was all over. He was glad that their plan had succeeded thanks to him, but then he got an arrow in the kidney. Kira saw him fall and screamed at him. It was completely unexpected. At that very second, Paul saw a blue shot approaching him, and the surviving people were again covered by a deadly rain of arrows. The marksman's abilities were incredible, and it demoralized the remaining seekers. People continued to die, unable to escape, because monsters awaited them in the forest that they could not cope with alone. Kira urged everyone on and again dragged the wounded Debo on her back, just like last time. But this time she was unlucky. A stray shot hit her in the leg. She immediately fell, unable to carry Debo, who was more seriously injured, any further. She gritted her teeth, unable to dodge the next volley of arrows. They would have died, but at the last second, Ralph saved them. He was indignant that he had to play the role of daddy, although he didn't even have children. The shooter also moved quickly and did not allow his victims to escape and hide. They ran in the direction Paul had shown them, and they fell right into the dense thickets of bushes, through which it was impossible to run. But when they raised their eyes, they were shocked by what they saw. Hidden in the bushes in the middle of the forest was the gate to the second-level dungeon. Ralph chuckled. There was no way Paul knew about them. The enemy was about 100 meters away, and they would hit the gate faster than the arrows could reach it, Ralph realized. The big guy said that they would climb into the gate and wait there for Paul, who wanted this. But Ralph didn't notice that arrows were already flying at him from the opposite direction. They exploded into blue flames. He threw his load on the ground and did not understand what had just happened as the enemy circled around them from the front. The arrows were already flying at him again, and Ralph was completely open. But at that very second, they were repelled by a flying axe that Paul had borrowed from Debo. The boy immediately reached out to his tool. An entire tree covered them with its trunk. From the shooter, Paul protected them again. However, his methods were harsh. So Debo became despondent when he realized what awaited him. The log simply dragged the 3 of them towards the gate, and they were thrown into the gate. Thus, Paul saved them from constant shelling. The killer, who observed this maneuver, thought that Paul was a real psycho. The arrows hit the monsters, he killed everything that moved, and at least somehow resembled a human. The killer was annoyed that it was a monster again. He did not understand why Paul did not move, because that way he would not find him. It was stupid, and the shooter was angry, but he was going to see how Paul would get out of it. During the 13th year, Sir Ewok took him in and held a match between 300 assassins. Only 5 remained alive. The killings continued for 7 days. No one could find him, so his Sir Ewok called him the Ghost. Another monster moved and was immediately killed by 1 arrow. Another miss. The killer realized he was hiding in the tree. But then, next to him, a fiery arrow hissed and pierced a nearby tree. This was not a bad thing, the shooter admitted, and began to quickly change positions, jumping from tree to tree like a monkey. He found a convenient branch and took up this position to counterattack. Now he knew where Paul was. His attack had a radius, so the shooter could simply cover the intended area, but his volley only tore apart the tree trunks. Paul was not there. Instead, the return shot curved around the tree and found its target. The shooter fell out of the tree to avoid the explosion, realizing that Paul was using telekinesis to confuse him. Although he called it a cheap trick, the fire arrows searched for their target, writhing like snakes around trees. And the shooter had to fire a volley of Paul's magic to protect himself. Their magic collided in midair, and a powerful explosion occurred that obscured everyone's vision. Now the shooter could not see where the arrows were coming from, and one of them was already aiming at his back. The shooter was saved only by his super reflexes. He managed to shoot right on target, but due to the close distance, he was still hit by the shockwave. The shooter fell painfully on his back and rolled to the side. He was shaking with anger and rage that the great killer had been exposed so easily. But that only made it more interesting, said the smug shooter. The forest fell silent. The rustling of falling leaves could be heard. Both hunters hid. Paul realized that his opponent had decided to hide for real, and this was annoying. It was amazing that the shooter could hide so well, thought Paul. Last time there was no one strong in these gates. So this killer was sent after him by the guild that hired him. Paul's presence influenced the course of events. The shooter called out to him. He shouted from a completely different direction, that since Paul understood everything, there was no need to hide like a rat, but to solve everything directly. Paul didn't understand how the shooter ended up in that direction. He couldn't have done it directly without revealing his presence. This could also be an illusion, Paul thought as he got closer to the shooter. He felt his presence and exclaimed, "He found it!" Paul was attacked, again from behind, although the enemy was right in front of him. On the other side of the gate, unlike the summer forest, snow was falling in the mountains. The trio of searchers fell out there in the same way that Paul's log had thrown them. Debo was worried that they had left him alone, and Ralph didn't understand why he had to listen to these complaints. Debo didn't understand how Paul would deal with everything on his own when his hand touched something hard, and looking closer, he saw human bones. They were right in the middle of a whole cemetery of their predecessors who had poked their noses into these gates, and they eloquently warned of the danger. Kira realized that this whole mission was a setup from the guild that hired them. A sudden attack at the gate, the murder of the Seekers, and the number of bodies inside that does not match the markings on the gate. They are followers of the Dark Mage. Kira assumed the guild was luring Seekers here to get in their way, but the assassin's package suggested they'd taken the bait. Ralph asked them what kind of minions they were, but then suggested that they talk about it later. The owner of this place was very angry and hung over them like a shadow. A huge and ferocious monster appeared before them, its eyes blazing with bestial fury. It was the boss of the place, who hadn't dined for a long time, and Ralph realized he would have to pay him for admission. He told the team that he usually didn't show this to anyone, but they were lucky, and pulled out his necklace. If you ask someone to describe Ralph in a couple of phrases, few people will have a pleasant epithet for him. He will do anything for money. That's his reputation. He's a real scumbag. But if we talk about him as a seeker, everyone considered him useful, and his skills were high. This guy was the best healer priest with 3 circles, and Ralph activated his healing. The wounded Kira and Debo immediately felt the effect of his abilities. They were enveloped in a green haze. Even deep wounds healed on their own, which would normally take months. Debo was surprised to realize what class Ralph actually was. Kira realized that even without using his abilities, Ralph was monstrously strong. The priest chuckled and told them that if they felt better, then it was time to earn their pay, because the snow gorilla wasn't going to wait long and tried to grab his dinner. Ralph shouted at them to show what they could do, and they barely dodged a blow from the snow monkey. The rock beneath Debo's feet cracked and began to fall, so he grabbed the edge to keep from falling, and the gorilla already opened its mouth, as if there was a dessert buffet in front of it. The strong jaws slammed shut like the doors of a castle gate and crushed the stone like a nut. Debo managed to grab the monster's fang and did not lose his axe. That's why he immediately attacked the snow giant's most obvious vulnerable spot: his eyes. Kira, meanwhile, attacked him from below and slashed at the monster with her aura sword. Debo's axe got stuck in the gorilla's wound, and the ape reached out to slap it. Debo jumped to the side, and at that moment, Ralph covered him and did not allow the monkey to complete the blow. The priest had amazing physical skills because he was able to kick the monkey in the face. She tried to wave away the annoying but strong midge in a rage, but Ralph dodged the blow. However, the beast managed to kick Kira, and she needed healing powers. Ralph grumbled that he got too demanding a team. He used the ability on the girl while she was in flight. Debo was amazed. Their new ally not only healed them, but also successfully covered them, and did it at exactly the right moment. Ralph added, so that they wouldn't forget, that his services weren't free, and used the buffs on them. After a short battle, they were able to beat the gorilla to death. Kira sighed. The monkey really was strong. Ralph replied that it wasn't that strong and offered to discuss the payment with them. When the gorilla let out a deafening cry, a foul breath hit them. Debo pinched his nose from the stench and promised to soon send the monster to rest. But then his body began to become covered with a crust of ice, and a strange metamorphosis took place. The monster continued to roar, and the team, instead of finishing off the boss, waited for him to start the second phase. When the monster rose, it seemed to become even bigger and more evil than before. The forest was once again filled with powerful explosions and the sound of breaking trees. Paul ran like a hunted hare, under heavy fire from the riflemen. There was something wrong here. He couldn't understand where the enemy was shooting from. An archer with 3 rings could use the trembling of his voice as teleportation, but this skill only returned the archer to a specific point. Only one such point could be established, which made it impossible to pursue the victim, Paul thought, as the shooter began to taunt him again. Hearing his voice, the magician threw a fireball in that direction, but it flew past. It looked like Paul was wasting his mana. In addition, he began to suffer from convulsions due to a lack of mana, and the shooter was completely fine. All this was very dangerous for Paul. The shooter thought that Paul wanted to distract him in order to get to the second gate. Paul was breathing heavily. Black lightning bolts of mana deficiency were crawling across his face. He couldn't fight a battle of attrition without knowing where his enemy was. At this rate, everything would soon be over. A powerful charge struck next to him, and Paul was knocked off his feet. There was no time to think. As soon as he stopped, a rain of shots began to rain down on him again. Paul decided to take a risk and drank a potion that increased mana. This was enough to summon a fire sphere and repel the shooter's attack. "How stupid!" the shooter exclaimed and jumped onto a tree, dodging the powerful explosion. But then he saw 6 fiery arrows flying at him at once. Paul used the most powerful spell of the third circle while experiencing a mana deficit, as if he wanted to sacrifice himself, the shooter thought. Paul decided that they would get to the killer if he understood his secret correctly, and would get him by force. Paul's fire arrows were launched into an uncontrolled flight, and the shooter thought that he was already hitting where he hit because he was mad. And Paul released the fireball again, this time with his last strength. This projectile forced the shooter to move because it was flying close to him. The ball made its way through the forest thicket, but the shooter simply jumped like a squirrel from branch to branch. "It's not over yet," Paul told himself, and strained all his strength. Numerous explosions tore through the silence of the forest in different places. It was a miracle that the entire forest did not catch fire. The shooter mocked Paul's naivety in thinking he could hit him with such an attack. His fate was already sealed. Very soon the mage would collapse from mana exhaustion and die from shock, feeling his body disintegrate. Another explosion tore the trees into pieces. Paul spared no effort. Although he was breathing heavily, he held on thanks to sheer willpower and the protagonist's overpowering strength. He summoned a fireball in front of him and poured the rest of his strength into this magic. And then the shooter noticed that within the radius of his jump, there was not a single tree that was not engulfed in flames. Now he realized that this was exactly what Paul had wanted. He had set fire to the forest, in which it was no longer possible to hide, and one could burn alive. To save himself, the shooter ran into an open field away from the trees. But then it dawned on him that he was not acting of his own free will, as if he had been specially brought to this field. He heard the movement of footsteps and felt like a hunted mouse. Another shooter appeared on another tree and shouted to him that they should go back. The brothers acted together, and that is how they managed to fool Paul all this time. But now one of them opened, and Paul was able to hit it with a stone that he lifted with telekinesis. The second shooter shot at him to cover his twin brother. But a cobblestone flew at him too. They could no longer hide from Paul, and he saw them clearly. And when the squirrel was on the ground, Paul attacked with some kind of stick. The killer froze in place, not knowing what to do. Run or fight. He pulled his bow from behind his back to protect himself from his mad opponent, and he performed an unimaginable somersault, and Paul's spear whistled past. Then the shooter tried to attack him from above while the magician was open. Paul dodged his foot. He himself was already exhausted and could not stand for long. To deprive the archer of his support, he hit the bow with a stick, and the acrobat lost his balance and began to fall on his back. Taking advantage of this, Paul struck with the back of his staff, breaking the archer's bow. He sent it flying and swung for another blow, his opponent completely open to him. The mask fell from the killer's face, and he could tell the story of his scars. But then their conversation was interrupted by a second shooter who almost killed Paul. He shouted at Nier to get up and hurried towards them as fast as he could. The shooter was sure that Paul would not have time to accumulate mana for the next strike, but his arrows were endless. But Paul's knife, which he directed with telekinesis, was already flying towards his soul. The blade whistled past, almost wounding the neck, and did not fall, but described a curve. Telekinesis required a minimal amount of mana, and Paul could move the blade while pursuing the killer. No worse than fire. But at that moment, the first brother, Nier, jumped on him. He also had a knife in his hand. Paul had to dodge sharp attacks, and it was not easy to defend himself with a staff at close range. The second shooter struck his kinesis thread and broke it. He thought he had already won, but Paul threw several stones at him. He fought the first one in close combat and held the second one back with stones. Nier gritted his teeth. The enemy was equally good in close combat, which is a rarity for a mage, and repelled all his attacks. Moreover, Paul was able to counterattack with his foot in the stomach, and the shooter's face twisted in pain. Paul used kinesis again. It was impossible to give the enemy room to maneuver. His blade began to whistle past the second shooter, preventing him from getting any closer. At the same time, with a blow of his staff to the hand, he knocked the knives out of the hands of the first shooter, and then he hit him in the head with his stick in the style of a kung fu master. But at that very moment, he received an ordinary arrow in his hand, which was very unpleasant. Nier praised his brother for a job well done and kicked Paul away. Paul could no longer hold the staff in his hands, and the killer attacked him with a knife. He began to deliver quick, sweeping blows and mocked the magician, who had only one arm left. But Paul's kung fu turned out to be superior to his, and he miraculously managed to disarm his opponent. The killer lost his knife and jerked his other hand to grab it, but when he grabbed the blade, Paul intercepted his hand and twisted the shooter's wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. Nier screamed at Paul to let him in and began to threaten, but Paul summoned a fireball, and then the shooter began to beg for mercy, calling the magician crazy. There was an explosion. The second killer covered his eyes with his hand so that they would not be burned. He did not see what was happening there. Nier flew towards a tree, blown away by a close-range explosion. The shockwave penetrated his internal organs, and he was unable to get up. After such a blow, he couldn't even breathe normally, let alone move. And then he finally realized that he could actually die here. The second shooter wanted to rush to his brother's aid, but an obstacle appeared in his path. The telekinetic ball held the smokescreen in place, preventing it from dissipating. Nier didn't see where Paul had gone and was in a hurry to find him. He ran straight through the flames, which had not yet gone out, covering his face with a rag. Paul jumped on him from the tree like a wildcat, and because of the smoke, the killer did not see him until the very end. In the magician's hands was an arrow, which he pulled out from a through wound in his hand. Nier threw a rag at him to distract him, his target refusing to die. He gripped the knife tighter so it wouldn't slip and struck Paul, hot blood spurting out. The second shooter saw how the force that held the smoke dissipated. He realized that the magician was dead, and he hurried to his brother, who could be wounded, still not understanding what had happened. He saw Nier nearby. He was breathing heavily and could not stand on his feet. The forest was burning around them, and he grabbed his brother. They had to leave before the fire buried them. He told his brother that now was not the time. They had delayed this matter too long and had to return the phoenix feather. But when the shooter looked closely at the dead magician, he saw his brother's steel bracer on his hand. Nier is dead. The shooter belatedly realized his mistake and felt cold. Paul stabbed him, and the kiss of death was not long in coming. Then he threw the dagger on the ground and fell to his knees. In this battle, he used everything he had, every trick he had, all his strength and skills. There was nothing left. Archers are annoying, he thought. Meanwhile, the gorilla believed in himself and staged a comeback, once again smearing Debo across the rock. The monster didn't let him get away and dealt him another powerful blow from above. Debo lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and could do nothing. The monster's second phase was too much for them to handle. It was too strong. Another half-meter, and it would have definitely turned into a pancake. The monster attacked again to finish the job. But then Ralph jumped on top of him, and the gorilla immediately noticed him. But it was too slow for him, Ralph exclaimed, and hit the gorilla with his fist. The monkey received an encouraging kick from the priest, and she liked it. But no significant damage occurred because the gorilla was protected by ice armor. She swatted the priest, who hesitated, like an annoying mosquito on her face. If it weren't for his strong body and Kira's help, he would have had a hard time. The night girl cut the monkey llama with her blade. She shouted to him that she had repaid him for one healing, and extended a helping hand. After which, grabbing Ralph, she got away with him as far away from the monster as possible. The ferocious monster struck the ground right behind them, but luckily missed. As if that weren't enough, the gorilla learned to fly and made a powerful leap towards the fugitives. When the monster landed, it brought its entire mass down on the ground, causing a shockwave that was unavoidable. Ralph treated their team on the fly. Without it, they would have already become snacks for the monster. Debo worriedly asked if there was a way to defeat the giant, because so far, they were losing the fight one-sidedly. Ralph said that the weak spot was the back, and when Debo grumbled that it was big, he told him to just distract the monster. His task was to get closer to the weak spot from which someone's blade was sticking out. Debo tried to stop the gorilla's fist and leaned on it with his whole body. This could only work here. In a normal world, he wouldn't have had enough leverage, and the fist would have simply knocked the guy over. When Debo gave the signal, Kira and Ralph rushed towards the monster, the priest aiming at the sword and the knight covering him. They had to do acrobatics to dodge the monster's attacks. Debo was nervous. The monster still noticed that they were sneaking up on him, despite the fact that he was distracting him. The monkey was surprisingly agile in the fight with 3 insects that jumped like grasshoppers. Someone finally got to the point of jumping when the gorilla put him down on the ground with a hard slap. It was Debo. He got hit hard, and a second slap came from above. Kira yelled at Ralph to heal when the boy was hit again. Ralph stood to the side, holding his head. He was also quite tired. The priest warned Kira that he had 4 heals left and she should dodge. The monster growled, and the seekers dispersed to wait until he was distracted. But Kira was hit immediately after the words dodge. Ralph had to save her urgently, but because the girl lost consciousness, he realized that he had wasted his skill. Now Ralph was left alone with the ice monkey and had to run away. Debo meditated after a full body massage from a monster. The service was free. From such procedures, he became completely relaxed and lost the will to fight. Debo went into a flashback to the first level, where Paul was telling him how to increase his power level. Debo had enough experience to get a second round, but Paul advised doing it later. Enlightenment depended on thinking. For everyone, it was their own experience. Paul said that there was no point in sharing personal things. It wouldn't help him. It was necessary to find a key stop word that would suit him, said the leader Debo. It could be understanding mana, or searching for knowledge, or one unforgettable memory. Debo's heart sank and the beat increased. He attacked the monster again, but the monkey swept him aside and swung its paw towards him. But Debo twisted and delivered a slashing blow that cut through the ice armor on the monster's body. Even Ralph was surprised that Debo broke through the monster's ice with one blow and didn't understand how he did it. Now a second circle appeared on Debo's wrist, and he could once again attack with increased fury and strength. The vertical cut tickled the monkey's face, and it winced in pain. Debo finally began to use his axe for its intended purpose. He then climbed onto her back and swung his axe, aiming at the sword sticking out of her. Debo struck flat, and like a hammer, drove the wedge deeper into the monster. The ice monkey's core cracked, and she tried to fall on her back to smash Debo like a bug. Ralph jumped on the monkey to beat him up and praised Debo for a job well done. Ralph also raised Debo from the dead and shouted at him to continue his work, and the boy listened to him. The monster growled tiredly. He felt his death approaching. After all, this is what he was created for, to transfer experience points to the heroes. Debo absorbed the damage again, but a timely treatment with a healing enema from Ralph saved him. However, the healer himself fell into the clutches of the monster, and it squeezed him painfully. Ralph grinned, because he had accomplished his task and distracted the monster. Debo was back in position to hit the wedge, in the back of a monster. He put all his strength into the blow, and his axe exploded into flames. This time, the monster's core was pierced, and for the monkey, this was a fatal wound. Debo swung his axe again to put the monster out of its misery. But even the wounded gorilla was able to throw him to the ground. Debo climbed out of the snow and rushed back into battle because Ralph needed help. He grabbed the half-dead Ralph and asked him what was going on. But suddenly the monkey began to run away from the searchers, as if frightened. The monster was losing its limbs right on the move. The ice armor that had protected it before began to destroy the monster. He crawled forward in a futile attempt to save himself, but his body had already completely decomposed. The monster let out a final roar and died in peace. Debo watched his death wearily. Kira came to in a cave where Debo had dragged them. He had lit a fire so that they wouldn't freeze, and Ralph was still sleeping. The first thing she asked was what was wrong with the monster, and Debo noticed that they were wrapped in its skin. The bad news was that the gate could not be found. The weather wasn't the best, so Debo decided to take a rest. Ralph wasn't in the best shape either. After the snowstorm subsided, they could look for a way out. He went out to explore when it cleared up a bit, but the frost still burned his skin. It had already been a day since they had separated, and Debo was worried about Paul. If he had been hurt, killers could have come after them. He heard some movement behind him and turned around. There crawled winter-hardy versions of monsters from the forest, with one eye. Debo chuckled, and what was he surprised about was that he had just brought a bunch of monsters on himself. Kira heard someone walking near the cave and thought it was Debo returning from reconnaissance. The guy was shabby and dirty. He said that he ran into a couple of idiots. Kira was surprised that there were still monsters there. It was dangerous, so she offered to go with him. But Debo replied that someone had to look after the surviving priest. They were partners after all. Kira still insisted on joining him, but Debo said that they would only get confused that way, since he remembered the places he had already been. He added that she should not look for ways to waste her energy and should rest, and he himself fell asleep. Kira looked at the fool who was pretending to be tough, although he himself was barely moving and was exhausted. Then Debo continued his raids. After a short rest, he got the hang of fighting against the snow one-eyed frogs. But this time, there were quite a lot of them, and they pushed him to the edge of the cliff. Debo was freezing, he had no warm gear, and he hadn't been near a fire for a long time. Hungry monsters rushed towards him, regardless of the danger his axe represented for them. Without time to react with his axe, Debo struck the frog right in its only eye. But the force of inertia pushed him over the edge, and he fell along with the monster, almost dying. And when he looked around, he saw a man sitting in the snow, with a sword on his knees and a note in his hands. The man died not long ago, and the piece of paper could have been his last will, thought Daibo, and took the letter. It was a letter with a seal, and quite verbose, with a message on the outside about trusting whoever finds it. The man asked to accept his gloves as a reward. They are suitable for warriors. Their group fell into a trap, and a monkey killed his partner. The letter also contained a hint on where to look for the exit from the second-level gate. But to open these gates, you need to defeat the boss. On the back of the letter, the dead man left a map of where to look for this place. He also asked that the letter be delivered to his home and communicated to his relatives. Debo spent time and effort to put the warrior's body and soul to rest. Later, he and Kira dealt with all the small monsters that were preventing them from reaching the exit. The girl pressed the column and activated the return portal. Now, the three of them could get out of this icy wasteland. They returned to the forest through the same gate they had entered, not knowing what awaited them or whether Paul had defeated the shooter. Debo asked Kira what they should do now, but the girl didn't know. They were both not in the best condition. Someone in a mask said that he had suspected such a possibility, and the searchers shuddered. So the ghost has fallen, said the killer. He realized that the shooter was dead, and that there were other henchmen with him, holding daggers in their hands. Debo became nervous. He couldn't fight with experienced killers now. The name of the wounded Ralph was in the rear. The masked figure told them not to worry. He waved his hand and promised that they would finish everything quickly. Kira blocked the first attack with her sword, covering Daibo and telling him to go back. But another enemy threw daggers at her and wounded the knight's girl. The dark magician's third henchman attacked Debo. But then a bright flash of light flared up, and a fiery arrow pierced the killer's body. The second stroke destroyed Kira's opponent. Death was instantaneous. The arrow changed direction several times, leaving no chance for the minions of evil. The last one was killed by a precise hit to the heart. The ambush was a success. Debo looked at the mountain of corpses in shock and looked back to see who had done this. It was Paul, who smiled at them warmly and asked if they were bored. Daibo suggested saving the warm greetings for later, and since he was late, Debo declared that Paul would owe them a couple of cups of tea when they returned. The huge wolf bared its long fangs and stared with red eyes. Next to him sat his owner, who kept this wolf on a chain. The villainous villain thought about how someone so experienced could appear out of nowhere and not be connected to anyone. The noise and rumors will continue for some time, he thought. A maid appeared at his feet, fell on her knees, and told him that Paul had returned and wanted to know what to do with his contract. The villainous villain made a scary face, fit only for scaring babies, and ordered her to kill Paul. The servant who hired the magician was confused and wanted to object. The villain said they were in no position to worry about public opinion. Paul was too unpredictable, and there was someone behind him. The henchwoman said that he really wasn't alone. Paul was with his group. Ralph grumbled as he tasted the dish and said it was disgusting. Debo immediately exploded and demanded that his sister's cooking not be insulted while the girls were chatting pleasantly. Debo gritted his teeth. That's why he didn't want to bring the boar into his home. Kira reminded them that the guild was hunting them and it would be dangerous to get separated. This house was the best place, including for his sister. Wherever they hid, they could be found, she added, when Paul returned and said that he had gone out on business. Ralph said it was just in time because it was time to talk about the reward. He suggested starting with the group's leader and giving everyone 7 million masses. Debo was outraged that in such a situation, they would ask their killers for money. Besides, according to Ralph, it was Debo who defeated the snow monkey, even though he didn't remember it. Kira added that Paul fought with the killer twins and saved them. Arrogant Ralph asked them who had seen it, as if it was possible to lie in this matter. Kira ignored him and asked Paul what to do. He replied that the Kanya Guild would definitely do something against them. At that moment, someone knocked on their door and asked how long he would wait there. Dibbo turned around and opened his mouth in surprise. Kira was also stunned to see the guest. Ibis asked Sister Debo to tell the scoundrel who had just arrived that he must hurry. Larkin ordered Ebisu to correct this, and his voice did not tolerate objections then. Ibis didn't think that the new guild would contact Paul and they would start a raid before he could do anything. He was racking his brains over what to do, because if he did nothing, he would become a corpse. At that moment, there was a knock on his door, tearing him away from his gloomy thoughts. It was Paul who came himself and laid out his circumstances. He announced that he had a contract for 50 million masses. Ibis pretended not to understand why Paul had come, and he replied that if he had nothing more to say, he would simply leave. Ibis grimaced and pulled out of his pocket a prepared envelope with a contract for 60 million. This was even more than Paul had originally asked for. Of course, Ibis didn't know that another guild was trying to kill the mage. After they became partners and signed a contract, Paul laid it all out. That Kanya had sent assassins and set a trap. More than 100 people died in the gate, and Ibis was horrified by the methods the guild used to try to eliminate witnesses. But this gave him a good trump card in his hands to eliminate his competitors. Paul could tell from his expression that Ibis was happy about the news. He reminded Ebisu that this testimony could easily be dismissed. Ibis had no doubt about it, but he believed that he could easily manipulate public opinion. Other guilds also needed to find the culprits. But Paul said there was still a way to destroy their common enemy. Instead of dispossessing them, we could simply wipe them off the face of the planet. Paul said that while everything could be kept secret, the Dark Magician's followers would make the first move themselves. They then met with the Kania Guild representative, and Ibis told her that he came to apologize. He said that there was a small misunderstanding between him and Paul due to his youthful impulsiveness. Paul is an official partner of the Gapur Guild, said Ibis, and declared that he was taking him to his place. The villain's henchman said that in that case, she would not be able to pay him the promised reward. Ibis added that thanks to this incident, he was able to rethink the value of human life and will now treat people differently. He said that now he would have experienced soldiers to ensure that something like this would not happen again. Of course, every member of Paul's squad will have experienced security because the work was also excellent. So from now on, if anyone wants to harm Paul, they will have to deal with the entire Gapur Guild. Ibis smiled contentedly as he looked at the confused face of the Dark Magician's minion. When Debo heard the amount Paul signed the contract for, his jaw dropped. He asked him what kind of magic he used to do this. Kira noticed that they were now being guarded by bodyguards. Ralph, who valued money more than anything else, was the happiest of all and declared that Paul was very good at running a business. Ralph added that now they just needed to get rid of the useless ones, and that he himself was the best priest in this city. He could not only heal, but also lead everyone into battle, said a smug Ralph. Then he looked at Debo, who had been grumbling all this time, and pointed his finger at him. Ralph called him a monster and asked what he was. Just when he thought Debo was out cold, he woke up and took down the boss himself. It was beyond words. Kira also noticed that when Debo fought with small monsters, he seemed to go wild and lost consciousness. The guy told them that he didn't know how to explain it. It was as if he was just sleeping. In this dream, he saw a woman he didn't know with whom he fought, and he had a feeling that they were close. As soon as he woke up, he forgot her face and remembered only that she used an axe just like him. Paul was taken aback when he heard this. Perhaps these two were somehow connected. And while Debo sleeps, some of his previous powers, before the regression, returned to him. Paul thought he didn't understand how this was happening. Maybe something went wrong after he changed his destiny. That applies to him too, Ralph said to the thoughtful Paul. Looking at how quickly the mage became stronger, he understood why the Gapur Guild was so interested in him. Then he looked at the knight's girl, and she perked up because she would also be assessed. She had a good foundation and was quite skilled for a second rounder, in Ralph's opinion. But she didn't stand out from the rest, he said with emphasis in his voice. Ralph said that they were now bait for killers, but they were paid for it. but he did not want to share the reward with those who were a burden. He stated that he would be grateful if Kira returned to her nights in the order, and the girl became angry. She went into the first level of flashback that was needed to reveal this character. As she walked down the corridor of the Order building, someone met her and said that the girl had a lot of work. The knight grinned and said he thought she had died in that gate. Kasim asked if she was going to see the master, and Kira looked at him with disbelief. He heard she had joined the search team and was clearly selling herself short, but this was the perfect place for her, the nasty guy said. Leaving this place was the best thing she could do for the master and the Order, he added, and walked away. Kira informed the master of the Order of her desire to leave. He asked her what was the matter, whether she really was not who he thought she was, but the girl replied that she could not explain it now. But one day he will be able to. Having heard this, the master asked her again and looked up from his papers. He told her that he would report that her participation in the search team was part of a secret mission, but she had to come with a report once every 3 weeks. The master told her not to forget that she was still his student, and forever a knight of their order. Kira told them that although she asked for a lot, she could not return until she found the traitor in her order. The girl said that she didn't need money, she just asked to give her a little time. Ralph smirked smugly. She was so immature. They wanted to get rid of her, he decided for everyone. But Paul intervened in the conversation and asked Ralph if he was sure of his words, and the dissatisfied priest turned to him. Paul said that given Kira's character, it would only be worse for them if she searched for the Dark Magician's followers alone. Even though Ralph thought Kira's skills weren't strong enough, he had something to add. Paul sent him to the second floor of the rift because he was confident in Ralph's skills. But without Debo, they would have died, and that was disappointing. Ralph trembled and declared that this was no ordinary opponent, and that Paul had no right to say so. The snow monkey is no ordinary enemy, Paul snorted, and said that he had already killed one himself. Of course, this was before his regression, but he couldn't tell them about that, and he wouldn't have had to fight the monkey if everything had gone according to plan. He thought about doing the same this time, but Kania sent more experienced assassins than Paul expected. Ralph was indignant and called his words nonsense, because until recently, Paul had been a slave. Then Paul looked angrily at the bully and offered to show proof of his strength. Ralph quickly went quiet and said that evidence was not needed, and asked if the magician didn't need him either. Paul smiled contentedly. He had achieved his goal and put the priest in his place. It was all quite simple. They had to become stronger than they were now. There was a month left until the next raid. And in such a situation, the solution is cruelty, the magician said. The servants reported to the villain that everything had not gone according to plan. The Gapur Guild had intervened, and that fighting them would attract everyone's attention. The villain thought about how much they knew. The negotiations were a farce from the very beginning, he realized. The maid wasn't sure about this. Only the killers could have this information. Even the spy had told them a little. The villain said that the Gaper should not be a problem. It would be easy to destroy them when that day came. Their enemy is the Maple Association. Just like for 8 centuries, everything was exactly the same. The knights with the Empress at their head, the Seekers, formed an alliance against the magician. But the villain had a bad feeling that Paul had done all this only with the support of the Gapur Guild. He ordered her to get more information about this trading guild. Like all villains, he sat and gave orders instead of getting down to business and killing his enemies. Ralph got hit and fell on his back. They were fighting somewhere in the forest. Kira stood nearby, also breathing heavily, while Ralph was indignant, asking what kind of magician uses such methods. Paul approached them carefree, as if nothing had happened. For him, this fight was an easy walk. As if mocking them, he suggested that Ralph try to land at least one blow. Paul promised that today's training would be over if they could make it, and rushed towards them, with Ralph shouting at them to leave him alone. At this time, Debo was meditating on the sound of falling forest leaves. But the sounds of the battle constantly distracted him, so he could not concentrate. The guy also wanted to train in combat, and didn't understand why he needed meditation. Paul told him to learn to forcibly use the power that Debo had caught in flashbacks from his alternate future. Paul himself wasn't sure it was possible, but it would be funny if Debo could do it. Debo sighed heavily. He still doubted that this could make him stronger. In the evening, he was amused by Ralph's face, swollen from beatings and burns. Paul declared that he had calculated the difficulty to suit the priest himself, and Debo laughed even harder at this joke. They were worried about leaving Debo's sister alone, but since there was security, the team could go to practice. Then the guy remembered something and told the magician that he would like to discuss it with him. He showed the letter and the relic that had allowed him to escape last time. They needed to be returned, but he didn't know to whom. Paul noticed the cross ring attached to the seal. Debo saw how the magician thought and asked what was going on. Paul took the letter for himself and said that he would deal with it. But for now, Debo should go to bed early. From tomorrow, he will also have to take part in training. Debo winced, and the beaten Ralph grinned. Despite the evening, Kira continued to train and chop down trees. She was very exhausted after a day of exercise with Paul, who hadn't even broken a sweat. But what angered her most was the face of Cassius, who dared to mock the proud girl. Since then, she has been trying to prove to herself that she has talent. Paul walked through the dark streets of the city, completely open and alone. He walked up to the door and knocked, then stepped back to wait for the door to be opened. He was greeted unfriendly, and Paul showed the letter, identifying himself as a postman. In the past, there was an incident where a gate was destroyed, and the guild that owned it sent a team to investigate, but they were unable to find the culprit. To everyone's surprise, the gate appeared not far from where it had disappeared, and was never destroyed again. Later, Paul realized who was behind this mysterious incident, and also what their real reasons were. Meanwhile, he was taken inside. Paul found himself in a small, dark room and looked around. Someone asked him how he knew about this place, out of the darkness. 5 people looked at him angrily and gave him a minute to think. The Hunters of the Cross, a secret group who knew the gate was a trap for seekers, were the ones who destroyed it. A great sacrifice that no one knew about. The Hunters took out their guns and pointed them at Paul, showing that they were not joking. Paul delivered the letter to their leader using telekinesis. He said that he had come to return what they had lost, but he understood that he would not be rewarded for this act. He promised to give them a shortcut, saying that if they wasted time searching, it would be to his disadvantage. But the girl continued to count. Paul honestly admitted that he could not tell them how he found this place, but he warned that if they killed him, the location of their leader would be revealed, and the hunter's countdown would stop. A girl with red eyes came forward and asked him who he was. Paul smiled and said he was glad to meet her, and told her name. Her name was Cherie, although it would be more correct to say we haven't seen each other for a long time, since in the previous story, they were friends. Cherie joined them when the hunters were gone, and they fought side by side hundreds of times until that day. Then she smiled sweetly at him and told him to go forward, promising to catch up, and sacrificed herself. At first, Paul wanted to repay this debt, so he told them directly, so that they would recall their cell in another city since it has already been exposed. He also recently found something, Paul said, and handed her some kind of box. There was a severed hand. He took it from the Kania Guild, who tried to kill him. Cherie didn't understand what this meant. She thought he wanted to provoke her and said that he would regret it. But Paul suggested taking a look first, and with kinesis, he pulled out a hand, on the wrist of which there was some kind of symbol. It was the mark of a dark mage's follower, a red spider with an eye. The other hunters also recognized this sign, and were surprised that the followers who were well hidden were from Kania. This mark was difficult to find because it only appeared if the skin was saturated with mana. Cherie was shocked because few knew what it was. She asked him what he needed and told him not to tell nonsense about how he was just a good person past the crocodile. Paul replied that he needed information, and that was why he came here. After they decided to let the magician go, they began to discuss whether they could trust him or not. Everything they were told seemed like a trap. Cherie decided to be more cunning and pretend to be caught in it. Paul received something he didn't expect to receive along with the information. He didn't expect his enemies to be so fast, and he thought that their actions were also changing in response to his. But everything had already been decided, the magician thought, remembering the skull. The next point on the route was the Nautilus boat, a steel vessel sailing out to sea. They were at the port, and Debo watched as passengers were loaded aboard a merchant ship. A month had already passed since their last mission, and everyone was already getting goosebumps from anticipation of the task. Paul came to Ebisu's office to discuss his next raid. He offered him 2 large gates that the Kania Guild was interested in, and suggested that he get to work since a whole month had passed. While Paul was thinking, Ebis managed to get angry, thinking that the guy was scared after they had gone so far, but the magician confidently declared that he had already chosen where he would go, and it was none of the places Ebis had listed. He was taken aback by such impudence, and asked if Paul understood what kind of place this was. Kieran, captain of the Nautilus, commands countless pirates there, and she had an apprentice nicknamed Eagle Eye Rhea. The Eagle's Eye Gate was named after her after she died there. This gate with a huge reward was considered impossible to reach, as many seekers died there. Hearing that they were discussing something interesting, Lochran knocked on their door. He came here to personally give something to Paul, in honor of the start of the new raid. He showed him 2 phoenix feathers, an item the guild had prepared especially for Paul. The Lord smiled. He expected good results from the magician. Paul understood that now he would have to work off the reward he had received. He already had 4 phoenix feathers. Debo asked him why he wasn't coming in. Paul replied that they were waiting for someone, and Debo was surprised. It was a seeker with a bandage who called him a drunkard. He was carrying some kind of package in his hands. This was the order that Paul asked for. The seeker gave them the package and told them to try it on. It was a new uniform, light armor with fur trim, and Ralph was glad that it was free. Kira was pleased that the uniform was light and did not restrict her movements. It suited her. They asked what the armor was made of, and the master replied that it was the skin of a snow monkey that Paul had given him. Debo remembered. Then Paul took what he wanted and didn't tell him anything. The master was aware of their exploits. It was obvious that such a good skin could only be obtained from a high-level gate. He had one more set left, and Paul suggested leaving it to the master. And when he did not understand, he informed him that the seeker must go with them, and therefore ordered him to change clothes. The large ship had been moored near the tropical island for a long time, so the crew had time to get bored. They met their seekers who had returned from the expedition. The team was led by Lady Mayor. She returned having cleared the gates of 200 people, and rumors about her quickly spread throughout the ship. Immediately after the mission, Meyer came to the captain and asked permission to go to the Eagle Gate, but was refused. She stated that she had become much stronger, and the captain had no reason to stop her. The captain looked up from her work and angrily asked if Mayer was going to contradict her. The girl also shook with indignation. How else should she avenge her sister Rhea, she asked. But the captain was adamant and repeated her order. Meyer lay down on the table. Even strong coconut tea could not console her. The girl was indignant that the captain would never allow her to do this, and was already thinking of going on a raid herself without asking. Her first mate said it was Curion's way of looking after her, but Meyer thought the captain was overreacting. While the assistant was comforting her, one of the sailors ran in and shouted that they had a problem. Some strangers took the task of clearing the Eagle Eye Gate a couple of minutes ago, he reported, and Meyer jumped up from such surprise. Some landlubbers took the reward, and the pirates greeted them with unkind words. Paul's team walked confidently along the deck of the ship, ignoring the shouts all around. Debo grimaced, sensing that they were being looked at with an unkind look. Kira told him to keep quiet. They had violated the established order on someone else's territory. It would not be surprising to get shot after that. Usually, whoever takes the task sheet is obliged to enter the gate. But if someone has their eye on them, the pirates do not do this out of respect. And the task they took belonged to Meyer, who yelled at them, asking who they were. Paul answered her coldly that if she considered these gates hers, then she should have taken the task first. The girl said she was waiting for permission, but Paul replied that he didn't care. This was important to her because her mentor, Captain Kirian, Meyer said that they would not succeed, since the rewards were only for pirates. Those who are not them cannot take them if these gates are in the possession of Nautilus. Dibbo snorted and laughed. Now he understood everything. The red-haired girl told him to stop laughing and give back the reward. Debo grinned cheekily in response, and said that he didn't want to. He introduced their crew as the Ibiru Pirates, which was the name of the master in the red armband. Ibiru himself, who 5 minutes ago had no idea about such a status, became embarrassed. Mayer said that you can't just call yourself a pirate. There are a number of procedures. The captain must have a wooden leg, a parrot, and a hook. Debo just smiled and said that they were real diligent pirates. How could they not know about the brave pirates of Ibiru, he asked, and the master in the red bandage let out another nervous laugh. Ibiru is a real pirate. You could tell because they got here and they are his crew. But then another weirdo chimed in and said that there was only one pirate on their team, and that didn't count. It was Mr. Marat, another shady guy with an important air. Paul had never heard of him and claimed that they were not breaking any rules. Marat said that since Kieran brought them to this place, it was her turn to judge. He asked them where the rest of the people for the raid were. Paul replied that all 5 were here. Marat was very surprised and thought they were crazy. These were gates designed for 70 people. Then he asked Paul's name and he introduced himself, and rumors began to spread throughout the hall. Everyone had heard about the survivor of the Red Gates for 100 people. Debo stuck his nose out boastfully and said that everything was exactly like that. But some clueless person out of nowhere butted into the conversation and said that it didn't mean anything since the raid had failed. While her leader had cleared the gates of 200 people, which meant she was better, Meyer pretended to be embarrassed. Then Mura suggested a compromise. Since they had taken the order first, why not give up the rest of the places to Mayer? Debo snorted and said he would think about it, but Paul agreed. He demanded 100,000 per person, maximum 10 people. The redhead prepared the money, although her assistant recommended waiting a little. Paul would simply die anyway. He asked what about Kirian, but Maya replied that there was no time for that. She decided to apologize later. The girl said that she could not allow them to take this gate under any circumstances. A disgruntled Ralph pressed the magician and asked him why he said that. He was unhappy that they had only sold 10 seats out of 65 and suggested they reconsider. Kira reminded them that there would be too many enemies that way, and that among them there could be minions of the Dark Magician. Ralph suggested tearing everything apart, but Paul couldn't change his mind. Now his goal was to prevent the death of the second student of Kirian in the gate where the first student died. After such a loss, Kirian went into shock and isolated herself from everyone. And then the Dark Mage's minions defeated the pirates. Paul received information that Kanai had invested in Nautilus, which meant they were acting according to their own plan. He had to reduce the number of variables and reduce his mana usage to avoid making the same mistake as before. Ibiru listened to Debo and Ralph argue, and didn't understand what he was doing here with this bunch of madmen. In the evening, there was a knock on his cabin door on the ship, and he opened the door. Seeing the unusual guest, Paul hastily invited him in. It was Captain Kieran herself, the head of Nautilus, and Assistant Marat. He came to check on something, and she asked Paul not to lie. Whether he was a follower of the Dark Magician, she stunned him. Paul didn't understand how she could know about the Dark Magician. The future changed again. Marat noticed his surprise and suspected that Paul was connected with them, but the magician quickly replied that he simply didn't expect to hear about the sorcerer from them, which meant that Kirian didn't doubt their existence. The captain snapped that it didn't make sense and asked how he would prove that he wasn't one of them. Paul replied that he could not do this, but the captain came to him already knowing about him. Otherwise, she would have killed him long ago. This meant that the Cross Hunters reported to her. This was the only connection. Kirian understood that Paul was an enemy of the Kanya Guild. But that didn't mean he was her ally, and Paul said he could become one, because they needed something from him. Kirian knew that the Dark Mage's followers were behind the death of her first student, and that they had already penetrated deep into the pirate community. She couldn't trust anyone except Marat and a couple of other people, and Paul realized that it was serious. Kirian knew the minions were gathering again, and that their target was Myers. She was the ship's icon. If the girl dies, Nautilus will be consumed by chaos, and even Kirian won't be able to withstand it. She offered Paul a deal to protect Myers at the gate, and offered an artifact from the treasury as a reward. Paul's squad entered the gate first, as expected. Debo shouted to the red-haired girl that they could take their time. The girl didn't answer, only thoughtfully watching as the Seekers left through the gates she had dreamed of for so long. They found themselves in a huge cave. It looked cool, but also dangerous, Daibo told them. Hira reminded them that they weren't on vacation and needed to concentrate, while Ralph was still worried that they hadn't sold enough seats. The first monster appeared in front of them. It was a cute dinosaur. Debo laughed. The beast looked stupid and not at all dangerous. He told them to move away to get rid of him, but then it turned out that the dinosaur had a mother. Debo began to justify himself by saying that they simply misunderstood each other, and a terrible roar filled the cave. This time the walk didn't go well from the start, and the air was filled with random gunfire. The shots attracted even more monsters, but the pirates were confident that they could handle it. This team of Seekers was very confident, having cleared a gate for 200 people. And one of them was so bold that he completely forgot about the rear. He almost became a snack for an overgrown lizard, but a couple of well-aimed shots tore it to shreds. "Take your position, Zio," the red-haired squad captain ordered, acrid smoke pouring from her gun barrels. Meanwhile, the friendly trio was running away from another lizard. Debo managed to run and curse as he went. As luck would have it, their leader Elam abandoned them and went off, as he said, to do his own thing. As if that wasn't enough, a blank wall appeared right in front of them, and the warrior cursed again. He had to comically dodge the sharp teeth of the monster, whose entire body hit the rock. When the lizard lost its balance, Daibo jumped on it, and with all his might, plunged his axe into its vulnerable neck, practically cutting it off. Before the fight, Elam instructed them. Usually they fought chaotically, and it was of little use. So from that moment on, he told them to fight as a team and consider each other family members. In their squad, Debo makes the first move. He makes his way to the front and disrupts the enemy's formations, confusing them. It's okay if he doesn't kill anyone in the process. His goal is to hurt as many and as deeply as possible. Move forward no matter what happens, breaking through and dragging the monsters along with you. He must ignore all attacks from the rear because it is Ralph's job to cover them. Like a protective father, the healer priest watched over him in battle, allowing Debo to frolic like a madman. Ralph needed to put his selfishness aside and do everything he could to cover for Debo. He had to fight for him, Elam had left clear and unambiguous orders. Two lizards the size of a tyrannosaurus rushed at them from both sides, but both skilled fighters fought off this attack, quickly scattering the monsters with a series of powerful blows. Debo's heavy axe exploded with fire, crushing skulls and bones. One of the lizards swung its tail, threatening to crush the guy into a pancake. Then Ralph took the blow for him, which nearly left him gutted. "The power of a father's love," the priest shouted to his partner, using healing skills on himself. The most important role went to Kiri, Elam told them then and grinned. After her fiery strikes, not a single wounded enemy could recover, so the swordswoman had to follow everyone and finish off defenseless enemies. The sharp sword danced, leaving behind a fiery trail and wounds that would never heal. Kiri has improved her skills faster in the last month than in her entire life. 3 circles of mana were visible under her steel bracer, so killing monsters was now much easier, and the whole team was ready to continue the fight in this mode. Somewhere on the island, 2 pirates guarded the entrance to the Orange Gate. When another team approached them, the guards immediately recognized Kadral as their leader. They refused to say what the matter was, and loudly declared that they had business with Miner. The red-haired captain at this time celebrated her initial success, accepting praise from her teammates, and was already ready to move on. Her people found large mana stones and boasted of their rich catch. But at that moment, when she was rejoicing at her wealth, a fiery arrow pierced her stomach and flew out. The girl's face twisted into a grimace of horror and pain from this unexpected attack. Suddenly, the fiery projectile changed direction and flew sharply towards the other guy. But the captain's assistant managed to save the poor fellow at the last moment by knocking him down. Miner fired straight at the flying charge to somehow shoot it down. But then I felt death quickly approaching on my back, which gave me goosebumps. The redhead fired a 3-shot salvo and created a curtain of debris. Only then did she see the attacker's face and demand an explanation from him. "Just tidying things up," Elam answered her in an indifferent tone, the staff in his hand burning in his hand and an unusual patch over his eye. Without further ado, he attacked the pirates with a beam of multiple fire arrows, each of which he controlled with telekinesis. But there was another hero whom everyone had completely forgotten about. Debo asked to trust him, but he himself disappeared, and now this poor guy is left alone. He was lucky enough to find the hole he fell into, and that's how he survived. But he couldn't hang around here forever, because if everyone left, he'd be completely alone in the entire dungeon. Sitting in this hole, he pondered for a while what to do, but then he still risked leaving the shelter, fearing being eaten on the spot, because he was only a second circle seeker, and it was no wonder that around every corner of the cave, an angry and hungry lizard was waiting for him. Somehow, a guy whose name was not remembered snuck up to the second-level gate inside the first-level gate. He was about to wait here when suddenly something touched his leg, causing the seeker to almost die on the spot. But instead of a terrible beast, it turned out to be Elam's pet. The slug smiled and looked at him questioningly. "And how long has he been here?" the cowardly seeker wondered, but did not notice how he touched the gate with his hand, which is why he was immediately drawn into it. Miner again screamed at Elam to explain himself immediately and pointed the gun at him. Instead of an answer, they were greeted by a fireball, the shockwave from which echoed throughout the cave. Kedril managed to run to this place and shoot Elam with a cannon, but the magician survived, and they sent a pursuit after him. Then Kadral told Miner that their enemy had passed through the gates of 100 people in the same vile manner. Their guild leader Chiron found out about this and sent a second team to help Miner. Even while retreating, Elam attacked unhindered, like a mounted archer, his arrows fanning out backwards. Each one hit its target and immediately destroyed a couple of pirates, who didn't even have time to squeal. But there were still many pirates, and the pain for their fallen friends only made them even more angry. One of them used the quick shot skill. Hoping to hit a single target, the pistol thundered like a cannon. But in response, a fiery message arrived in the form of a ball the size of the entire passage. The magician already thought that he would leave, but noticed that there were 3 more pursuers on his tail. The next moment, he almost got shot in the head and managed to dodge by a hair. Miner was very angry and had no intention of letting him go, charging the barrels with mana again. They fired a volley. Unlike arrows, the bullets did not change trajectory and struck in a straight line, destroying the rocky outcrops. Elam was hurrying towards another orange gate when Kadral decided to throw a grenade at him. The magician reacted instantly and used telekinesis to bring down a rock in Miner's path. Kadral's grenade exploded right in front of that stone shield. It was a blow that shook the entire cave, threatening to collapse the vault and crush the pathetic little people with its mass. Miner and Elam were buried under a multitude of debris, and the pirates quickly gathered around this pile. Because of the dust, the red-haired girl couldn't even breathe normally and started coughing. The darkness of the rubble was illuminated by Elam's fire, and Minor immediately aimed her pistol at him, only to find herself in the crosshairs as well. Only thanks to his telekinesis did the pile of stones not fall on their heads, and the mage also maintained the spell of fire arrows. To her credit, the red-haired pirate leader didn't flinch, still wanting to know what Elam was up to. One of Minor's assistants, meanwhile, was shaking Kadral for the commotion they had caused, since, thanks to his efforts, their leader had ended up under the rubble. True, at that very moment, an explosion was heard from inside, and the shockwave threw back the heavy boulders. So Minor is alive, her deputy realized, quite surprised. Before they could see anything through the curtain of dust, a fiery arrow cut through it. Fiery death cut through the air between the pirates, nearly killing one of them. But what followed surprised Kadral even more. A rapid volley of pistol fire knocked him down like a shot of shrapnel, and there was a smell of gunpowder and burnt flesh. Minor emerged from the rift, instantly turning into their enemy, as if she had been hypnotized. What a waste of mana due to stubbornness, Elam snorted behind the red-haired girl's back. This appearance stunned everyone gathered, so they did nothing. Minor told Chio, her deputy, to take the boys and leave immediately. Moreover, she insisted that this was Chiron's real order. A gilded medallion the size of a saucer glittered on her chest. The poor seeker, who had gotten separated from the team, was breathing heavily. He still didn't know what to do once he found himself on this side of the gate. It was best to wait. Behind the second gate, a similar cave awaited him. Looking around, he noticed that someone resembling a human was moving in the thick smoke. Then the brave and feeble-minded boy asked the stranger to wait, saying that he had fallen behind his group. Unexpectedly for the leisurely snail, Elam's pet instantly accelerated and kicked the lost boy in the leg. Why did he fall to the ground, cursing loudly? One might think that Elam had specially trained his pet to joke around with people. It just turned out that the snail had more brains than the lost seeker, because right in front of him stood a mushroom-shaped freak from the local monsters, and he immediately had a sinister company of lovers of lost tourists. Elam asked if she knew anything about the death of Eagle Eye Leah. Outside, among those she considered comrades, there were followers of the Dark Mage, and it was they who killed her friend. Chiron knew about everything, and that is why she sent Elam here. Now the Dark Magicians have another target, the second student of the famous guild captain. Minor froze in place from these ominous words. At first, she thought that he just wanted to deceive and confuse her. It was too difficult to believe that her sister's killers were their comrades in arms. But then, the very same gilded medallion that Chiron had given him appeared in Elam's hands. The captain wouldn't have given away such a thing just like that. The decoration bore her personal mark, which meant Elam's words took on meaning. Having understood everything, the girl lowered her weapon and asked the magician how it was possible to identify the sorcerer's followers. Elam knew a lot about them and about the existence of artifacts, but no one wanted to believe him. But they still gave him the clairvoyant's eye, an item that allowed them to identify the sorcerer's followers, but it consumed an insane amount of mana. After Chorus's death, there was no one among them who could use this item, because only a person compatible with the artifact could activate it. It's convenient, isn't it? The pursuers of the Dark Magicians themselves did not understand how Elam managed to cope with these glasses, because he was a magician. But even if they didn't trust him completely, it was clear that they had the same goal. The leader dismissed all of her deputies' objections. In any case, if the mage didn't have enough mana to use the artifact, he would simply die. All of the First Trinity are enemies, Elam said briefly to his new partner. One of the pirates immediately began to express indignation at how one could believe some speculations without any evidence. Even before reincarnation, the Dark Sorcerer's followers were a real pain in the ass, as their tattoos were invisible unless mana was poured into them. But even if it wasn't visible, it was definitely with every cultist. With the help of telekinesis, Elam raised the previously wounded fighter. He grabbed him by the head and tore off the bandage on it. Wearing it so openly was completely indecent, Elam told the others. The spider mark he had felt with the clairvoyant's eye glowed red on Kadral's forehead. Everyone knew what this sign was, so the minor team was very surprised. And the pirate cultist, who was the first to raise his voice of objection, suddenly realized that they had been exposed. There was no point in hiding their faces anymore, so they immediately started shooting at those who were not representatives of the cult. Chio quickly lay down on the ground so as not to be hit. Purple charges whistled right above him, showering him with fragments. He did not understand anything, but he simply responded by firing a laser cannon at his former comrades. Minor also did not lag behind, and, taking advantage of the general confusion, opened aimed fire. Her bullets left huge holes in the pirates, like volleys from an arquebus. Elam turned to his red-haired partner and shouted that he had already spent too much mana searching for enemies. Now they were not in an advantageous position. The second gate was very close, and it was possible to quickly hide after passing through it. But Miner stood her ground. She wanted to take revenge on every traitor. When one of them, who stood at a distance, shouted to everyone to get out of the way. In his hands was a bomb that was ready to explode at any moment from the magic raging within it. The veil of darkness that emerged from it quickly covered the space and captured everyone who tried to escape. This illusion blocked the view and could not be dispelled or exited from its field. But the followers of the sorcerer's cult saw them perfectly well, and were already mocking the helplessness of their opponents. The minor pirates immediately panicked, not knowing what to do in this situation and sensing imminent death. The cultists pointed the gun at Miner and uttered one of the phrases they are taught at the Academy of Stereotyped Villains. Something about giving her the peace she was longing for. The bullet practically took off Miner's head, but she was saved in time by Elam, who knocked her down. Unlike the helpless pirates, whose eyes were obscured by the illusion, the mage saw through it with the help of the clairvoyant eye. The cultists immediately became nervous, realizing that at the moment, this was their most dangerous enemy. They fired a volley without bothering to get closer and shoot point blank. Elam brought down the rock and it became a natural shield from the purple shots. He then burned the pirates who had mistakenly stood in a row and did not move in case of return fire. The pirates responded to this with large caliber guns, the size and power of which resembled a grenade launcher. Elam simply detonated the shell fired at him, and it shattered into pieces without causing any harm, after which the arrow easily pierced the skull of the hapless cultist. To somehow counter such power, the sorcerer's followers fired a volley of purple projectiles, simply to prevent the enemy from aiming. The thing is that Elam already had 5 firebird feathers in his bag, each of which increased the power of his flame. In response to their random shooting, Elam cast a swirling, dense magic. Many saw the use of fire spells like this for the first time and were horrified. The explosion scorched the cultists' faces. The pirate holding the illusion artifact panicked, not knowing what to do, but Elam did not leave him time to think and interrupted the artifact's action, and he incinerated the rest of the cultists who were nearby with a point-blank shot. The dark magic dissipated, and Miner could see their battlefield again. But then one of the sorcerer's followers, whom Elam had not finished off, shouted out the name of his master. He held another grenade in his hand, from which he had already pulled the pin, and a mad grin played on his face. Moreover, it was not one grenade, but many shells that were already ready to be launched and bury everyone. The explosion threw Myer far back, and the shockwave almost smeared her against the wall. But they were again slept by Elam, who decided to ride a huge boulder using telekinesis. This, however, brought him to the brink of complete exhaustion, so Elam headed towards the gate. But it wasn't that easy to do, because they were immediately attacked by a melee fight. In one fell swoop, he knocked Miner off the rock as the most vulnerable target. The magician tried to catch her with telekinesis, but the cultist had already thrown a grenade. Nothing invigorates you in the morning like the smell of a fresh pomegranate in your face. The explosion destroyed the portal arch, which immediately stopped working. Myer coughed and tried to get up, but the blow still left her unable to breathe properly. In place of the gate, only a large crater remained. That's what she saw when she looked around. The surviving pirates panicked when they saw that the gate had stopped working, but their leader told them not to worry because these things can regenerate. Moreover, their real goal is to eliminate Myer, the second student of the famous captain. The girl nimbly dodged the sweeping blows of the thug with brass knuckles and even managed to shoot him in the arm, but the enemy used acceleration and defense skills that he had hidden before. Thanks to this, the enemy was able to get close to the redhead without fear of her shots. However, they failed to reach the girl. She again dodged with the skill of an acrobat, and she even managed to jump on the pirate's back, putting 2 barrels to the back of his head. But at the last moment, the enemy jerked, and the bullet only grazed his leg. His buddies immediately opened fire directly at them, without any fear of hitting an ally. Miner jumped forward and pushed the pirate with her feet, so his defense now worked for her. The bullets hit his back like a swarm of angry bees, and the cultist winced in pain. Miner then used his body as cover and took out a couple of the villains with a well-aimed shot. Every time she fired, someone fell. But throughout the entire battle, the girl maintained amazing composure. She also didn't forget about the bastard next to her, Taking advantage of the fact that he was immobilized, she tested the strength of his armor with a skill. It turned out that there was no armor inside the oral cavity. Seeing how strong she was, the other fans of the Dark Sorcerer had less desire to get involved with her, and Minor only provoked them more with her feigned indifference. "Let them all attack at once," she said. Meanwhile, the three friends reached the gates, but it turned out that there were quite a lot of them in place, and each one corresponded to the gates of 200. It was a special gate. Ralph had heard of such gates. They could be connected to many places outside the gate zone. Once a certain number of people use them, they close down, and the rest have to rely on others. There was no way to know if they would meet Elam on the other side, but the trio decided to rely on luck. They were lucky that they entered these together. Debo noticed someone quickly approaching them, and even thought that it could be their boss. But it was their unlucky friend Ibiru, who was much inferior in abilities, but somehow managed to survive. The guy was incredibly happy to see his friends. True, they suddenly shied away from him as if he were a leper, and ordered him not to approach them. The toadstool that was chasing them opened its mouth and growled terribly. At the same time, a group of minor pirates fought on the other side of the gate with an unusual enemy. These creatures weren't just monsters. They were dressed like pirates and looked like they were once human. However, they had no time to think, because the monsters did not die even if their heads were shot off, and continued to crawl towards them. Elam himself gritted his teeth, for he had never before in his long life encountered anything like this. These monsters had no core. They were like zombies with no weak points. Everything Elam saw in this place was very different from his past life. Using the eye of clairvoyance, the mage found the path where the traces of mana from these zombies led, and he realized that something was hiding behind the wall. On the other hand, it was not difficult to recognize Debo by his huge axe, which meant that the entire trio had already entered the gates of 200, the magician realized. True, his mana immediately ran out, and the light faded in his eyes, and he closed his eyes in pain. A pirate nearby saw that Elam was ill and asked him what was wrong, and zombie mushrooms were already running towards them at full speed. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and a large boulder crushed the monster, thereby saving them. From a great height, sliding down the slope of the cliff, Minor was quickly approaching them. Along the way, she fired at the rock several more times, raining debris down on the monsters. Her deputy was glad to see that the girl was not injured, and was okay after a difficult fight. But Minor shouted at Marat to step aside if he didn't want to die, reloading her pistol. There were still many monsters left on the ground that the brave girl wanted to destroy. After the charge that was released, a deep hole was left in the rock, and Murat himself almost died from this blow. But unfortunately for them, there were still too many monsters around. The ammunition was running low, and Minor could only fire one more shot, using all her mana. She turned to Elam, who had just regained consciousness and was still breathing heavily, for advice. The mage told her to wait. They would need this skill later. Debo was within a kilometer. There was no time to think, so Elam quickly took several candy-like balls out of his bag and chewed them. In the next 3 minutes, he was going to close that gate while his team was breaking through to the meeting point. Debo swung the axe desperately and quickly, without thinking about defense. This tactic worked well. There were many enemies, and one of them grabbed the seeker by the throat and squeezed hard. But he was lucky that Ralph still had his back and threw the zombie mushroom away. He told the guy not to swear, but to focus on destroying the enemies, even if they couldn't be simply killed. Kiri also desperately chopped with her sword. Ibu fired randomly in all directions. It was obvious that they would soon be crushed. One of the random shots hit a stalactite, one of many that hung from the ceiling. The stone broke off and pierced one of the zombies like a spear, immobilizing him. Debo immediately praised the blockhead, and he pretended that he had planned it that way. However, at that very moment, the ground beneath their feet trembled and split into 2 parts. When he saw what came out of there, he immediately began to scold Ibiru and everyone in the world. It was a huge, ugly creature, from under which strange appendages hung like bunches of grapes. It was completely covered in disgusting slime, and its size inspired horror. "Why did they even wake her up?" Debo shouted, and a complex expression appeared on Ibiru's face, as if he had suffered from monthly constipation. The ugly zombie mushrooms continued to attack the group of Elam, Minor, and the pirate. They shot back at the enemies as best they could while the magician was preparing something. After the candies, his strength returned. Even though he didn't want to take such a risk, he had no choice. The drug made his heart beat like a horse's hooves. It was still too early to level up. He could have suffered if he did so unprepared. Something similar had happened in the past. Monsters grew stronger, but their mana and attack power diminished. After reaching the limit at level 6, Elam had to find other methods. The risk was enormous. The magic stones that were used only to level up turned out to be clots of the monster's life force. If you absorb this core, you may be able to convert it into mana. In theory, this should have restored mana. Now all that was needed was to cope with the raging flow inside. Send it straight to the heart, through the blood vessels, in the hope that the body will withstand this overload. In the chaotic firefight, one of the zombie monsters got too close to Minor. But then this monster was swept away by Elam's fiery arrow. The flash was so strong that it engulfed the mushrooms entirely, and they burned to the ground. Minor was very surprised to see that the magician had come to his senses, even though he was completely exhausted. Looking at the power raging around him, she could not understand at all what was happening to him, and the magician told her to prepare what he asked for. On the other side of the battlefield, a fierce battle was also going on. Kiri mercilessly chopping down mushrooms. One of the monsters used a long tongue and hit Ralph like a whip, which sent him flying backwards. What's even more disgusting is that at the site of the injury, fungal spores began to grow. Now the priest understood the secret of these zombie mushrooms. Without a drop of pity, he cut off the infected flesh and threw it aside. The huge boss that hit them with tentacles could infect any seeker with its spores and turn them into a zombie. Realizing who was to blame for everything, Debo felt a surge of anger towards this monster. He noticed that everyone was already quite exhausted and began to move more slowly. If this continues, they will die, the warrior decided, and rushed straight to the mushroom boss to buy everyone some time. He was sure that if he failed, everyone would die in vain, and this gave the seeker strength. With dexterous and quick movements, he began to chop off the dangerous and infectious tentacles. But there were too many of them, so the poisonous whips pursued him even in the air. And one of them still hit the seeker, throwing him like a baseball. In flight, Daibo was left completely open and received another blow. But instead, it was Kiri who took the blow, covering the guy with her body. The air in the wide cave changed. A wind blew and whistled between the wide columns supporting the vault. Elam told Minor to focus on using the skill, and he would be responsible for accuracy. The target was the wall in front of them. They had only one chance, while the pirates held back the horde of mushroom zombies that was pressing from the front. When they were ready, the mage gave the command to begin, and Minor pulled the trigger, releasing all her power. It was a bullet of an unimaginable caliber, the kind that only star destroyers could fire. Using his telekinetic powers, Elam transformed her into a battering ram that crushed the thick rock of the cave. He sped it up and spun it like a subway drilling rig, and then he enhanced the revolver with a skill, giving his projectile even more energy. As if that wasn't enough, the mage accelerated the structure with fire arrows. Now this fiery spear of light has turned into something completely unimaginable. At that moment, the pirates' endless supply of single-shot pistols ran out. Hordes of mushroom zombies were already approaching Minor and Elam from behind, and the pirates shouted at them to dodge. On the other side of the battlefield, everything also seemed to freeze for a moment. Debo lay on the ground without strength, and the mushroom zombie boss was quickly approaching him. All these monsters they fought for so long did not have a core, and the threads from their bodies led to the boss's hideout. It was this mutant that was the real entity. All the unkillable zombies, this host already had the core. The drilling rig from Elam's combined attack made its way to the boss's lair for a welcoming visit. "There it is!" Elam shouted and clenched his fist, using the clairvoyant's eye to direct the attack since he could see through the walls. This blow pierced the boss's core and several other tectonic plates, and may have even reached the Earth's core. At that moment, the puppets that had lost control stopped, and the battle died down. Elam didn't even move towards the zombies fighting in the rear, having calculated the time of his attack perfectly. At that very moment, all the zombie mushrooms exploded like fried popcorn kernels. Their stinking remains splashed the surviving pirates, frightening them quite a bit. Ibiru was also overjoyed that he had managed to survive. "This level has been completed, which means a portal will appear soon," Elam said and grinned. She grew up alone because her parents abandoned her when she was still little. Typical bad adults. Leah protected them, ordinary orphans like her, who huddled together in a pack because it was easier to survive that way. She was a dazzling heroine for Minor, a person capable of anything. Time flew by quickly. 10 years had passed so unnoticed since the teacher had accepted them. The girls sat next to each other on the hot hull of the ship and admired the sunset. Then Minor was very worried because Leah was recognized by Chiron herself and was superior to her in everything. She was worried that her sister, and role model for everyone, would become completely out of reach for her. And then she received a flick from Leah, who only laughed. because usually the red-haired beast demonstrated fortitude and tenacity. She promised to always be there for her. Everything in its time, Leah said. After a tense and fleeting battle, the Seekers examined each other. Kiri, surprisingly, was completely fine after the blow, perhaps saved by her new equipment. But Ralph grumbled that it was all thanks to his skills. Otherwise, the swordswoman would have simply died. The minor pirates have noticed something in the newly built metro station. They quickly went deeper to look at the strange object, and they saw a wounded girl who was tied to a stone, and they easily recognized her as Leah. Ralph assumed that the Seeker tied herself up to avoid turning into a zombie mushroom. On her chest was a note written in her own hand. She asked to tell the teacher that the followers of the Dark Sorcerer had returned and penetrated deep into Nautilus. Leah wanted to go back and help, but in her situation, it was difficult to do so. The enemies were well prepared. Phryne and Kedrick, with whom they had been together for so long, it was hard to imagine how many more followers of the cult were hiding among them. That's why they shouldn't trust anyone, lest they make the same mistake she did. With her last words, Leah apologized for failing to keep her promise. Minor burst into tears as she read them. Several cult followers stood at the entrance to the gate. They had just destroyed the guards. Cedral had taken the Night Shard, so even if he had to fight Minor, they would surely win, the thugs were confident. However, at that very moment, a bullet pierced one of them. They didn't even hear the shot. After this, a whole volley of dense fire thundered, and immediately many warriors of the cult fell. Chiron herself came to deal with the traitors, unexpectedly stabbing them in the back with their own favorite method. In a matter of moments, they eliminated 46 mercenaries, but Chiron was still worried, even though they sent Elam to Minor. But then the student herself appeared from the portal, carrying Leah's body in her arms. Chiron was speechless when she saw Minor and saw her burden. Only now could they truly tell each other that they had met again. At sunset, all the pirates returned to their hideout with a high iron side. Debo himself was amazed at how many teams had gathered in this place. Today, he killed all the important people on the Nautilus, all to honor the memory of the fallen warrior, whose body they were finally able to extract from the gate. Minor watched thoughtfully as the flames tried to clear the memory of her sister's brutal death. Elam remained on the ship, looking into the distance at the sea of lights, each of which signified a boat below. He sat leaning against a box, and next to him lay an empty bottle of some kind of potion. Elam stubbornly emptied another one, remembering a conversation that took place in the not-distant past. The conditions were too harsh, Chiron told him, but the magician insisted that it was necessary. There were too many mana potions to prepare, especially after the recipe was lost, and the price of each bottle was exorbitant. That's precisely why Elam asked her about this, believing that with Nautilus's resources, such a fee should not be a problem. Even though their deal had been successful, the pirate captain still didn't trust the magician completely, especially since Elam's demands were growing, even though he had said it was a one-time deal. But in return, he promised to find all the cult followers who were on board the Iron Ship. Even his second life was full of trials and work. The magician was indignant, activating the Seer's Eye. Assistant Minor broke her from her thoughts when he entered the cabin and called out. But the girl was in no hurry to open up. It was just that kind of day today. The faithful assistant still guessed her thoughts, because he had known his leader for a long time. He got her attention and apologized in advance for what he was going to say. One way or another, he managed to accidentally overhear how the magician proposed to the girl to join his group. Minor denied everything, saying it was his will, but the assistant understood that their last survival was precisely due to Elam's actions. Moreover, the sorcerer's followers who had killed Leah were still at large, and he, like Leah herself, wanted revenge. If she joined this guy, she would find herself on the front lines of the fight against the cult followers. Despite Elam's desperate appearance, he gave the impression of a reliable person. In exchange, the deputy promised to protect Nautilus in her stead. The scheme seemed to work. While the girl was forced to risk her life, he would continue to live as before, even in her position. But because of her youth, Minor took his support as a sign of attention and friendship. The next day, Chiron, as befits a captain, took her place at the bow of the boat, and Elam was the rower and helmsman. Following her directions, he steered the boat to a special place and handled the oar quite skillfully, until they found themselves in front of a huge wall that closed the bay and had a huge gate. The experienced soldiers on the wall immediately took aim with their handguns, but then Chiron waved the torch in her hand, as if giving a signal to the people above. The mechanism crackled, and the huge gates quickly opened, giving them access to the airlock. When Elam looked inside, his eyes widened in surprise. The boat sailed into a deep, man-made grotto, one of the piers of which was littered with piles of gold. For some reason, the gold was stored in piles, making it difficult to count, and perhaps local guards often succumbed to the temptation to pocket a little. Elam asked if Chiron knew anything about these artifacts, but she replied that he had to decide for himself. He could only take 2 items, as they had agreed, the captain told him, her voice sharp, perhaps because of Miner's offer. However, there were quite a few treasures here. With his trained eye, Elam immediately spotted a familiar staff, pendant, and other items that were simply lying around. He had to choose carefully, because Elam could only take 2. So he looked around carefully, when suddenly his eyes widened. This reaction did not escape the captain, who was interested in what this young man had chosen for himself. The mage's cancer reached for the bracelet, which immediately responded to his call. After the Day of Judgment, when the followers of the Dark Magician came to the front lines, among them was the one who carried out the massacre among the Allied troops, Rick, the traitor to humanity, and he used this item. Having infiltrated the highest ranks of the Allied forces, at the decisive moment, he betrayed everyone by dealing a fatal blow. Because of him, Elam lost many of his comrades. Now he realized that this artifact was found here after the fall of Nautilus. But now he got hold of the bracelet first and immediately snapped it onto his wrist. Chiron watched him carefully. The guy definitely had taste, but she still didn't understand his choice. Then the magician noticed another object. God knows how in this pile everything useful was lying on top. He saw this object for the first time. No energy emanated from it, and it looked like an ordinary ring. However, as soon as he extended his hand, the ring itself began to move, surprising them both. In an instant, the ring was on his finger, although Elam did not even touch it. However, Chiron immediately said that she could not give the ring back, since it had been left with her for safekeeping, and asked her to choose something else. Elam immediately agreed, but one problem arose. The strange ring refused to come off his finger, he told the captain. Meanwhile, the servants of the Dark Sorcerer were making their terrible plans. The operation with Goldrich was a success, said the low servant. However, things with Elam were not going so well, which made the servant cower in fear and tremble, realizing what would follow after her admission of failure. Her master simply exploded with rage. Even with the shard of night her group lost, it couldn't be called a simple failure. Wasn't this all that her trading house was capable of? The master shouted. He gave her one last chance, saying that if she failed this time, he would pay with his life. At times like these, you always wonder what keeps these pathetic servants by their even more pathetic leaders. Why they don't just run away. At the same time, the red-haired girl made her choice, and having collected her things, left the cabin. Elam's team said goodbye to Deputy Miner at the pier. Debo promised to stop by again, as he liked the alcoholic drinks. But in fact, the pirate was glad that these adventurers were leaving, because yesterday he had lost quite a bit to Ralph in darts. Debo asked Elam if it was time for them to sail, and the magician nodded in agreement. But before they could release the mooring rope, the one they were really waiting for appeared on deck. Debo was surprised and quickly glanced at his boss. From his satisfied grin, he realized that the red-haired beast had not come to see them off. "Can't find a place?" Miner asked, out of breath from running. Somewhere in an unknown gate, a group of seekers ran into a powerful enemy and now fled without looking back. But not all of them managed to escape. Their captain ordered them to run without looking back, without thinking about those who had already fallen behind. Finally, they ran into one of the corridors, the entrance to which was closed with a thick grate if you pulled a lever. One of the searchers already thought that they had slipped through and had certainly cheated Death. But Death had other plans that day. A razor-sharp blade flew past and wounded his legs. The sword, like a heavy projectile, pierced the stone floor, almost killing the second seeker. He turned to his comrade, but he disappeared behind a stone wall that had fallen from above. His scream could be heard from behind the wall. The adventurer was shouting at his friend to leave quickly. "At least one of them must survive," he whispered weakly when he saw the rider on the dead horse. A few days later, Elam returned to the guild, where a picky boss was waiting for him, who scolded him for returning without any loot, citing the fact that the weather was bad and the monsters were angry. On the other hand, Miner, nicknamed the Golden Eye, had now joined them, although this also meant that the followers of the dark cult would show themselves again. Elam decided not to reveal all the information to Gapper at once. He was already too worried. If an open war to overthrow Kania broke out, it would be difficult to achieve more than cutting off the tail, and then they wouldn't reach the top of the followers. They needed to speed things up, as Gapan's patience was limited. Ralph was the loudest in his indignation when they met again. He didn't like the way new team members were being hired without discussion. Dibbo immediately began arguing with him, saying that the arrival of a strong fighter was a plus, and besides, their leader didn't need the priest's permission. Ralph, of course, didn't agree that their competition for the leadership position was over. Temporary or not, any claim to leadership is best demonstrated through action, Elam said, giving the priest a piercing look. This made him shudder, but he immediately fell silent because he remembered what happened in the last attempt. When all the disputes were settled, Elam rose from his seat. He still had business to attend to. All this time they were watched from the street, and they were waiting for the moment when the detachment would split up. This was the group that guarded Elam. They were terribly outraged by the fact that their ward was constantly wandering around somewhere without saying anything. They split up to cover each member of the squad, some of them following Ralsh. Then, in the treasury, a ring jumped onto the magician's finger, as if it had chosen its owner itself. Then Chiron told the guy to go and ask the owner of this ring for permission himself. This thread led him to the same mysterious group that, like him, was hunting for sectarians. Elam showed their leader the ring and said that he had come to get permission for it, since the item refused to leave his hand. The girl immediately recognized this ring and shuddered in surprise. But then she replied that she couldn't help in any way since the real owner wasn't here now, in which case the magician wanted to talk to him, since he needed to know how to use the artifacts. How lucky that turned out, the girl leader suddenly said, surprising the guy, and she added in a serious tone that she had a task for him concerning the owner. He had to save the hero's ranger Pier, the one who was stuck in the catacombs with the dead. Once upon a time in his past life, humanity's last hope took to the battlefield. Evan is Freed's heir, most likely some kind of saccharine skinny mage. The stern luminous, with the title of the adversary of fate, who looked like a snowman, probably a cold mage. A couple more characters are the phantom thief Phantom and the elf queen Mercedes, with the stress on the last syllable. The heroine with a huge axe, Aran, the future or past teacher Debo, and some mysterious hero, Shade. This entire group of pop idols performed a concert called The Return of the Six Heroes. They crushed monsters left and right, in whole legions, as is often described in the epics. The world witnessed their incredible and epic power, and suddenly, there were no enemies. These guys managed to show off between battles for portrait artists, but they gave the world hope that the world would be saved, and people cried with happiness. But back then, no one knew that the power of the heroes awakened from the seal was not complete. 8 centuries ago, in a battle with a dark mage, for some reason, the heroes' items fell into time rifts, and now they're being found at different gates. The disintegrated allied army couldn't give the heroes time to recover, but this time, things must be different. They need to be given a strong shield, become bait to lure the enemy towards you and destroy him, and then to unite all the forces of Maple and create a powerful alliance. That's what Elam planned to do. Then we can talk about changing the course of history. The path is not short, because the role of the individual in history is usually insignificant. The next day, Debo dreamily admired the surrounding views. Tall cliffs, like columns propping up the sky, the base of which was hidden by a blue haze of fog, making the area look like an ancient temple. Before the battle, Elam gave them strange pieces of paper with writing on them and ordered them to attach them to themselves. As soon as Debo stuck it on, a strange blue light started to come out of the paper. A blue aura surrounded the fighter, and he became quite alarmed. And then an orange gate appeared right in front of them, although it had not been there just a moment ago. The tracker they were going to rescue would in the future find a way to track down the heroes' items, as well as their artifacts, one of which Elam wore on his finger. Without a shadow of a doubt, he headed towards the gate to save this talented guy. His friends followed him. 3 hours later, they emerged from the gates, having broken their previous record for clearing, which made the cheerful Daibo incredibly happy. He bragged about how he easily dealt with the fire boars, and Kiri advised him to wipe the ashes off his face first. Minor was still surprised, though, as the young warrior himself had told her he'd recently reached the first circle of power. Debo immediately began boasting that he was a genius and, at this rate, would soon reach the 4th circle. Ralph grumbled discontentedly that all this was empty chatter and idle talk, but this only made the guy even more excited. Elam quickly calmed him down, saying that there was no need to rush, because quickly raising the level was fraught with consequences, although people thought otherwise. An increase means that all stats change dramatically, and if this happens in a short period of time, it will be severely limited by the body's condition. It's important to maintain a balance between strength gains and the body's capabilities. Too rapid growth can actually slow down the rate of development. Debo immediately objected that Elam himself had recently climbed 2 laps at once, but that this had happened out of desperation. He himself would have liked more time to pass between climbs. Minor thought about it. This mage spoke as if he himself determined when to level up. In his past life, Elam never reached the 7th circle. Every dangerous situation forced him to rise higher. But ironically, it was this very acceleration that stopped his growth. Knowing the future, he could not stop at the 6th circle of power, so he wanted to do everything perfectly to go beyond this limit and even reach the 8th circle. On the way, Kiri asked if they had gotten here too quickly, since their goal was to save a person, not to protect the gate, and they could have missed the Pathfinder at the first gate. But the magician reassured her. He checked everything with the help of the clairvoyant's eye, and it seems that their target is still alive. But then they had company. Hundreds or maybe thousands, Elam whispered as a distant noise reached them. All of a sudden, a whole horde of armed skeletons fell upon them. So without much thought, the group of seekers began to run as fast as they could. Bullets are useless against normal skeletons, Minor warned them. Kiri was outraged that first they fought with zombies, and now their enemy was skeletons, constantly having to face problematic opponents. They were almost caught up, so Ralph was already preparing to turn around and give battle. But then they heard a scream. The stranger demanded to duck and pulled the lever. The walls began to move and the passage began to close, scattering bones. And then the drawbridge cut off the bulk of the enemies from the seekers. When everything was quiet, he came out of the shelter and greeted the group. The guy was glad that they weren't hurt. He hadn't seen people for a long time. His own food supplies had long since run out, so the first thing he asked for was something to eat. And he even collapsed from exhaustion, having given his last strength to this operation. Later, when the Pathfinder came to, he told them about this place. He had studied the skeleton's behavior and all the hidden devices. Elam placed the magic paper on the wall, and inside it a passage formed, through which the group passed. The ranger's main problem was his empty supplies. Not even rats lived in these trap-lined rooms. Pierre nearly died of hunger while waiting to be rescued. Elam suddenly turned to him and said that he had a request. However, seeing how greedily the ranger was eating, he changed his mind about asking for anything before he finished. Minor sighed with relief. Pierre had already found a way out, which meant they could simply leave without killing the dungeon boss. But then the ranger declared that he also had a request, and hastily swallowed everything that was in his mouth. He asked them to be bodyguards for 3 more days, and even bowed. The whole point is that the guy was looking for one item, and if he just leaves, then the death of his friends will be meaningless. He wanted to explore the gate, but he was very bad at fighting. That's why he really needed the help of an experienced team. Elam was skeptical about this, as the ranger was going to find in 3 days what he couldn't find here for a month. The magician didn't have much time to waste on this place. Pierre explained that the problem was that he hadn't checked the dangerous regions yet, and there was one potential location where this item was definitely present. It has begun, thought the follower of the dark magician. He himself looked nervously out the window. This time, Elam wouldn't escape, he decided, looking around the city streets. When he heard a voice that made him shiver, the entity asked if he was sure. The leader of the local branch of the sorcerer's sect turned around abruptly and asked who was there. And he saw before him a terrible monster with bloodshot eyes in which he himself was reflected. It was a huge spider, and he said that he was very disappointed with the actions of the Ewok, who was unable to deal with even one novice adventurer. The Ewok immediately fell to his knees and addressed the monster, Sir Will, promising to accept any punishment, but stated that his murder plan was already in action. If only he would be given a chance to restore his honor. Hearing this, the spider agreed to listen to him. The dead creaked their bones as they swayed back and forth in the cold corridors of the dungeon. Suddenly, a stone thrown at great speed shattered the empty skull of one of them. Then several more shells flew out from right around the corner, but the dead managed to cover themselves with shields. After which, a crowd of skeletons immediately ran to where the stones were flying from to deal with the intruder. But then, by pressing the lever with telekinesis, it was possible to cut off these guards, but not without a direct battle with them. And thanks to the spell sheets, the Seekers managed to remain unnoticed when the enemies ran past them. Now it should be easier for them to move forward when all the enemies are distracted and locked down. But the Ranger warned them that these mechanisms were not perfect. One door closes, another opens, and soon the skeletons would notice this. They needed to find the object faster than they were found, Elam said, as they reached the huge statue. Their goal was the object of the great hero, And so they found themselves in a large hall at the very foot of the statue. They were curious who built this place, but they hoped that the huge statue would not suddenly start moving. But then Kiri noticed something interesting and called the others. In front of her was a huge tablet with unknown writing, but perhaps there was important information there. The Pathfinder immediately recognized the ancient language and thought that it contained a hint where to find the artifact. When you hear the musician's call, behind the dark, deep wings, a shining actor will appear, looking down from above. "Follow this light," Pier read, and Miner pointed to a strange door with unusual drawings on it. Each door had its own symbol that meant something. Some were quite obvious, but others were more difficult to understand. And it all made Pyre's head spin. Once told to follow the light, the ranger ordered to fill the door with the sun symbol with mana. Debo did just that, not suspecting what awaited him behind the door that had just opened. He disappeared when he was completely covered by a wave of flame, hiding from sight. Kiri immediately rushed to his aid, screaming. Overall, the guy was alive and even got an afro hairstyle, completely free of charge. Ralph nearly died laughing at the sight, and Pear realized that was clearly not what the message said. But then another guess came to him, and he decided to check the door with the moon symbol. There definitely had to be a meaning in this, the ranger told them. But something went wrong again, and a stone ball rolled out at Ralph, who went to check the door and almost crushed him. The Pathfinder had just made two formidable enemies for himself, and promised to make the right choice the third time. The group gathered in the center of the room for a short discussion. It has now become clear that if they make a mistake with the symbol, they fall into a trap. The guys had seen this firsthand, but it was still unclear how to solve this riddle. They began to go through all the possible meanings of the symbols and their connection with the message on the wall. Elam then suggested that they were misinterpreting the symbols and suggested that they solve the riddle and then see what would fit the answer. It does not seem that Pierre's understanding of the riddle was incorrect. The dark curtains do indeed refer to the night. The musician is a cricket looking down. It is the moon and the stars. But since they must follow the light, the answer of the star, the Pathfinder finished for him. Always looked down upon. The moon is not suitable because it always moves in circles. The stars also move, but never disappear. Now they realized that the appropriate symbol was the star, which they had previously mistaken for a cross. This time, Pierre himself pressed the door, since there were no more people willing to be tested. The door opened with a flash, and no one died. It looks like they really got it right this time. Ralph and Debo were a little upset. After all, they wanted the tracker to be caught. Inspired, Pierre called them to follow him, and went forward himself. But before he could say a word, a follower of the dark cult suddenly jumped out from around the corner and attacked the ranger. He would have certainly died that very second, but Elam saved him by shielding him from the blow with his staff. He immediately turned the attack, and the cultist was thrown back. "Little rat!" the magician blurted out in anger, and threw a fire arrow at it. An arrow from such a distance could no longer miss, and the enemy was split in two. But this was her afterimage, because the cultist herself appeared a few meters away in a purple flash. Teleportation skill. This thing is quite problematic, Elam thought. Beiju twisted slyly, clutching the daggers in her hands. This battle promised to be difficult. Moreover, she did not come alone, but with a group of sectarians, who immediately rushed at the Seekers. In an instant, they all found themselves surrounded by a dense ring of enemies. But so far, they showed no signs of worry. One of the sectarians began to pretend to wring her hands to create a sense of horror, but this made her look ridiculous rather than scary. Pierre did not understand how the enemies found the gates that were hidden by an illusion. Elam himself was not sure, because he had checked everything before. So they really didn't expect it. They looked so surprised, said Beiji. They should ask that man about it, she added, looking behind them. At the same moment, Elam received a heavy blow and flew back to the wall. Dibbo turned around sharply and angrily asked what the hell was going on now. Money doesn't make itself, the priest answered, his fist red with blood. It happened the night before they were supposed to go on a mission, when they got separated. Ralph's eyes sparkled with greed, and the light coming from below warmed his soul. It was for moments like these that he lived, the priest told himself, looking at the huge box of gold and banknotes. There was a knock on his room door, and Ralph quickly closed his safe. At the threshold stood masked men from the guild who were responsible for his protection. They immediately told Ralph to be quiet and said that there was someone he needed to meet. But the priest only snorted in response, since they had nothing to say they could leave. And then she appeared on the threshold of the house. Beiji herself. Guildmaster Kanya grinned contentedly at the effect it had had, and said she would teach him proper manners. And now he stood and brazenly laughed right in the faces of his comrades. Debo was furious. The damned traitor sold them for a pittance. No one would work for pennies, the priest objected, adding that even the guards of the Gapora Guild would receive triple pay. Still laughing, the priest asked the magician how much he thought his life was worth. "A whole 100 million in local money," Ralph himself answered, and grinned greedily. He immediately came under heavy fire from Miner and quickly dodged. After this, the group went on the attack, advancing in all directions. A strange swordswoman appeared on Kiri's path, trying to act tough. Kiri responded with fiery strikes, but it turned out her opponent was just as fast. Moreover, she immediately deciphered her fighting style and where she trained. Therefore, she dodged all the sharp swings of the fire swordswoman without any effort. Although Debo was strong in one-on-one combat, he was at a loss when fighting multiple enemies. The cultists had studied them well before the battle and knew all the weaknesses of the Seekers. It was only a matter of time before they were killed, the swordswoman said. Miner fired in all directions, wanting to drive away the enemies, and even hit a couple. Beiji appeared behind her, but the redhead managed to react, but only ended up in an afterimage. The cultist appeared behind Miner and threw a chain around her neck, painfully squeezing her throat. If Elam's fire arrow had been launched at the wrong time, the girl would have definitely suffocated. Beiji shouted at Ralph to deal with it faster, but the priest only grumbled that the magician wasn't that easy to deal with. At that very moment, a sword pierced the ranger's back, and bewilderment appeared on his face. But then it turned out that the sectarian's sword pierced the illusion supported by the piece of paper, and the Pathfinder himself was already standing at the door, safe and sound. He charged the button on the door with mana and asked the cultists if they wanted to know what was behind the door. The noise of machinery was heard. The walls shook, and the sectarians shuddered. Even the mad swordswoman with the scar on her face had a bad feeling. To everyone's surprise, the floor beneath their feet simply disappeared, leaving a gaping void beneath them. Without wanting to, the opponents fell several floors. Since no one had any flying skills, they fell in no order. Kiri was the first to notice a way out of this situation and shouted to Debo. There were niches along the walls that you had to grab onto. Kiri grabbed Miner's hand, which was flying next to her. With her other hand, she grabbed hold of the guy with the axe. He told them to hold on tight and swung his halberd with all his strength, so he was able to thrust the axe into the stone as if it were clay. Having received the lever, they swung and jumped together. Debo pulled out his axe, and Miner led them straight to the stone niche. Having landed, they caught their breath. The walk had not been easy. True, at that very moment, a partition fell in the middle of the corridor, cutting off their path. The mechanisms of this dungeon began to move again, and the giant mousetrap began to slam shut. The entire dungeon was like a labyrinth, meaning that this place had to be somehow connected to others. Kiri reminded them that there were several depressions in the sheer walls. If they were lucky, they might run into Elam in one of them. But if they were unlucky, they might run into cultists. And then, as if Miner had jinxed it, Debo stepped on the button, and a steel grate came down behind him, cutting the swordswoman off from them. An oppressive silence hung in the air. Everyone realized that their situation had immediately worsened significantly. Kiri immediately scolded Debo for such negligence, and the guy began to justify himself by saying that it was not his fault. As if that weren't enough, the mechanisms began to creak again, and the walls began to move. Kiri used her searing sunstrike on the grate, hoping to cut it. But the barrier was protected by some kind of magic, and the grate remained intact. Debo tried to do the same on his side, but the magical barrier didn't give in to him either. Then Miner tried her skills on the grid and fired a pistol. If an explosive bullet had pierced the grate, it could have harmed Kiri. The flames quickly filled the narrow corridor with a powerful explosion. Miner coughed from the smoke, and when it cleared, she saw that she had failed to burn through the steel. The red-haired girl pressed her back against the wall in an attempt to hold it back. The space in the trap was quickly running out. Debo braced his hands against the walls, thus becoming a spacer. They couldn't measure like that, he said. Miner dropped to the ground and did the same, hoping to delay the inevitable, and urged Kiri to do something urgently. Then Debo spoke up. He had not forgotten that the swordswoman had once almost given her life for him. The guy did not like to be in debt and definitely wanted to reciprocate. The girl was touched by such recognition, considering her achievements to be a common thing. But now Debo asked her to save them again. He was already breathing heavily and could barely hold on. Even at that moment, he was joking. Kiri chuckled and told them to wait a little longer. The hidden machines were powered by mana, and the grid was protected by an aura. There should be a core nearby that feeds mana, and she told them not to die until she found him. and wrote down another debt on Debo's account. So she headed back to the sheer well with many different niches in this labyrinth. Somewhere else, Elam, with the ranger on his back, was escaping with the help of telekinesis. However, they flew straight into a dead end, a thick, blank wall. Elam turned back abruptly, cursing at this damned labyrinth. Meanwhile, their enemies were quickly catching up with them, already preparing to pinch their soft spots. He swung his staff and struck his pursuers with fiery arrows. However, all this quickly drained his strength from using his skills twice. Moreover, Beiji and Ralph appeared on the horizon and did not want to let go of their victims. Unexpectedly for the sect member, a fiery arrow circled the column and aimed at the back of her head. A powerful explosion thundered, forcing several cultists to stop. If it weren't for Beiji's teleportation, she would have definitely died. Ralph grumbled with displeasure that her crazy antics almost cost him his life. At that very moment, one of the sectarians threw a kunai. The blades struck the protective spells, and they reflected it, but it was too early to relax. After all, the cultist immediately used the blade explosion skill and caught the ranger off guard. Pyrrha was saved again by Elam, who grabbed him by the collar and pulled him aside. On the way, the Pathfinder almost choked on his own collar. Elam threw him to the ground and prepared for battle, for the enemies were not far behind them. Two sectarians immediately jumped towards them like ninjas with knives in their hands. The first magician pierced the other one with a fire arrow, faster than he said die, but several more enemies threw daggers at him, forcing the magician to dodge. Elam threw a fireball at them to defend himself from the throwers. Even when completely surrounded, the magician fought like a tiger and simply tore his opponents apart. But this delay cost him complete encirclement. Even though the enemies did not dare to blindly attack again, it was not so easy to escape. Only their fear kept the sectarians from rushing at the monster that they imagined the magician to be. Kiri somehow miraculously found the room with the mana core that powered the mechanisms of this labyrinth. She was breathing heavily, having put all her strength into running, but she was still happy with her success. The swordswoman walked forward, thinking about what to do with the core, considering that she just needed to break it. It would be difficult to screw it up. But when she came closer, she simply gasped, because a huge amount of mana was concentrated inside. Kiri was already thinking about destroying this thing, but was immediately attacked by a strange cultist. Kiri fell and coughed up blood, the unexpected attack causing her heavy damage. The cultist laughed. She knew that if Kiri interfered, 2 more seekers would die. Moreover, her opponent was the weakest of them, which further provoked the killer. Kiri rose to her feet, overcoming the pain, and the sect member only laughed at these efforts. The swordswoman cursed and told the cultist that she didn't have time for nonsense and ordered her to get out of the way. It turned out that the strange cultist was not at all averse to chatting. She understood perfectly well that she did not need to rush anywhere. Kiri used her rising sun technique, and a fiery halo surrounded her, and her blade also became filled with fire. How stubborn. The strange sect member sighed and touched her quiver of blades. Having pulled out these blades, she threw them in a fan in one motion towards Kiri. The swordswoman had to fend off a whole storm of blades that fell on her like rain. To make matters worse, some of the blades were illusions, making them difficult to recognize. Kiri barely dodged. She couldn't tell which were real and which weren't. As if that wasn't enough, the blades flew through the air, guided by a thin red thread, and changed their trajectory. It was very similar to Elam's telekinesis, the blade's trajectories constantly changing, further confusing perception. The more Kiri fought, the more irritated she became by what was happening, when another well-aimed blade hit her in the stomach. But fortunately, the swordswoman managed to simply intercept it with her hand. Now she saw the fishing line with which her opponent controlled the blades. But this also meant that Kiri could redirect the blow and pulled the line towards herself. But it turned out that the sect member was, of course, ready for this trick, and she brought down 100 cutting blows on the swordswoman, who had already received many wounds. The sect member apparently decided to finish off her weakened opponent and launched a whirlwind attack on her, after which she landed again on her fishing line stretched everywhere. This strange fanatic walked along them as if on a web and mocked the swordswoman. She even suggested that she run away and hurt Kiri's pride in every possible way. Kiri Frodemain, born into an impressive family, must have been spoiled as a child. But now they have sent their precious daughter to such a dangerous place. Just don't get angry, otherwise you'll get wrinkles, the sect member added and grinned. All this is because she does not know the other side of the world, when it is impossible to get even a tiny chance if you are born into the wrong family. Is it fair that someone gets privileges simply by birthright? And she's not even talented, the cult member whispered angrily. Kiri remembered her childhood, where she often had to be humiliated and thrown to the ground. She's here because she was pushed through, another swordsman told her, his voice full of contempt. Her current team had a lot of talent. With one exception, the fanatic noted. Kiri didn't have Ralph's combat experience, Miner's fighting instincts, wasn't as talented as Debo, and wasn't as mysterious as Elam. But the swordswoman interrupted the madwoman, saying that she was weak and that she had not lived up to the expectations of her teachers, parents, and friends. All this does not mean that the cultist is stronger than her, said Kiri, and threw off the clothes that hindered her movement. There was little time, so she called on her opponent to attack. At this, the spider began to curse foully because the brave girl had ruined the entire bullying scenario. The blades began to move again and whistled through the air, obeying the tension of the threads. But Kiri responded to this with a scattering of ice, unexpectedly using a skill from another element. The sect member didn't know about this skill. She had to run away quickly because a scattering of icicles cut her threads. Pathetic tricks, she said, and went into close combat with her sword technique. As a child, Kiri came to her teacher for advice, and he asked her if she really thought their order accepted her only because she was of noble birth. But the teacher responded that she simply shouldn't adjust to the standards of others and shouldn't limit herself. One day, she will be able to understand the meaning of his words and believe in herself, and then she will become stronger than anyone. The wounded swordswoman sped up and miraculously kept up with all the blows of the mad killer. They exchanged their most powerful techniques. Each swing was deadly, but Kiri dodged them all. The swordswoman's power didn't just burn away her opponents, it was like a vast universe. Following the ice, the period of the sun came. A huge fireball quickly flew towards the sectarian, and through its flames, with a series of sword swings, the fire swordswoman approached. They slid against each other, but only one remained on her feet. The core was quickly destroyed. Only now, Kiri understood what the teacher meant. Perhaps she never had any limitations. She just kept believing in herself and her friends, and that gave her strength. Debo gave her a thumbs up when Kiri returned. There was nothing else protecting the bars, and they were able to cut through them. For the first time, Kiri felt truly happy. But the overall battle did not end there. In the labyrinth, there were still many cultists who were looking for adventurers like hungry dogs. So far, the Ranger and Elam have managed to avoid contact with the help of protective spells. But what was much more worrying was the condition of the magician himself. He looked even worse than when he used the seer's eye. A few minutes ago, when they were cornered again, Elam repelled the attacks with his guided arrows. While the Ranger fought back as best he could, he was the weakest of the pair, and the cultists targeted him specifically. But with the help of spells and special techniques, Pierre had something to surprise the enemy with. But his seals were cut by daggers and did not have time to be activated. Then the weak tracker instantly despaired and begged to be left alone. But fortunately, the magician could handle the job for two. Thanks to his battle experience, he quickly took out all the killers. This took away his already meager strength. He barely had time to breathe, but they still lived. True, as soon as he froze, Beiji attacked him and stabbed him in the chest with a dagger. Despite this, the magician moved towards her and extended his hand, and he activated his fireball bracelet, hoping that he could hit Beiji from close range. There was an explosion, throwing up a cloud of ash and small stones. But the cultist managed to escape via teleportation, even snorting contemptuously that all this was only delaying the inevitable. But it turned out that under the cover of fire and smoke, Elam and the tracker simply slipped away right from under the noses of their pursuers. Ralph grumbled with displeasure, irritated by his new ally who had so presumptuously attacked the magician, but she only grinned and said that she had already sunk her teeth into the victim, and looked at the blade of her dagger. Elam coughed up blood. The wound itself was shallow and could not have caused him such damage. The pool of blood that the magician spat out left a hollow in the stone, inside which was a potent poison. He has 40 minutes at most, so he'll just die soon, Beiji said. Her blade was laced with venom poison and would take life even after a single touch. But Ralph knew firsthand the incredible ability to survive that this guy, whose enemies had buried him prematurely, possessed. When they reached a fork in the road, they decided to split up. Beiji, confident in her strength, rushed forward. Pierre supported the magician so that he could walk. He was very worried that everything happened because of him, and it was he who dragged the seekers who came to save him into trouble. But Elam replied that it was not his fault. If he couldn't cope with the poison skill now, he would die anyway. Teleport and a poisoned real blade, not a trick with doubles like last time. Nevertheless, the magician declared that he would deal with the leader of the fanatics, and that Pierre should mind his own business. At the end of the corridor, a device awaited them that appeared to open the ceiling. It looked like a children's puzzle or mini-game. If you solve it, the mana flow will close and go along the wires. Here asked to wait a little longer and promised to solve this problem. Elam went under the protection of the seal and told him not to rush. He also had his own business. He activated the clairvoyant's eye to examine the entire labyrinth from the inside. Ralph moved quickly with several fanatics. Apparently, Beiji did not trust him and kept him under surveillance. The priest wanted to deal with the magician personally and ordered them not to interfere in their fight, but they refused to obey, to which Ralph suggested expressing all his indignation to his leader, but did not finish, because a familiar flash of fire was already flying straight into his face. The arrow came from a great distance and constantly changed its trajectory. It was impossible for an ordinary person, but not for a magician with so many artifacts. It was impossible to determine where his blow had come from, because the magician saw right through the labyrinth. Ralph realized that all this was with the help of the eye, but he could not do anything. The magician eliminated the sectarians one by one. The arrow was rapidly approaching, and the priest was surprised at how quickly they all turned from hunters into prey. He could already feel the heat of the flaming tip on his face. A single splash was heard in the corridor, leaving a small crater on the ground. Meanwhile, the Pathfinder solved the children's problem, and the locomotive could again move along the rails. He told Elam about this. Now the flow of mana will be restored again. But when he turned to the magician, he saw that he had become completely ill and was not even responding. And then suddenly, their defenses began to crack at the seams. And behind Pierre's back, a priest appeared and grinned maliciously, having finished the game of hide-and-seek. While the cheerful trio were walking through the labyrinth, Debo heard a strange sound. They stopped and felt the stone walls tremble. Suddenly, a stream of water gushed from around the corner, and it became clear what kind of noise and vibration they had been feeling. The water picked them up, knocked them off their feet, and carried them further down the corridor. And so it went until she pushed them into the main hall, which was quickly filling with water, threatening to drown everyone. The labyrinth turned into a deep-sea pool in one fell swoop. Beiji also heard a strange noise and cursed with displeasure at Ralph, who had disappeared to an unknown location. But then his voice was heard from behind, although she thought he had already run away. Ralph didn't show up alone, but with loot, so he told everyone not to grumble at him. But he no longer had any companions with him. They were all dead, although they had brought their usefulness, as the priest had said. Now that he had completed his work, he wanted to receive the promised reward, and only then would he agree to hand over the magician. Beiji took out the money. She saw that the mage was still breathing. Ralph also understood that after killing Elam, the cultist could simply pretend the deal never happened. Then she threw him money. Even though the priest had a bad character, he knew his business. "Excellent deal," Ralph said, throwing the mage and ranger in her direction. That was too peaceful an ending for someone who had caused her so much trouble, the sect member said, and took out a dagger. "All for the dark mage, all for Lord Ebor," she said, and grinned wildly, after which she struck Elam, who was unconscious, several times with the dagger. But instead of the magician, her blade cut through the body of her own comrade, who was hiding under the spell of illusion. The priest told her a surprise and attacked the sectarian himself without waiting for her to betray him. Beiji immediately had to use teleportation to avoid being hit. But Elam's fiery arrow had already flown to the place where she had moved. Then she began to jump from place to place like a flea, so as not to get hit by a well-aimed shot. The sectarian realized that the priest had been in cahoots with Elam from the very beginning, but the magician had already been poisoned, and she simply needed to stall for time. A little more, and the poison will completely spread throughout the body, and then the magician will die. But Elam had no intention of dying. Moreover, his attacks were gaining strength. Even in his state, he caused her a lot of trouble. Beiji rushed towards the magician, but he suddenly appeared from a completely different direction. The magician charged another charge. He was determined. Another powerful explosion tore through space with a loud bang. A little more, and the explosion would have blown away Ralph himself. So he cursed. The entire hall was covered in smoke and dust, so that nothing could be seen. But when the smoke cleared a little, it became clear that the sect member was still on her feet. She asked Ralph why he would go to such lengths, since he always chose money over people. Money is important, but if the cultists win, the world will be destroyed, and then there will be no point. Everything he earns will become trash. That is why the priest joined them from the very beginning, because this was their plan with Elam. The mage assumed that the cornered guild would send assassins. As soon as they targeted the priest, the result was obvious. Beiji asked him if the first blow was a pretense when Ralph attacked Elam. Ralph laughed in response. He was the best healer in Maple. He could break bones with one blow. He restored everything to others at the same moment. Such maneuvers were sheer nonsense for him. And now he received 100 million, and she was left alone. The priest grinned carnivorously, but she was not going to give up and took a fighting stance with 3 points of support. Kiri was slowly sinking into the thick water, surrounded by a bright blue light. When she came to, she quickly began to paddle to the surface to breathe. A few moments later, they found themselves at the top and began greedily gulping oxygen. Miner also surfaced nearby and asked what had happened. Debo didn't know either, but everything looked very bad, he noticed looking up. Water was pouring down from above in waterfalls, and soon everything would be flooded. They had no more than half an hour. To get out, you need to open the hatch at the top. But the problem is that Kiri has already turned off the power source. Suddenly, a huge sword, held by a statue of an ancient hero, fell into the water. And then when they looked up, they were horrified to see that this huge statue began to move and swung its sword again. Beiji plunged into her childhood flashback, the times when she received her childhood trauma. Because, as we know, all problems, of course, come from there. In her hands, she held her curved dagger, which looked more like a ritual or agricultural tool. All the houses around her were burning, so the picture really did resemble hell. She heard footsteps, and a man told her that the same fate awaits murderers in hell. Her revenge was complete. Everyone who lived here was dead. Everything is as he promised this little girl. From now on, her life belongs to him, said the tall gentleman, and his name was Ibor. Beiji attacked so quickly that she surprised even Ralph and Elam. In an instant, Beiji cut them down with her dagger, but they were again their illusory doubles. Now in front of Beiji, she saw several doubles of the priest and the magician at once. Most of the illusions were created by spells and would dissipate in one hit. But the problem was that reality was mixed with illusions, and Beiji was receiving real attacks. Pierce shouted at them to quickly put the cultist down, since he no longer had the strength to support the clones. Elam's staff whistled through the air, and Beiji moved again. But with the help of his menacing eye, which looked in all directions, he directed his fiery arrows to a new point without letting go of the sectarian. Another explosion sent ash and smoke into the air, showering them with stone chips. Suddenly, Beiji appeared behind the tracker who was causing her so much trouble. But it turned out that the guy was ready for this and immediately counterattacked the sect member. It turned out that the real peer was in another place, and Ralph took his appearance to deceive their enemy. Now the cultist had a hard time because the priest was very strong in close combat. She threw her chain dagger, but Ralph simply dodged it with a smirk on his face. But the killer managed to put the chain around the priest's neck and pull it. Ralph swung sharply at her, but Beiji moved in an instant. Pulling the target with her hands, she caught the priest in a grip from which the priest could not escape. Then Elam saved him by cutting the cultist's chains with his sword. So they constantly moved and attacked her from all sides, not allowing anyone to be killed. Elam used telekinesis to attack with his staff in close combat. Beiji was forced to fight off this too, and to her credit, she held up well. Her speed was enough to hold her own against two dangerous opponents. The peer who watched the fierce battle realized that he shouldn't even go where real monsters were fighting. As soon as Beiji moved, she was immediately attacked by Elam, and she was constantly losing strength. As she took the blows, the sect member slowly weakened and slowed down. Her dagger furiously cut through the granite and showered everyone with stone chips. A burst of black flame power sent the attackers flying. The priest and mage took heavy damage, and Elam was even taken by Pier. But before that, Elam managed to wound the sect member. She held his hand and cursed foully. But at that very moment, a powerful stream of water gushed from all the passages into the hall. In an instant, water filled the labyrinth and swirled all the opponents around. The current separated them. Elam emerged to the surface and looked around. Ralph had already healed himself and grabbed one of the columns like a monkey, anticipating a quick victory. But he jumped to conclusions and was immediately attacked by Beiji. Even weakened, she was still dangerous. Their advantage in numbers was now negated because the cultist could still move quickly, unlike the Seekers. Beiji's eyes were full of hatred. She didn't even think of retreating. The cultist jumped and hit the priest in the back. Now he too was infected with poison. Ralph winced and screamed in pain, his mouth completely exposed. Beiji pushed off from the column and disappeared with him into the thickness of the water. Elam, holding on to Pyrrha, shouted to his partner, but he no longer heard him. The killer dived and looked for the priest, wanting to finish him off. But then he himself gave her a surprise by attacking underwater. True, Beiji moved despite the dive. The priest himself suffered from poison, which caused him severe pain. Beiji attacked him again, and Ralph covered himself with his hand. This attack could have been fatal for him, but he pulled out the artifact of rebirth. The bright light caused the sect member to lose sight of the priest, but he fully recovered and attacked her. Despite the resistance of the water, the blows were still dangerous. The priest's artifact dispelled magic, and it seemed that this was how he had cured Elam, the cultist realized. Unexpectedly, her dagger encountered a magical barrier. Even after such a long fight, the priest still had some trump cards. Beiji couldn't penetrate his defense, while the priest himself could attack. Due to the intense activity, both of them were rapidly running out of oxygen. Ralph wanted to grab the cultist, but she again slipped away from his grasp. But the last movement of her hand was very dangerous, as if her opponent had figured out her weakness. While in the protective bubble, Ralph was able to breathe and spoke to her, saying that he couldn't ignore her bragging. So he watched carefully and looked for the teleportation item that the cultist was carrying with her. Confident in his own strength, the priest attacked Beiji himself, pushing off from the bottom. With his blows, he crushed the columns, forcing them to dodge. "It was all useless," the priest shouted at her from his bubble. Beiji moved behind him, as she had been doing all this time. But Ralph was already expecting this trick, and simply hit back when she disappeared. As soon as he grabbed her, he began to beat her with his fists, as if with sledgehammers. The assassin responded with a powerful technique, and Ralph disappeared in a flash of purple flame. His protective barrier failed and shattered into pieces, and the crazy sect member rushed in immediately, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. At that very moment, a stream of flame cut off her hand, because Elam had been watching them all this time. Using telekinesis, he parted the water and moved, after which he shot a fire arrow. Ralph chuckled contentedly. A snake without one tooth is no longer so dangerous. His blow sent the cultist flying into the wall, but she still held the dagger in her hand. But the blow was not aimed at her, but at the teleportation object. Now Beiji lost her main advantage. She gritted her teeth. At this rate, Beiji could no longer follow the Ewok's orders. She rushed forward in a final attack. Despite everything, the sect member remained faithful to her master and wanted to fulfill his order. The spiral of fire evaporated the water in its path, quickly approaching Beiji. She tried to stop the flames with her dagger technique, and their powers clashed. The blade cut through the fire, and the cultist moved forward. A wave of boiling water hit her in the face, scalding her skin, but she still moved forward. She had to carry out the order, even at the cost of her life. But Elam's flame proved stronger. Beiji was thrown back. She lost her arm and began to sink to the bottom. But for the sake of her master, she grabbed the knife with her teeth again and dived into the boiling water. "It's good that there's still one arrow left," Elam said, placing it on his staff like a bow. It all took less than a moment. The arrow sang goodbye and headed towards its target. A wall of fire obscuring her entire field of vision, bright as the sun, was the last thing she saw. "Excellent," Beiji told herself, remembering her life. Until the very end, she thought only about how to serve her savior. The flame left no trace, but Elam saw that she smiled before she died. The shockwave sent the assassin's broken blade flying, and it pierced the wall, the only thing left of it. Meanwhile, the cheerful trio fought with a huge stone. Miner used an explosive cartridge on him, her exceptionally destructive technique. But the stone wasn't badly damaged. It even managed to stay afloat somehow, given its size. She fired again, causing an explosion to occur on its surface. The girl thought that she had already hit properly and caused damage. But the ancient hero was not harmed, and immediately counterattacked her with his monstrous sword. Luckily for her, Debo managed to grab the shooter and climb higher with her. All this time, Kiri was accumulating mana for the final attack, surrounded by an icy aura. Everything she touched turned to ice, and since there was a lot of water here, the stone statue slowed down. There was no need to defeat this monster, the swordswoman told them. The most important thing was to focus on how to open the ceiling. Miner slid down the wall, continuously pouring fire on the giant. Taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted, Debo hit him on the huge head with an axe. They hoped to quickly find the mana stone there, but it was important to take possession of it without destroying it. So first, they wanted to weaken the statue's defenses. However, not everything could go too smoothly. It turned out that the statue was able to restore itself, and Debo's leg ended up trapped in it. The giant swung his hand to swat the boy like a fly. Kiri screamed at him to get out of there immediately, and then he was surrounded by a holy magic shield, which blocked the main damage. It was time to be amazed again, the fighter realized, when he saw the face of his savior. Ralph pulled the boy out of harm's way, and they quickly moved out of the giant's attack range. Debo did not forget to greet the priest with choice curses, because he really thought that he was a traitor. Another waterfall crashed down on them from above, and the water gradually filled the most remote parts of the labyrinth and continued to rise. And then Elam's revolver tickled the giant's back, and a twisted, fiery arrow pierced him. This caused the giant to bow down, and the two girls to jump back to avoid being hit by his body. Everyone was happy to see their leader alive and well. Debo shouted at the mage not to break the mana stone. With the help of the menacing eye, Elam had no problem seeing exactly where the core was, so there were no difficulties with this. The mana stone pulsed in the area of the heart. Elam told Debo to hold his axe tighter and pulled it with telekinesis. Like a witch on a broom, the warrior soared into the sky on his halberd. The stone giant became interested in the warrior again and stretched out his paw towards him. But this time, Miner covered him. Realizing Elam's plan, she opened fire on his hand. Both girls shouted at the fool to hit him with all his might. Daibo was pleased to feel like he was in the lead role, even though he was embarrassed by being called a fool. But he swung the axe with all his might. A powerful blow with skill pierced the armor and revealed the contents of the giant, inside which was emptiness and mechanisms. The warrior immediately jumped inside before the armor could be restored, as if it were alive. Although the hole had closed, a warrior was already sitting inside the giant. Then Ralph flew up to him to clear the way for Debo to get back. "It's time to spit the guy out," he shouted at the stone hero, swinging his arm to strike. The power was great, but it was not enough to penetrate the knight's shell completely. But Debo was able to penetrate the already weakened armor and get out. He held the mana core in his hands, and now they could activate the mechanisms that raised the ceiling. The ancient hero was somehow upset and immediately became despondent from such disrespectful treatment, after which, like a fallen hero, he fell apart and sank into the water. The problem was that the water was rising too quickly, meaning the searchers had very little time left. But Debo believed that Elam would soon arrive on the scene and fix everything. The magician used telekinesis to create an air bubble for himself and moved towards the room where the core was. There were only 3 minutes left, and he couldn't be late. The peer has already configured the device in advance. It will work as soon as it receives a sufficient charge. With the help of his menacing eye, the magician looked for the shortest route, no longer thinking about how much strength he had left. Moreover, he had to swim against the current in cold water. The group was already breathing air like fish in winter at the very edge of the ice. But then the air ran out completely, and then they took in as much air as they could and dived in. Elam realized that if he continued to advance like this, he would not make it in time. Even if you swim the short way, it will take 5 minutes. Then he decided to make a more direct path for himself. Fortunately, he knew the direction clearly and did not have to worry about damaging anything. Elam only had one try, so he focused on the target. Using telekinesis to disperse the water, he cast a fireball spell close to the wall and destroyed the barrier. The current immediately rushed into the resulting gap. Elam simply threw the cube at the core and directed it with telekinesis. He flew rapidly towards the target. The charge landed in the right place and was immediately activated. The core shell began to crack and disintegrate. When it shattered like a nutshell, the energy went into the mechanisms of the labyrinth. The current ran through the wires. Fortunately, Pierre had already laid out all the necessary paths. All this time, the group was developing breath-holding skills. And then they saw a saving light when the ceiling began to open up. With great relief, they surfaced and began to gulp air greedily. "A little more and someone would have definitely drowned," said Debo, grabbing the edge of the pool. This place was just awful, and everyone wanted to leave it as soon as possible. There was another statue outside, and Miner again hoped that this hero would definitely not start moving. However, their boss still hadn't surfaced, and Debo became worried. With his last strength, Elam went out into the main well. He could no longer maintain his bubble of telekinesis. The light was so close, but he simply ran out of strength, and his body went numb. His mind was clouded, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Miner dive after him. Like a pirate, she had good swimming skills. She moved closer to his face to give him a breath of life-giving air. Once again, he took everything upon himself. The magician heard a voice from his past life. His former comrades stood around him as if he had returned to the past. His friends looked at him and smiled. All of them had already died and were not yet born. "If you're tired, you need to rest," the guy with one eye told him. "You can't carry everything on your own," said the girl with white hair. Elam extended his hand to them and also smiled, and replied that everything would be fine with him because he had promised. Miner pulled the mage to the surface, and they laid him on the granite floor. And then Elam finally cleared his throat and began to breathe deeply. He grinned and asked his friends how long he had slept. Everyone was glad that he had finally come to his senses. At moments like these, the group felt united. The magician's body was fine because Ralph had managed to heal him. He glanced at the blushing Miner. The girl looked away and said that everything was fine with her too. After the fight, they were finally able to talk about the role of the double agent played by Ralph. Everything had been planned in advance, but during the process it was improvised, and to make everything convincing, this information was kept secret. Elam, however, immediately put Ralph in his place, saying that he wasn't such a good actor. They also dragged along a cultist, who, it would seem, should have been burned or boiled. But no, all in order to hand over the cultist to the Gapur Guild. But then their tracker suddenly rushed towards the exit, leaving everyone behind. The group rushed after him and entered the last hall, which was now unguarded. In the middle of the room stood an altar, on top of which rested a treasure. The thing looked luxurious and sparkled with gold, so everyone understood that their efforts were not in vain. Without a doubt, this was a hero's item, one that could only be heard about in legends. Of course, there were also fears that this thing was just a fake. It was too difficult to believe in such luck. But the ranger knew the description of the artifact well, and it matched it. It was the key to the Phantom's warehouse, he told everyone. Phantom was Maple's best thief, and legend had it that his warehouse held wondrous treasures. Then Pear was the first to take the key to the vault, and at that very moment, the entire labyrinth building shook, and plaster began to fall on my head. Ralph immediately let out a couple of his malicious expressions. They had no choice but to quickly run away from this place. Pear led them to a tower that had an exit, but then the Seekers were found by skeletons that had been wandering around somewhere all this time. Ralph stepped forward and reached for his artifact. It was his turn to deal with the problem. And all because, as a priest, he had a skill that drove out evil spirits with a wave of light. This caused the simple and low-level undead to simply crumble to dust. He hadn't used this thing before because it costs mana, and he also didn't forget to mention that it costs money to use, so he wants money. Suddenly, someone more serious set out to chase them. A whole Death Knight was pursuing them. He swung a huge scythe and moved quickly thanks to being a horseman. Pierce shouted at Ralph to try his trick again, but the last time was the last. The priest was exhausted. The knight on their tail looked dangerous. They all risked being left in the labyrinth and adding to the number of the wandering dead inside. But then the bridge they were running across collapsed, and everyone, including the knight, fell down. Pierre used his last talisman to stay afloat, but the Death Knight lived up to his title and continued to pursue them underwater, becoming an underwater knight. Elam called out to Kiri, and she nodded in response, already knowing what to do. Using her ice technique, she froze the water and immobilized the knight, and now he has become a convenient target for Miner, which immediately fired a destructive salvo at the annoying pursuer. The explosion hid the knight from sight, and they continued to escape using the plane's magic carpet. A wall appeared ahead, and Elam realized that it was his turn to clear the way for them. A fire arrow blew up the wall, and the squad quickly flew through the gap. The entire tower was rapidly collapsing and leaning under its own weight. But then, at the very top, they saw the return gate. At the signal, everyone jumped into the portal when the building had already completely collapsed. 6 seekers and 1 captive fell into the void and disappeared. Somewhere far away, a huge spider stopped sensing Beiji's energy. This meant that she also failed. The man who was on his knees had no excuse why he himself did not go with his charge as a responsible leader. He said in a choked voice that he would pay for everything with his life. The spider moved its legs, touching the web. It could end this man's life at any moment. But first he wanted to put on a real show that needed an audience. "It's time to change figures," said the spider, and 2 people entered the room. Somewhere else, the butler bowed his head and reported that there was still hope. "The gate is active, which means the young master is still alive and can wait for rescue. The gate is still active and 6 can be sent there." He promised to assemble the best squad, and the fat gentleman nodded nervously, giving his consent. The sun continued to illuminate the bustling streets of the port city. In a small warehouse where the dark mage hunters lived, they discussed the recent news that Jack Reeves, the son of Maple's richest man, had disappeared. His group was well equipped, and the orange gates were within their power. The squad leader thought, among the suspects was the Kania Guild, which could have conspired with others. Everything looked suspicious, and she decided to first contact the management when the door suddenly opened, although there was an order not to let anyone in. But they immediately recognized the one who entered by his voice. He still couldn't take off that damned ring. Ranger Pierre demanded that he give up what belonged to him, but Elam explained that he wanted it. He just couldn't. The leader of the hunters, upon seeing Peta, immediately beamed with tears of joy in her eyes. But he seemed not to notice anything around him and demanded the return of his property, shouting loudly at the magician. The girl sighed heavily. After all, her comrade had not changed, even after their long separation. Incredible news had already spread throughout the city in the morning newspapers. Jack Reeves was stuck in the gate, and he had the best team in the 3rd circle. The Goldrich Guild was going to send help, and if successful, They would pay $1.5 billion, Debo read. Ralph shuddered, wondering where Elam had disappeared to at that moment when the priest was eager to heal someone. Debo, however, was not deceived by such a desire for good deeds, backed by an impressive sum of gold, and he asked why they went to the slums. There were no expensive shops or anything else in this place, so it was necessary to find out everything on the spot. When they entered the dusty room, they saw that it looked like an old grocery store. Ralph greeted the local owner, who didn't even wake up when they entered. It turned out the priest had been here before. Finally, the merchant came to and greeted Ralph weakly, surprised to see him alive. "But this is their first meeting since Ralph deceived him and ran away," said the merchant, holding a toothpick to the priest's throat. Debo didn't understand what was going on as he listened to their squabble. But when the priest took out a bag filled with valuable waste paper, the merchant calmed down a little. As it turned out, the money belonged to Elam. Ralph would never have parted with his. For a few more moments, the merchant stared at the priest, as if checking whether he was lying or not. But having decided that he was telling the truth, he immediately turned into a kind old friend who was glad to see him. Having finished with the greetings, they got down to business. Ralph needed reinforcements, and the merchant pulled back one of the sheets that covered the box with the scrolls. Dibbo was surprised. He had expected something more impressive, and the merchant immediately realized that the boy Ralph had brought was still young. Simply put, these scrolls enhanced other items with a certain probability. There was no better insurance for dangerous gates, especially with these scrolls, where the guarantee was 100%. But Ralph immediately objected that he hadn't come here for this trash, and that he couldn't be fooled so easily, causing the merchant to hiss in displeasure. The lower the probability of the enhancement, the greater the enhancement itself, because it cannot be applied multiple times. For greater power, you need to take a greater risk. "But who doesn't want to make money on goods that are gathering dust?" said the merchant, adding that now everything has changed, and high-quality products are subject to accounting and registration. "So they came in vain," said the priest, turning away, "because they needed exactly these things, especially since they wanted to buy 50 scrolls." At that very moment, his old comrade grabbed the priest by the shoulder and asked who was leaving without listening to the end. "The Dragon Lord, Archmage Freed. He had many names, but one was the main one, a time mage who never appeared on Judgment Day. When 6 mages decided to seal the Dark Sorcerer away 8 centuries ago, a curse was placed upon them, and at that moment, time stood still. Freed was the only one to escape this fate, because the dragon Afrian, with whom he had a contract, sacrificed herself. So the mage scoured the entire continent in search of a way to lift the curse, but in the end he simply disappeared without a trace into the distant, snowy wastelands. This is a very ancient story, but Freed still left one clue, the Pathfinder said. The very ring that Elam wore belonged to the hero Freed. Silence fell in the room as the magician digested what he had just heard. One question constantly nagged at him. Why had he returned? If Freed was able to control time, even though he lived 8 centuries ago, why hadn't he arrived in time for Judgment Day? Since Freed chose him, the leader of the hunters also decided not to doubt Elam. But she wanted to know his reasons for hunting down the Dark Magician's followers. Elam could not tell them everything, but assured them that it was all about saving the world and its inhabitants at any cost. Meanwhile, Curie was practicing in the forest and fulfilling the logging plan at the same time. She practiced every free minute, and Debo asked her if she was tired of chopping stumps. He wanted to see her, but the girl went to the teacher. And then the swordswoman asked what request he had for her. An awkward atmosphere hung between them. It became hot, and then Debo, with a shyness that was very unusual for him, asked if she wanted to go somewhere tomorrow. The next day, Debo showed up for the date wearing his best clothes. He simply didn't have anything else. But he showed up early. Curie didn't keep him waiting long and called out to him when she saw him, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the stone tiles. When he saw her closer, the guy caught his breath. He admired Curie so intently that she even asked if everything was okay and became embarrassed. Debo assured her that everything was fine and they could go where they planned. But what they didn't realize was that they were being closely watched. Ralph grumbled discontentedly, not understanding why he was so nervous, as if he were on a date himself. But Miner told him to shut up, saying that relationships on the team were the most important thing. In the meantime, the couple spent their free time happily and carefree. Miner spewed a fountain of beer out of herself. This happened last night. She was so surprised that it was their Daibo, and not just anyone else, who invited his friend out. The reason was quite logical. Her sister's birthday was coming up soon, and the guy wanted to give her a nice gift. The red-haired girl immediately became interested, because she believed that all this was nothing more than an excuse. However, Kiri was quite indifferent to this. It was just a gift. So, Minor took on all the preparations for the perfect date. The first thing they did was go to a gun shop. The guy wanted to look at some brass knuckles for self-defense, and Kiri suggested taking a sword, as for beginners. Afterwards, they simply decided to take everything and move on. The girl admitted that she was nervous because it was her first time doing something like this, but everything went smoothly. Kiri joined the Knights as a child and spent her entire life there, dedicating herself to training. Now, it was awkward for her to just be on the street without a weapon, and Debo suggested that they go around some more benches. The trio of seekers were still keeping a close eye on the couple, with Minor the most indignant of all. What kind of stupid things do they do, one after another? Their inexperience is immediately obvious, she grumbled. They should have at least thought about the spectators, because besides the team, Gapper's security guards were also keeping an eye on the doves. It was obvious that the two liked each other, but no progress was made. She doesn't understand anything, and it's been like this her whole life, Minor said, worrying about her friend. So that's why the brother had been talking all sorts of nonsense since the evening, his sister, who had also joined the observers, realized. Ralph was amazed that this girl could sneak up on him unnoticed. However, Debo's sister was in a great mood, and even hoped that her brother would not return home to spend the night that night. Although the sister was rushing things a bit, everyone generally agreed that they had a worthy and wonderful couple in front of them. Even the ever-grumpy priest agreed that the two looked cheerful. Once upon a time, he too was so young. And with her, the priest indulged in memories of his youth. But the red-haired beast quickly brushed off his story, saying that no one was interested in it, she said. Elam came to the expected conclusion that all this was a waste of time. Minor, of course, understood that he was a crazy fanatic and that this was not interesting to him. But Elam objected that this was not so, and this surprised the girl. Now, circumstances were getting in the way, but otherwise he had a relationship. The redhead muttered that all of this was just excuses, and there were no important circumstances to interfere. Everyone had forgotten about Ralph. It's all in the past. She's dead anyway, Elam said gloomily, and then remembered that she was still alive in this timeline. So they all had a good time watching the happiness of others. The couple walked until the evening. Debo thanked Kiri for the time spent and the gift. She was about to leave and the guy called her, but he didn't dare confess, so he simply wanted to see her at training tomorrow. Then sweet Kiri smiled charmingly and offered to help next time if needed. Her smile took his breath away. When the guy returned home, he saw his entire group there, quite dejected, but his sister was beaming with happiness. She immediately understood that nothing had worked out for him today. Somewhere in some gate there was an ordinary painting. Freshly painted red walls, scraps of meat all around. Some guy begged the monsters to stop in vain and lost his mind from fear. In front of him, he saw a terrible red symbol that was ominously burning with fire. It burned on the forehead of the gray-haired old man who cast the spell at the poor seeker. The old man entered the room where the artifact rested on the altar. It was the seal of the hero freed, which had the power of time, and the old man was glad to get it. With this power, the black magician's plan will be fulfilled, he said, and took a stone cone from the altar. Unfortunately for him, however, he did not feel any flow there, as suddenly there was an explosion. The labyrinth began to collapse, and the old man screamed in rage and anger. Someone had already turned back time, and the old man realized that he needed to find it. In a rage, he crushed the artifact. The next day, a lot of people gathered at the Goldrich Guild building. These were seekers who responded to the ad. Many adventurers argued about who should get this lucrative prize and who was more worthy of it. They were ready to find out on the spot by force of arms. But in reality, they were just chatting for now. The mustachioed butler looked at the warriors of the third circle as he walked past. They had to choose carefully. But then everyone was surprised to see another seeker dragging a large box on his back. And this man turned out to be Elam. He easily carried on his shoulder a huge box that looked more like a coffin. The owner of the Goldrich Trading Guild, he was known as the richest man in the world of Maple, and according to rumors, he could buy an entire kingdom. And now this man was waiting for him at the fountain, in his palace, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. When the guest he was expecting entered, Goldrich narrowed his eyes and looked at him with distrust. From the look on the guy's face, he immediately realized that he had decided to make an unsuccessful joke. Elam introduced himself and began to explain why he had come, but he was interrupted, and it was clear he couldn't handle the task. The Gapor Guild was beyond his capabilities, and so he had to leave, while the master of the house was in a good mood. When Elam declared that he came here personally and not from the guild, They didn't want to listen to him even more because he was a pathetic seeker of the third circle of power. Then, without listening to any of Goldrich's objections, the magician threw his luggage on the ground, causing a storm of indignation. Elam apologized in advance for his rudeness, but quickly opened the huge box. As soon as the lid opened, Goldrich gasped in surprise and fell silent. They immediately recognized the face of Beiji, the leader of the Kanya Guild, and from the marks on her body, it was also clear that she did not die a natural death. The owner of the house immediately started shouting, asking what was going on and if the guy understood what he had done. Even the fact that he brought her here could have started a war between the guilds. Elam looked straight into the eyes of the rich man and confidently declared that he would become part of this war. At these words, another man entered the room, walking heavily in steel boots. Before coming to the magnate, they went to see the head of the Order of Knights in which Kiri served. When they told him everything about the Dark Magician's follower, the leader was amazed by this. Elam warned that the enemies were much stronger than they seemed. Their roots were throughout the Maple World, even in Cygnus. Elam took full responsibility and wanted only one thing: to wipe the remnants of the Kanya Guild from the face of the earth. And this was supposed to happen in 3 days. When the captain of the Knights of Cygnus, Michael, entered the room, he immediately confirmed the Seeker's words. They were facing a war against the followers of the Dark Magician. At the captain's signal, Elam directed mana into Beiji's body, and the mark of a dark sorcerer appeared on her face. The mark of followers, as Elam explained to them, is on every cultist, which highlights their commander. Since the guild leader was a cultist, that meant the entire Kanya Guild was criminals, Goldrich realized. And then the magician made them an offer they couldn't refuse. In the evening, they were all celebrating in the tavern. Tomorrow, they would go into battle. So today, everyone was just relaxing. Elam was not worried because they had done everything they could to prepare. All the items are reinforced. They trained for a long time. They need to rest well before the fight, the magician was saying when Ralph interrupted their conversation. He grabbed Elam by the neck and asked what they were whispering about, as if they were a couple. As a professional in the field of romance, he could have given a lot of advice, but the magician refused him, hitting him in the jaw with his fist, and he asked me not to get so close to my face anymore. Ralph was indignant, but quickly recovered and steered the conversation in another direction. They decided to join the Jack Rich rescue team, even though they knew it was an obvious trap. It would be better to join the raid against Kenya, Minor agreed, but Elam wanted to find something. He heard that Jack Rich had recently found a map to Freed's legacy. The fact that the cultist had attacked the Seeker meant that the map was correct. This meant that his path was also leading there, since his task was to do everything possible to prevent the success of the villains. All that remained was to hope that everything would go according to plan, although Elam couldn't remember offhand when something had ever gone as it should. Somewhere far away, a skull was providing valuable intelligence about the magician, Elam, 20 years old. As a debtor, he was a slave in the Gapur Guild for 3 years. 2 months ago, he awakened the first circle. 2 days later, he reached the second circle. And 3 weeks later, he reached the third. Given the potential, he will continue to become stronger. Now everything is in his hands, he said in a voice. And the young man with a stern face bowed, accepting the order. Some seeker was not allowed in by the guards, which surprised him greatly. This was not what they agreed on, the boy shouted at Sir Royce. Everything was decided, and he even promised to support their team. Sir Royce himself felt awkward, but he could not do anything. The decision to end the free seekers came from above. No one said anything. Then the boy asked about the money he paid Royce. But then all the attention of the indignant searchers was attracted by Elam's group, accompanied by Goldrich's butler. The guards raised their spears, and Royce asked the butler who these people were with him, walking towards the gate. Marco didn't explain anything. He simply told them to accept everything as it was. The seekers immediately began to be indignant because these newcomers weren't even at the exam yesterday, so everyone felt offended. Elam's team walked past calmly, and Minor stuck her tongue out at everyone one last time. Once at the gate, they looked around the dungeon and stopped to wait for the others. Debo whined about how all the locations were similar to each other for the 3rd time in a row, and they had to fight on a paradise tropical beach, and not in a dense pine forest, but in musty caves and burrows. Minor turned to the gate. The guys were in no hurry to leave, and that was strange. Ralph and Kiri never showed up, so the group was suddenly split up. The priest cursed foully as his hand hit the gate barrier as if it were stone. No matter how much he tried to get inside, the access was obvious. Turning around, he asked if anyone else had entered the gates, since 6 people could have entered, and there should have been a guard there. A trap. Kiri concluded the obvious and frowned. 2 men entered the gates earlier. one dressed in a robe, the other in rags, and with weights on chains tied to his feet. The white-haired man asked how they would get in touch and meet, since they were able to get here. He called his companion in rags Miss Wiseman. Apparently, he was a woman. In a hoarse voice, she grumbled so that he wouldn't whine ahead of time, and said that if everything had gone according to plan, they would have been waiting for them on the second floor. Looking at the huge minotaur, the sectarians realized that they would first have to stretch their bones. The bull breathed loudly through his nostrils, puffed and menacingly clicked his hooves, not taking his big eyes off the newcomers. The one called Mudria said she would take care of the leg steak, although her partner warned her against unnecessary strain. Then the bull himself rushed towards her to greet the uninvited guests, but the sect member activated her skill, and at that very moment, a heavy cannonball struck the bull in the stomach, causing him to stagger. It all ended quickly. Mudria's companion was surprised. He saw her skills for the first time. Mudria waved off his praise. "It will get even more interesting," she said as they walked forward. Minor was nervous, expecting another attack from the dogs from Kenya, since this was their doing. But Elam wasn't worried at all. He said it was even more interesting that way. That way, they wouldn't have to look for the sectarians. With the help of his menacing eye, he quickly examined the entire dungeon and saw that in the first gate, there was not a single living creature, not even cultists, not even monsters. So for now, they could relax a little. Several knights walked through the corridors of the Kenya Trade Union. The concierge recognized the Order of Cygnus and asked if they had a meeting scheduled there since they had sewn it up. The knight who walked ahead smiled unctuously and asked forgiveness for the intrusion, and then showed the symbol of the dark cult, after which they cold-bloodedly attacked the employees without distinguishing who was theirs or their enemy. The knight pointed his sword at the servant and ordered her not to move, otherwise he would consider her an enemy. The noise of battle and terrible hacking arose throughout the building. The sectarians realized that they had been exposed and began to resist. They had no chance against the knights, especially considering the suddenness of the entire operation. But someone managed to escape, and a captain was unhappy about it. The subordinate apologized for this, but said that by the time they attacked, the main part of the guild had already disappeared. Apparently, they found out about the attack in advance. The captain immediately sent everyone in pursuit and ordered them to pick up the trail. Meanwhile, the former head of the local branch of the cultists was feeling ill. The spider was constantly torturing and mocking him, until he drove him mad. This pathetic man simply begged to be used for the benefit of the dark magician. In the joint camp of the Seekers, a meeting was taking place late in the evening in a large tent. The entire city became a raiding ground. The searchers occupied the pier and surrounded the city in search of enemies. Goldrich chewed his mustache nervously. Just a little more and they would catch everyone, he thought. Fires raged throughout the city, threatening to burn everything to the ground. And somewhere in some dungeon, footsteps were heard. The lizard-like monster ran down the corridor towards its death. A flash of fire passed through his body and tore him into pieces. The knight in white armor knocked out the lizard with one powerful blow. His assistant cursed. The villains from Kenya were raising such monsters at their base in secret from everyone. All the lizards were very strong, she said. If the Gold-Rich Trade Guild had not notified everyone in time, they would have suffered great losses. The knight nodded. The girl was right. Each of the monsters was amazingly strong, but he still had this oppressive feeling that no one was looking after such a huge territory. Here, they were attacked by another batch of monsters, not giving them a minute's respite. And somewhere in the depths of the gates, one seeker was shaking with fear. He was the last survivor in his group and would have died if the guards had not sacrificed themselves. The fat guy cried with grief and whined that he wanted to live, as if he had just realized that the gate was a deadly dangerous place. His whining can be heard a kilometer away, Elam told the guy when he looked out from around the corner. Jack reached for his sword to respond, but the mage simply kicked him until the boy cut himself. With a wry smile, they told him not to twitch, because they were a rescue team. Jack jumped back and nervously asked if they were really his saviors. Then Elam threw him his father's amulet, and so the boy understood that these were truly the saviors. But there were too few of them, the fat man was surprised. Although Elam considered 3 more than enough to take one person, Jack whined again and declared that 3 would not be enough for this hell. Just in case, Elam checked him with the seer's eye. You never know what the boy was hiding, but he didn't have the mark of a dark sorcerer. Minor suggested finishing the greetings and going when a flash appeared from the left. Immediately, a network of cuts cut through the place where they had just stood, and from around the corner came a crowd of the Dark Mage's followers. From around the corner, they crept up unexpectedly on the mage with the all-seeing eye. That's the logic. Debo swore filthily as soon as they met. He became indignant and immediately started fighting. Another sectarian appeared on the stone above them. Unlike the others, he did not hide his face. Elam finally decided to use his eye again to check on this stranger with an astonishing amount of mana. He jumped down, holding a cane in his hands. Since their opponents were not afraid, they were strong, he realized. It's worth checking whether Will's worries are justified, the blonde man said, using the skill. The scarlet sign of the dark cult was emblazoned on his hand. At the same time, an explosion was heard in the city, scorching everyone nearby with fire. People didn't understand what was happening and were stunned. The box on the pier suddenly lit up with light and swelled up like a ball. Explosions occurred throughout the city, sowing panic and destruction. At the Kania base, in their dungeon, the Knight Michael fell into a bloody trap. He ordered everyone to retreat, but it was too late, and his body disappeared in a bloody glow. He suddenly moved without knowing where. It was dark around, so he could not see the edge of the room. In the dust, Michael heard footsteps, and someone asked, peering nervously ahead. They must know each other well. The knight's complete double told him. A sure symptom of creative insufficiency. And in the tent of the guild leaders, there was chaos. 3 of their teams were defeated, and the knight captain had disappeared completely. The arguments became louder, so that their voices reached far beyond the tent. The enemy is always one step ahead, Goldrich thought nervously, which means they have a mole. Guildmaster Gapor ordered a change of plan since their actions had been exposed. At that moment, someone approached the tent and was stopped by the guards. There was a noise from outside, and everyone turned towards the exit, waiting for the outcome. What a fuss to make about a couple of people, said Goldrich's butler, stepping forward. When he opened the tent, a masked cultist appeared there. Everything will be over soon, the butler declared. This news shocked all the allies. Their enemies were right under their noses all this time.